Chapter 448. Seeing that Qin Feiyang remained silent, Wei Zhongyang could not help but look at Wang Hong helplessly. Wang Hong smiled. Qin Feiyang, you see that he's quite sincere. Why don't you give me some face and accept his apology? Commander, you're exaggerating. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and looked at Wei Zhongyang. I'm not a calculative person. Since you've repented, let's forget about what happened in the past. Thank you, Brother Qin. Wei Zhongyang cupped his hands and looked as if he was relieved of a heavy burden. Let's see how long you can pretend. Qin Feiyang sneered inwardly. A smile appeared on Wang Hong's face. He looked at Wei Zhongyang and said, "Bring Qin Feiyang in and lock him up." Wei Zhongyang was stunned and asked in surprise, "Did Brother Qin do something wrong?" Wang Hong shook his head. "It's because of the extermination of the Lu family." Wei Zhongyang suddenly understood. He looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, "Commander, what about the shackles?" "Do everything according to the rules," Wang Hong said. "I understand." Wei Zhongyang nodded and took out a token. He turned around and opened the stone door. Then he stepped aside and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, please." Qin Feiyang nodded and looked at the other guards. One of the guards gave Qin Feiyang a look. This person was Fan Jian, who helped Fatso in the past. Was Fan Jian hinting at him to be careful of Wei Zhongyang? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and he walked into the prison. Wei Zhongyang followed closely behind. After entering the prison, Wei Zhongyang turned around and closed the stone door. At the same time, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. But on the surface, there was nothing strange. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, why don't you stay in cell number 5? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. If he remembered correctly, Wei Zhongyang was imprisoned in cell number 5 before. Sure. He wanted to see how long this person could keep up the act. Wei Zhongyang walked over and opened the stone door of cell number 5. When Qin Feiyang entered the cell, Wei Zhongyang took out a pair of shackles and said, "Brother Qin, please cooperate with us." Qin Feiyang stretched out his hands. Wei Zhongyang walked forward and put the shackles on Qin Feiyang's wrists and ankles. Immediately, Qin Feiyang felt that the chains were emitting a mysterious power that sealed his battle qi. After Wei Zhongyang confirmed that there was no mistake, he took 2 steps back and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" "Not bad." Qin Feiyang shrugged. "Not bad?" The corner of Wei Zhongyang's lips curled up as he mocked, "I didn't think you would have such a day." "Just as I expected." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "What do you mean?" Wei Zhongyang frowned. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed, "I thought you would continue to endure, but I didn't expect you to reveal your true colors so quickly." "So you've already seen through it." Qin Feiyang is indeed Qin Feiyang. "But so what? Now you're a prisoner and I'm the captain of the guards. I can do whatever I want to you, understand?" Wei Zhongyang sneered. "What do you think you can do to me? I have to say that you're really unwise. After fighting with me for so long, you should know my methods very well. Believe it or not, Fatso and the others have already recorded everything you said just now. When I tell Wang Hong, what do you think will happen to you?" Qin Feiyang looked at Wei Zhongyang playfully. Wei Zhongyang's pupils shrank and he said with a smile, "Brother Qin, don't be angry. I was just joking with you just now. Don't take it seriously." "I was also joking," Qin Feiyang said. "Brother Qin is still as humorous as ever," Wei Zhongyang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang said, "If there's nothing else, you can leave. There's one more thing. Brother Qin, please hand over your Qiankuan bag. Don't misunderstand. This is the rule." Commander Wang Hong said before that everything should be done according to the rules. Wei Zhongyang said. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Is there a rule that says I have to hand over my Qiankuan bag?" "Yes." Wei Zhongyang nodded. "I'm afraid that won't do." Qin Feiyang shook his head. Wei Zhongyang frowned and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, don't make things difficult for me." "I'm not making things difficult for you. Because even if Wang Hong is here, I won't hand over my Qiankuan bag." Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly. "What a joke. Chang Shui, the mysterious bone, and the gold coins were all in the Qinkuan bag. How could he hand it over to Wei Zhongyang? Wei Zhongyang hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "If you don't want to hand it over, so be it. After all, we're old friends. I'll make an exception for you in private." "Thank you very much then." Qin Feiyang put on a fake smile. Wei Zhongyang waved his hands and said, "Don't be so polite. I still have something to deal with. I'll leave first. Let's have a few drinks when we're free." "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. "Goodbye." Wei Zhongyang cupped his fists and turned to leave the cell. After closing the stone door, Wei Zhongyang's expression darkened and he glared at the stone door coldly with a cold glint in his eyes. He had to get Qin Feiyang's Qinkuan bag. That was because the elixir formula for the potential elixir, the dagger, and the mysterious bone were definitely in Qin Feiyang's Qinkuan bag. At the same time, in the cell, Qin Feiyang's eyes shone with a sinister glint. Swoosh! His figure flashed and he entered the ancient castle. Fatso said immediately, "Boss, you can't trust Wei Zhongyang easily." "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. Fatso smiled and said, "It's good that you know. What about now? Do you plan to stay in the prison forever?" "I'll stay here for now. I can take the opportunity to cultivate." With a thought from Qin Feiyang, Chang Shui flew out of the Qinkuan bag and hovered in front of Fatso. Fatso understood and grabbed Chang Shui, cutting at the shackles on his legs and hands. "Wait." The pangolin's gaze changed and he hurriedly said, "Qin Feiyang, you have to think carefully. Cutting off the shackles on your legs and hands is against the rules." "Rules? Little brother, you're still too inexperienced. Do you think we're people who follow the rules?" Wolf King sneered. Fatso, Lu Hong, and Qin Feiyang also smiled. The pangolin was stunned. He looked at the three of them and Wolf King, shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "All right, pretend that I didn't say anything." Indeed, these guys were not afraid of the heavens or the earth. In front of them, rules were simply non-existent. Clang. Fatso waved his hand, and Chang Shui cut the two iron chains easily. Qin Feiyang's body lightened. He stretched his muscles and took Chang Shui from Fatso and said with a smile, "Go into seclusion. Try to break through a small realm before we find the real culprit." "It's a piece of cake." The pangolin chuckled. After opening the door of potential, it was now 100 times more confident. Outside the city, in a valley located deep in the mountains. In the center of the valley, there was a small lake. The clear lake water reflected dazzling waves under the sunlight. And outside the valley, sand whales floated in the air and looked at the lake. Without exception, their huge pupils were filled with respect. There were 3 people standing at the edge of the lake. One of them was the masked man who massacred the Lu family. The other 2 were Lu Feng and Lu Tingting. At this moment, the brother and sister were looking at the valley in surprise, and there was a trace of panic between their brows. The masked man bowed to the lake and said respectfully, "Master, I have brought them back." "There are people?" Lu Feng and Lu Tingting looked at the lake. 2 pentagrams the size of a baby's palm flew out of the lake and into the heads of Lu Feng and Lu Tingting like lightning. The 2 of them screamed at once. They felt like their heads were about to explode, and their blood was burning. The masked man said coldly, "Don't struggle or you will die." So, the pain that enveloped Lu Feng and Lu Tingting quickly subsided. The 2 of them got up from the ground and looked at each other. They didn't find anything unusual. What was going on? The masked man said, "Your lives are now in the hands of Master. Master only needs to think and you will die." What? The 2 of them turned pale with fright. "Who the hell are you?" Lu Feng roared. "Puma." The masked man's eyes flashed coldly, and he slowly took off his mask. "How is this possible? It's you." Seeing the masked man's face, Lu Feng and Lu Tingting looked like they had seen a ghost, and their eyes were full of disbelief. The masked man put on his mask again and sneered, "If Master didn't ask me to spare your lives, you would have been swallowed alive by the sand whale." "Then who is your master? Why didn't he kill us?" Lu Feng and Lu Tingting were puzzled. "Master must have his reasons for not killing you. You just need to do as Master says." The masked man glanced at the 2 of them coldly, and then looked at the lake. He bowed and said, "Master, do you have any other instructions? Bring me the Dong family, the 10 elders of the Dong family, the head of the Dong family, and the ancestor of the Dong family. As for the rest of the Dong family, don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all. In addition, bring back Lu Xingqian's body. I need it." A cold and emotionless voice sounded in the minds of the three of them. The masked man bowed and replied. Lu Feng and Lu Tingting were very surprised. Suddenly, their bodies trembled, and they immediately held their heads and howled. It was as if all the blood vessels in their bodies had burst, and blood arrows were spurting out from their pores. The masked man shouted, "Why aren't you begging for mercy? Do you want to die? Master, please spare our lives. We will complete the task." The two of them quivered, and hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged. As soon as the voice faded, the two of them felt the pain disappear. The masked man said, "Go quickly." The masked man bowed and said, "Master, I have something to say." The masked man said, "Say it." Although the head of the Dong family and the old monster were destroyed by Qin Feiyang, the cultivation of the 10 elders of the Dong family is still there. According to my investigation, they are all 8-star combat emperors and 9-star combat emperors. I'm afraid that the three of us and the sand whale won't be able to take them down. The masked man said, "What you said makes sense. On the east side of the valley, there is a black rock. Behind the rock is a cave, and there are 2 fierce beasts sleeping inside. You go and wake them up with your blood. They will help you." Chapter 449. A Sleeping Berserk Beast? The masked man, Lu Tingting, and Lu Feng looked towards the east in surprise. What entered their line of sight was a mountain peak that was about 100 feet tall. At the foot of the mountain, there was indeed a black rock. However, they did not sense the aura of a berserk beast there. "Don't ask anything, let's go." The masked man coldly glanced at Lu Tingting and Lu Feng, then rushed towards the black rock. Lu Tingting and Lu Feng looked at each other and had no choice but to follow. Arriving in front of the rock, the masked man punched it, and the rock shattered. At that moment, a large cave entrance appeared in front of the three of them. The cave was extremely dark, like a bottomless abyss, emitting a sinister and strange aura. If there really are berserk beasts, will they eat us? Lu Feng was a little afraid. Even if they eat us, we have no choice. The masked man said coldly and strode into the cave. He stretched out his right arm and true qi surged in his palm, condensing into a ball of light. True qi. Lu Tingting was slightly stunned and asked in surprise, "You are only a martial ancestor?" "That's right. But Master said that I will be able to step into the War Emperor realm soon." The masked man said coldly. At the same time, he sized up the cave. The diameter of the cave was 2 to 3 meters, and it extended all the way inside, with no end in sight. "Don't dawdle, follow me." The masked man glanced at the two of them and walked deeper into the cave. Lu Feng and Lu Feng swallowed their saliva and braced themselves to follow. Lu Tingting asked in a low voice, "Why are you working for him? Just because he can help you break through to the War Emperor realm?" "You are too naive and underestimate Master's ability. Do you know where Qin Feiyang's potential pill recipe came from?" The masked man sneered. Where did it come from? The two of them were surprised. This was not only a question in their hearts, but also a question that the entire spiritual state wanted to know. The masked man said, "The potential pill recipe belongs to Master." What? Lu Tingting and Lu Feng's expressions changed. But how did the pill recipe get into Qin Feiyang's hands? Master never mentioned it. Don't ask. If you anger Master, no one can save you. The masked man said. Lu Tingting and Lu Feng looked at each other, their eyes filled with bewilderment. What was the relationship between Qin Feiyang and Master? If Qin Feiyang and Master were friends, then why didn't Master kill them? But if it was an enemy, how could the pill formula of the potential pill fall into the hands of Qin Feiyang? About 10 breaths passed. The masked man frowned. Do you feel that the temperature has changed? The two of them stared blankly for a moment before they carefully sensed their surroundings. True enough. The temperature here was a little cold. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the colder the temperature became. It didn't even take long before a layer of frost condensed on their faces and hair. A moment later, the three of them were about 100 meters deep. The walls of the cave were covered with a thick layer of ice. It was even colder here. The three of them couldn't help but curl up, and their teeth were chattering. The air exhaled from his nostrils had also turned into white mist. Another 100 meters deep. Suddenly, the masked man stared at a certain spot in front of him as if he had seen a monster. His pupils suddenly contracted as he reached out his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Puzzled, Lu Feng and Zhang Xian looked over. Immediately, their faces couldn't help but turn pale. More than 10 meters in front of them was an ice cellar of about 10 feet. And in the ice cellar, there were two ferocious beasts sealed in ice. One was the white jade demon snake. The other was the sand whale. The white jade demon snake was as thick as an arm and 2 meters long. Just like its name, its entire body was as white as jade. But what was surprising was that between its eyebrows, there was a white horn as thick as a thumb. And that sand whale, compared to the sand whales outside the valley, was many times smaller, almost only 2 to 3 meters long. But its body was covered with yellow scales. One could feel that the scales were very hard through the ice. Lu Feng swallowed his saliva and said, "Their strength should be very terrifying." "Isn't this better?" The masked man's eyes lit up and he said, "As long as they are here, it will be easy to take down those people from the Dong family and find Lu Xingxin's body." After he finished speaking, he took out a dagger, ran into the ice cellar, and cut a wound on his wrist without hesitation. Blood immediately gushed out. Lu Tingting and Zhang Xian looked at each other and immediately ran up, because they saw the hope of revenge. So, the ice that sealed the two ferocious beasts was dyed blood red. Accompanied by a loud sound, the ice that sealed the two ferocious beasts suddenly exploded. Two terrifying fierce power also roared out. Lu Tingting and the other two were sent flying on the spot, vomiting blood. The white jade demon snake and the sand whale were now suspended in the void, absorbing the blood of the three people. 3 breaths later, they suddenly opened their eyes, and there was a sense of vicissitudes in their fierce eyes. "Are you the ones who woke us up?" The two fierce beasts looked down at Lu Tingting and the other two indifferently. The masked man knelt down on one knee and said, "Two lords, Master asked us to wake you up." "Master?" The two fierce beasts' eyes were a little confused. Demon Snake Emperor, Sand Whale Emperor, thousands of years have passed. It's time for you to wake up. Right at this moment, the mysterious man's voice came into the cave. "Master." The two fierce beasts' eyes trembled, and they immediately rushed out of the cave like crazy. "Master, are you not dead?" They scanned the valley, and their eyes were filled with a mist. "Yes. I'm not dead. The heavens didn't kill me. I'm back." The mysterious man's voice rushed out of the lake and echoed in the valley for a long time, full of resentment and unyielding. "I'm really not dead." The two fierce beasts were wild with joy and rushed toward the lake. "Don't come to see me now. Go and assist them immediately, and do all the things I told you to do. Remember, your current strength is not as good as before. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions, and don't let anyone find you. Especially the spiritual state mansion master and the woman from Butterfly Valley." The mysterious man said. The two fierce beasts stopped in the void and respectfully responded. At the same time, Dong Family, Conference Hall. Old Monster Dong, Dong Family Head, the second elder, and the others all lowered their heads, silent. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside. The Grand Elder walked into the hall with a red face. "How is it?" Old Monster Dong and the others immediately looked up at him, their eyes full of expectation. The Grand Elder said, "I just received news that Qin Feiyang has been sent to prison." "Good." The group of people immediately slapped the table and cheered. Dong Family Head said in surprise, "Grand Elder, are we still going to leave the city now?" "Of course not. Qin Feiyang can't even protect himself. What can he do to us?" The second elder and the others sneered. But Old Monster Dong hesitated. Seeing this, the Grand Elder asked suspiciously, "Grand Elder, Do you have any concerns? Old Monster Dong nodded and sighed. Although Qin Feiyang has been sent to prison, his talent is there. The mansion master can't kill him. Hearing this, the smiles on the faces of the second elder and the others froze, and they fell silent again. Actually, you don't have to worry at all. But suddenly, a faint laughter sounded, and a middle-aged man in armor walked into the conference hall. For you, Old Monster Dong and the others looked over with bewilderment in their eyes. The middle-aged man smiled and said, I am Wei Zhongyang, the current guard captain of the prison. Guard captain? Everyone in the Dong family looked at each other with a trace of doubt in their eyes. The Dong family head stood up and greeted him, cupping his hands and saying, I wonder what Brother Wei meant by what you said just now? Wei Zhongyang laughed and said, What I mean is, there is no need to be afraid of Qin Feiyang. The Dong family head said, Not only is his talent in alchemy astonishing, his talent in martial arts is unparalleled. How can we not be afraid? Wei Zhongyang sneered and said, That's right, but he also has a weakness. What weakness? Everyone was surprised. I understand him very well. Although he looks cold and ruthless on the surface and his methods are vicious, he is actually very loyal and righteous. As long as we capture the people around him, he will definitely not shoot the rat for fear of breaking the vases. At that time, not to mention lifting your ban, even if you ask him to commit suicide on the spot, he won't dare to disobey. Wei Zhongyang sneered. The Dong family head's eyes lit up, but then he frowned and said, The people around Qin Feiyang are all hiding in his treasure. How are we going to capture them? Wei Zhongyang shook his head and sneered. There is definitely a place where there must be someone Qin Feiyang cares about. Where? The Dong family head asked. The county of Yan. Wei Zhongyang's eyes flashed coldly. Prison. A black armored guard hurried to the door of the fifth cell and opened the stone door. But when he saw that there was no one in the cell, the guard couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and shouted, Qin Feiyang, it's Fan Jian. Come out. After a while, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, Brother Fan, thank you for your previous warning. It's nothing. Don't mention it. Fan Jian waved his hand and looked back outside the door. He whispered, I came to find you because I have something to tell you. What is it? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Fan Jian said, Wei Zhongyang just went to the Dong family. The Dong family? Qin Feiyang frowned and asked in confusion, Why did he go to the Dong family? I don't know about that. But I guess it has something to do with you, so I came to inform you. Maybe I'm just being paranoid. Fan Jian said. Paranoid? Qin Feiyang frowned. Wei Zhongyang going to the Dong family was definitely not a good thing. He counted 1 billion gold coins and put them in a cosmos bag. Thank you for telling me, Brother Fan. This is a little token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Fan Jian's eyes lit up and he took it into his arms without hesitation. He smiled and said, I haven't seen Fatso for a long time. Ask him to come out and have a few drinks with me when he's free. Qin Feiyang nodded. Then I'll leave first. Fan Jian smiled, then turned and walked outside. But suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly said, Brother Fan, I have a presumptuous request. I told you not to be so polite. If you continue to be like this, I'll get angry. Fan Jian pretended to be angry. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly and said, Brother Fan, can you give me the key to open the prison's stone door and the prison's gate? What? Don't tell me you want to escape. Chapter 450. Sure. Qin Feiyang hurriedly made a shushing gesture and said in a low voice, Brother Fan, I'm just being cautious. Don't worry, I won't drag you into this. Fan Jian frowned. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, Please help me, Brother Fan. Sorry, I can't give it to you. Because this is too important. If someone finds out, even if you don't want to drag me into this, I'll lose my life. Besides, the stone door can only be opened from the outside. It's useless even if you have the key. Fan Jian shook his head. Is that so? Qin Feiyang couldn't help but feel disappointed. He smiled and said, If that's the case, then I won't make things difficult for Brother Fan. Fan Jian said, "Don't worry. If there's any news, I'll inform you as soon as possible." "Thank you, Brother Fan." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him. This fatty's ability is not small. How long has it been? He actually has such a close relationship with Fan Jian. Fan Jian helped to keep an eye on Wei Zhongyang's movements partly because of his current reputation. Fan Jian wanted to curry favor with him. The other half was because Fan Jian and Fatso were close. After Fan Jian left, Qin Feiyang also entered the castle. He looked at Fatso and the others and said in a low voice, "You all heard it, right? Tell me what you think." Wolf King said, "I think that Wei Zhongyang went to the Dong family to join forces with them to deal with us." No. If Wei Zhongyang really wanted to find someone to join forces with, he wouldn't have gone to the Dong family. After all, the Dong family has declined and can't help him much. Fatso immediately rejected Wolf King's opinion. Wolf King said unhappily, "Then tell us, why did he go to the Dong family?" "I don't know." Fatso shook his head. Lu Hong suddenly said, "Didn't you all miss a very important point?" "What?" Qin Feiyang and the others looked at her in surprise. Lu Hong said, "Wei Zhongyang knows our background." His words awakened the dreamer. Qin Feiyang and Fatso's eyes trembled. Fatso sprang to his feet and said hastily, "Boss, hurry up and inform Yan Nanshan to keep an eye on the Dong clan." Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately took out an image crystal, his battle chi surging. However, he waited for a long time, but there was no reaction from the image crystal. What happened? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Fatso thought for a moment, and his expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed in shock, "Not good." Fan Jian told Fat Lord before that the prison can block the communication of the image crystals. It can't open the portal either. What? Qin Feiyang's expression suddenly changed. He couldn't send any messages, and the cell must be soundproof. He couldn't ask Fan Jian for help. What should he do? He left the castle and came to the prison cell. He looked at the pitch-black stone door. Boom! Qin Feiyang's battle chi surged as he punched at the stone door. However, the stone door only trembled a little. "It's so hard." Qin Feiyang frowned and waved his hand to take out the Chang Shui. Chang Shui could even cut the mysterious bone easily, let alone the stone door. He walked to the front of the stone door, and with a light stroke of pale snow, a crack appeared. So, bang! With a loud bang, the entire stone door collapsed. Qin Feiyang walked out of the prison cell. He didn't stop for a moment and went to the door of the prison. Boom! He slapped the door and it trembled slightly. Outside, Fan Jian and the rest heard the noise and immediately turned to look at the door. Their faces were full of shock. Why did the door move? Was it an illusion? Boom! However, just as they were about to believe that it was an illusion, the stone door trembled slightly again. What happened? Could it be that someone escaped from the prison cell? The 9 of them were shocked. Could it be him? Fan Jian muttered to himself, and a figure appeared in his mind. One of the guards shouted, "Hurry up and inform the captain that someone escaped from prison." Fan Jian stretched out his hand and said in a deep voice, "You all know the captain's temper. If no one escapes, we won't have a good time." "Then what should we do?" The other 8 guards looked at him. Fan Jian said, "Open the door first and see what's going on. But be careful. If someone really escapes, immediately send a message to the captain." The other 8 nodded. Immediately, the 9 of them took 2 steps back, their faces full of vigilance. An atmosphere of mutual hostility filled the air. Fan Jian took out a black token and his battle chi surged. A pitch-black beam of light gushed out and merged into the door in front of them. Boom! The door slowly opened. A white figure suddenly entered their line of sight. "It's really him." Fan Jian's gaze trembled. This guy really wanted to escape from prison. "Qin Feiyang, what are you doing?" Fan Jian roared with a stern expression. At the same time, another guard immediately took out an image crystal. Swish! Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold. Using the phantom steps, he landed in front of the guard in 1 step. His big hand reached out and crushed the image crystal. At the same time, Wolf King appeared out of thin air, its claws grabbing 2 ribs. Bang bang bang. It struck out like lightning and knocked out the other 8 guards. Fan Jian glanced at the 8 people lying on the ground and frowned. Qin Feiyang, what exactly do you want to do? Qin Feiyang said, I have something urgent, I have to go out. Fan Jian said, no, you are escaping from prison. The consequences will be very serious. Even if Commander Wang Hong has a good relationship with you, he won't be able to help you. I have no choice. Qin Feiyang shook his head. Fan Jian looked at him deeply and said helplessly, then do it. Sorry for the offense. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, then looked at Wolf King. Wolf King swung his ribs and hit the back of Fan Jian's head. Fan Jian's head was bleeding, and he fell to the ground and fainted. Aren't you too ruthless? Qin Feiyang frowned. If I don't be ruthless, he will be implicated. Wolf King rolled his eyes at him and urged, hurry up and send the message. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. So, a phantom appeared. It was Luo Qianxue. Seeing Luo Qianxue's phantom appear, Qin Feiyang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Luo Qianxue smiled and said, Feiyang, why did you send me a message again? Qin Feiyang said, Auntie Xue, things are a bit complicated. I don't have time to explain. Tell me your current location. I will come and pick you up right away. Wei Zhongyang wanted to deal with him now. There was no other way but to find the people closest to him. Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi were undoubtedly the targets. Pick me up. Luo Qianxue was taken aback. Qin Feiyang said, tell me quickly, otherwise your life may be in danger. Luo Qianxue was shocked and said, I am dealing with business now. Go to my lounge. I will be there right away. Qin Feiyang nodded, turned off the image crystal, took out a teleportation door, and was about to open it. Swish. However, at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was Wei Zhongyang. Seeing the situation in front of the prison gate, Wei Zhongyang's expression changed and he shouted, Qin Feiyang, you actually escaped from prison. Boom. The aura of an 8-star combat emperor suddenly erupted. Damn it. You came back at the right time. Qin Feiyang was extremely annoyed. Wolf King transmitted his voice, Little Qin Zi, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him directly. There is no time for him to waste. You delay him. I will go to Yen City first. Find a chance to meet up with me later. Qin Feiyang secretly said and opened the teleportation door. Don't even think about escaping. Seeing this, Wei Zhongyang shouted coldly. His index finger pointed in the air. Battle Qi emerged and blasted toward the teleportation door. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. Escaping from prison was a serious crime. No matter how talented Qin Feiyang was, no one could protect him now. Pumph. Trash. Wolf King snorted coldly and stood in front of the teleportation door. He smashed his bone and the battle Qi immediately dissipated. Are you looking for death? Wei Zhongyang roared. You are the one who is looking for death. Wolf King sneered, stepped into the air, and charged toward Wei Zhongyang fiercely. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stepped into the teleportation door. Boom. But at this time, a terrifying aura loomed over the place. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or Wolf King, they were instantly imprisoned in the air. A man and a wolf were shocked. Swish. A figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Wang Hong. Wang Hong glanced at Fan Jian and the others lying on the ground. His face suddenly darkened and he shouted, Qin Feiyang, ruffian wolf, what are you doing? Wei Zhongyang said, Commander, they want to escape from prison. Escape from prison? Wang Hong was puzzled. He understood the character of this man and wolf. It was impossible for them to do such a ridiculous thing. Could there be a reason? He looked at Qin Feiyang and Wolf King and frowned. Why do you want to escape from prison? Qin Feiyang said, Commander, I have something very important to do. Please make an exception. I promise that I will be back in less than an hour. What important thing? Wang Hong frowned. This, Qin Feiyang glanced at Wei Zhongyang and hesitated. Why is he looking at me? Wei Zhongyang frowned and cupped his hands. Commander, Although Qin Feiyang is our old friend, escaping from prison is a serious crime. We cannot condone him. Wolf King said gloomily, Wei Zhongyang, you old bastard, I will kill you sooner or later. Wei Zhongyang was stunned and asked doubtfully, Did I provoke you? Still pretending? Wolf King was so angry that he laughed. He shouted, If you didn't provoke me, then tell us, why did you go to the Dong family? How did you know? Wei Zhongyang was surprised. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. He said in a low voice, Fatso, tell Yan Nanshan to go to the county of Yan immediately. Fatso in the castle heard and immediately sent a message to Yan Nanshan. Wolf King said coldly, It doesn't matter how I found out. What's important is why you went there. Wei Zhongyang said, I just went to visit the Dong family's old ancestor. Wolf King said, You have nothing to do with the Dong family. Why are you going to visit him? Wei Zhongyang said calmly, This is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with you. Wolf King sneered. Is that so? If I'm not wrong. White-eyed Wolf stopped talking. Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted and stopped Wolf King. He then said to Wang Hong, Commander, let's go back to the prison immediately. That's more like it. Remember, don't do stupid things like this again. It won't do you any good. Wang Hong's expression softened a lot, and he also withdrew his aura. Wolf King's body lightened. He looked at Qin Feiyang gloomily, then turned into a streak of light and landed on Qin Feiyang's shoulder. Qin Feiyang also turned and entered the prison. Wolf King said telepathically, Why didn't you let me say it? This is just our guess. If Wei Zhongyang didn't do it, it would put us in an awkward position. But I've already asked Fatso to send a message to Yan Nanshan. With Uncle Yan, there shouldn't be any accidents. Chapter 451. Just as Wei Zhongyang returned from the Dong family and stopped Qin Feiyang and Wolf King from leaving, two figures descended from the sky above Yan City. Both of them had square faces, extremely burly bodies, and filled with a valiant aura. Boom! The two of them looked down, and their aura suddenly erupted. Whoosh! Immediately, Dan Wang Hall, Martial Imperial Hall, Treasure Pavilion, and the royal family each had a figure rushing into the sky. They were the four giants of Yan City, Li Ji, Ji Shui, Zhang Yi, and Wu Yun. The four of them flew in front of the two burly men, with a hint of vigilance in their eyes. Li Ji cupped his hands and said, May I ask who you are? Don't be nervous, we are from the state capital. We came to Yan City because Qin Feiyang asked us to pick up Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi to the state capital. The two burly men laughed. A hint of suspicion flashed in Li Ji's eyes. He cupped his hands and said, May I ask why Qin Feiyang didn't come by himself? He is now in prison and can't come out. One of the burly men said. Prison? Ji Shui's face changed and asked, Why is he in prison? This is the state capital's business. I won't tell you. Please hurry up, don't waste our time. The two burly men urged. Li Ji and Ji Shui looked at each other and nodded at the same time. It's not that I don't believe you, but Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue are very important to Qin Feiyang. I have to confirm it. Li Ji said and took out the image crystal. It's useless. He can't receive anyone's message in the prison he is in. The two burly men said and began to get impatient. Li Ji still tried. Sure enough, it was like throwing a stone into the sea. There was no response. Putting away the image crystal, Li Ji sized up the two of them and said, Qin Feiyang is very thoughtful in everything he does. If he really called you here, he should have given you some kind of keepsake. May I ask if you two have it? The two burly men raised their eyebrows. Boom! The pressure roared out and directly imprisoned the four. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Answer me immediately, where are Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue? Both of their eyes were filled with killing intent. The expressions of Li Ji and the other three changed drastically. Ji Shui shouted, You are not sent by Qin Feiyang. Who are you? Who are we? Jie, of course we are Qin Feiyang's mortal enemies. Tell me, where are Lin Yi and the others? Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The two of them laughed sinisterly. Don't hurt them, I'm here. And me. At this moment, two voices sounded almost at the same time. One came from the Martial Imperial Hall. One came from the Treasure Pavilion. It was Luo Qianxue and Linny. The two of them stood on the roofs of the precious Treasure Pavilion and the Training Hall respectively. The two macho men immediately dispersed and rushed toward Luo Qianxue and Linny. Why are you still standing there? Run! Li Ji and Ji Shui hastily shouted. Wu Yun and Luo Qianxue looked surprised. Who did Qin Feiyang offend in the state capital? If you dare to run, we will destroy Yen City and kill everyone. The two macho men grinned sinisterly. Swish. But at this moment, another figure descended over the Martial Imperial Hall out of thin air. It was Yen Nanshan. You dare. As soon as Yen Nanshan saw the two macho men, he yelled violently. The pressure of Battle Master was overwhelming. Yen Nanshan, why are you here? The two macho men's faces suddenly turned pale. Yen Nanshan? Ji Shui and the other three were taken aback. They looked up and were overjoyed. Yen Nanshan nodded to the four people across the air, then looked at the two macho men and said in a deep voice, Qin Feiyang sent me a message saying that someone is coming to Yen City to cause trouble. I didn't believe it, but I didn't expect it to be true. Impossible. He is in prison. He can't send a message to the people outside. The two macho men looked incredulous. There is nothing impossible in the world. I haven't seen you guys in the state capital. Tell me, who sent you guys? Is it the Dong family? Yen Nanshan shouted. Yen Nanshan, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Suddenly, a hoarse voice sounded. It was erratic and difficult to capture the correct location. Who is it? Yen Nanshan yelled, his eyes like lightning, sweeping in all directions. Boom! On a mountain peak outside the city, a terrifying aura emerged. Following closely, a dazzling battle chi, like a torrent of beasts, rolled towards Yen City. Battle Master! Yen Nanshan was shocked and shouted, What do you want to do? Destroy Yen City. The hoarse voice sounded, filled with a shocking hostility. Bastard! Yen Nanshan was furious. With a wave of his hand, battle chi emerged and turned into a huge wave, crossing the sky and colliding with the opponent's battle chi. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Yen Nanshan's body shook, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. So strong. Yen Nanshan's pupils contracted. Yen Nanshan, if you want to save Linyi and Luo Qianxue, this old man will kill everyone in Yen City. You have already experienced this old man's strength. You can't stop this old man. If you don't want the people of Yen City to die, immediately withdraw your pressure and let those two people go. The hoarse voice said. Yen Nanshan looked at the mountain peak outside the city, but the mountain peak was lush with vegetation and no one could be seen at all. He lowered his head and glanced at Yen City again. The previous movement had alarmed everyone. At this moment, they were all gathered on the street, their eyes full of horror. The hoarse voice said again, Hurry up and decide. Yen Nanshan struggled for a moment and finally withdrew his pressure. Without the restraint of the pressure, the two burly men immediately rushed towards Luo Qianxue and Linny. The two did not escape, because in the face of a battle emperor, they could not escape at all. After catching the two burly men immediately opened a portal and quickly left. Yen Nanshan's eyes darkened. He looked up at the mountain peak and said in a deep voice, Who are you? However, after waiting for a while, the hoarse voice did not sound. It seems that he has left. Yen Nanshan muttered and opened a portal. Ji Shui hurriedly said, Palace Master, wait, what is going on? Yen Nanshan turned his head and smiled, Don't call me Palace Master anymore, because you are now the Palace Master of the Martial Imperial Hall. As for this matter, it's a little complicated. I will tell you when I have time. After saying that, Yen Nanshan stepped into the portal and descended on the square in front of the prison. Wei Zhongyang stood in front of the gate and noticed Yen Nanshan immediately. The moment the two's eyes met, invisible sparks collided. Swish! Yen Nanshan took a step forward and landed in front of Wei Zhongyang, saying, I want to see Qin Feiyang. Wei Zhongyang said, It's rare for an old friend to meet. Shouldn't we chat for a while? Yen Nanshan said, We have different paths and cannot work together. It seems that you have a big prejudice against me. Wei Zhongyang smiled faintly and said, Why are you looking for Qin Feiyang? Yan Nanshan frowned and said, Is there a need for me to report to you? Wei Zhongyang laughed. Of course not, after all, you are now the law-enforcing elder of the temple, and also a one-star war sect. Compared to you, the difference between us is like heaven and earth. Yan Nanshan said, Since you know, then open the door. All right. Wei Zhongyang nodded and turned to open the door. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said without turning his head, Follow me. After a few breaths of time, the two of them stopped in front of cell number 5. The stone door had already been repaired. Wei Zhongyang opened the stone door, but there was no one inside. Wei Zhongyang was not surprised at all, and said, Qin Feiyang, Yan Nanshan has come to find you. Swish. Before he could finish, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. Upon seeing Yan Nanshan, he anxiously asked, Uncle Yan, how is it? Yan Nanshan was about to speak, but then turned to look at Wei Zhongyang. Wei Zhongyang crossed his arms over his chest and laughed, I have the authority to monitor you. Yan Nanshan raised his eyebrows. Uncle Yan, don't talk nonsense with him. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wei Zhongyang in disgust, then took Yan Nanshan and went straight into the castle. The smile on Wei Zhongyang's face suddenly froze and was replaced by a haze. Inside the castle. Did you bring them here? Qin Feiyang looked at Yan Nanshan anxiously. Fatso smiled and said, Boss, what are you nervous about? Uncle Yan is so strong, how can he fail? But before Fatso finished speaking, Yan Nanshan sighed, Sorry. And Fatso was taken aback and asked, What happened? Wolf King, Lu Hong, and the pangolin also opened their eyes one after another, showing surprise in their eyes. Indeed, as you said, someone wants to harm Luo Qianxue and Linyi. I also rushed there in time. But there is a mysterious powerhouse who interfered. Yan Nanshan explained the situation at the time clearly. After listening, Qin Feiyang and others were all shocked. Boss, what the hell is going on? Fatso's head was in a mess. Why did a War Master powerhouse suddenly pop out, and even Yan Nanshan was not his opponent? Could it be that we guessed wrong? Lu Hong frowned. No, we didn't guess wrong. Because the only people who know our details in the entire spiritual state are the Mansion Master, Wang Hong, Ren Wushuang, and Wei Zhongyang. The Mansion Master and Wang Hong can't leak the secret. Ren Wushuang is even more impossible. Then only Wei Zhongyang is left. But I can't figure it out. Where did that War Master come from? Qin Feiyang's face was as calm as water. He didn't expect the situation to develop to this point. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked, Uncle Yan, are the two people who captured Yi and Aunt Shui from the Dong family? Yan Nanshan shook his head and said, No, they are all unfamiliar faces. Unfamiliar faces? Qin Feiyang frowned. How about this? I will capture Wei Zhongyang and interrogate him, Yan Nanshan said. There is no need for that. They captured Aunt Shui and Yi just to deal with me. We don't need to look for them, they will take the initiative to look for me. Uncle Yan, you go back first, I will take care of the rest. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is it okay? Yan Nanshan was a little worried. Don't worry, I will save Aunt Shui and I will find this War Master. I want to let him know the consequences of going against me, Qin Feiyang. Chapter 453. Yan Nanshan patted Qin Feiyang's shoulder and comforted him. Heaven helps the good. They will be fine. If you need my help, just let me know. He also blamed himself in his heart. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue were taken away right under his nose. Qin Feiyang nodded. He waved his hand and left the castle with Yan Nanshan. Wei Zhongyang, who was standing at the door, saw the two of them, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Yan Nan glanced at Wei Zhongyang before turning to look at Qin Feiyang. Take care of yourself. I'll be leaving first. Qin Feiyang responded. Yan Nanshan walked out of the cell. Wei Zhongyang closed the stone door and walked to the door with Yan Nanshan. After taking 2 steps, Wei Zhongyang asked calmly, Brother Yan, what were you talking about? You talked for so long. Yan Nanshan said, Just some small things. Why are you being so mysterious about small things? Wei Zhongyang sneered secretly. But on the surface, there was nothing unusual. Brother Yen, you have a bright future now. One day in the future, you can even become the martial arts hall master of the Sacred Hall. Don't forget your old friend. Wei Zhongyang smiled with a flattering tone. Yen Nanshan smiled faintly. You have a bright future too. Brother Yen is funny. I'm just a prison guard now. What future can I have? Wei Zhongyang shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Who said that prison guards have no future? I heard that among the 10 commanders under the Manor Lord, quite a few of them started out as jailers. Work hard. After all, you used to be Prince Yen. Don't embarrass the county of Yen. Yen Nanshan chuckled, turned into a stream of light, and flew away quickly. Wei Zhongyang froze in place. There was a sharp cold light in his eyes. Once, as the county prince of Yen, he had a noble status and great power. How impressive was that? But now, he was reduced to an insignificant prison guard. Although he had already escaped from prison, his heart was still suffering and torment every day. Especially back then, when he heard that Yen Nanshan had already broken through to the War Master and was even appointed as the law-enforcing elder of the temple, his heart became more and more unbalanced. On what basis? How was Yen Nanshan better than him? Just because he had a good relationship with Qin Feiyang, he could receive such treatment? He refused to accept this. Therefore, he wanted revenge. No matter if it was Qin Feiyang or Yen Nanshan, they were all targets that he wanted to eliminate. Wait. Soon, you will lose everything you have. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he strode out of the prison and shouted at Fan Jian and the others, "Keep an eye on them. If anything happens again, I'll hold you responsible." The 9 people bowed and replied. Wei Zhongyang gloomily glanced at the 9 people, then soared into the air and flew into the distance. A dozen breaths later, he landed in a deserted corner, took out the image crystal, and quickly activated it. A short while later, 3 phantoms appeared one after another. They were the Grand Elder of the Dong family, eccentric Dong, and the Patriarch of the Dong family. Wei Zhongyang asked, "How is it? Is it done?" Old Monster Dong nodded and smiled. "We have caught Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue. Great. This time, we must let Qin Feiyang die without a burial place." Wei Zhongyang was overjoyed and asked, "Where are the 2 of them now?" Family head Dong said, "A very hidden place, but there is one thing that I think you may have to investigate." "What is it?" Wei Zhongyang frowned. Family head Dong said, "When we went to catch Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, Yen Nanshan happened to rush to Yen City. I guess someone tipped them off." Yen Nanshan went to Yen City? Wei Zhongyang was taken aback for a moment and suddenly said, "No wonder he came to the prison to find Qin Feiyang." Family head Dong said, "So, Qin Feiyang already knows? So what if he knows? They are in our hands. Can he still turn the tables? You just have to keep an eye on them. I will deal with Qin Feiyang. I promise to make him obediently hand over everything we want." Wei Zhongyang sneered. Family head Dong and the other 2 looked at each other. It was difficult to hide the excitement on their faces. Something is not right. Wei Zhongyang suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at the 3. Yen Nanshan went to Yen City in person. You can still snatch Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue. It seems that your Dong family has an unknown background. Of course. My Dong family has been in the state capital for so many years. We are not in vain. Just a mere Yen Nanshan, I don't care. Old Monster Dong sneered. All right. Wait for my good news. Wei Zhongyang laughed and turned off the image crystal. The smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a haze. I didn't expect the Dong family to have such confidence. I can make good use of this. He muttered to himself. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He then turned and flew toward the prison. Inside the castle, Fatso frowned and said, "Boss, will Wei Zhongyang really come to you?" Qin Feiyang said, "If he doesn't come, there is no value in kidnapping Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue." Fatso said, "Then have you thought about how to deal with it?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Now he had no clue at all. He could only deal with it as it came. Wolf King suddenly said, "Do you think this mysterious battle master is the martial arts hall master?" Qin Feiyang and Fatso both looked at it in confusion. Wolf King said, "This old thing has been targeting us from the beginning. There must be a reason." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "This person really needs to be investigated, but we can't conclude too early whether he is the mysterious battle master or not. In fact, it's easy to investigate. There are very few battle master powerhouses in the spiritual state. Yan Nanshan is a 1-star battle master. Those who can hurt him must be a 2-star battle master or above. Those who are 2-star battle masters and above will undoubtedly be even fewer. Boss, Fat Lord has a suggestion. Let's use the elimination method to find the most suspicious person and then do a detailed investigation." Fatso said. Lu Hong shook her head and said, "I don't think so." "What do you mean?" Fatso was puzzled. Although there are very few battle masters, every one of them is an extremely cunning old fox. It's not that easy to investigate them. If you ask me, we should use the most violent method to take down Wei Zhongyang and force him to say it. Lu Hong said. Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. When did this little girl become so hot-tempered? I agree with Xiao Hong's suggestion. Who cares about the guard captain? Who cares about the consequences? Who cares if there is evidence now? Let's take him down first. Wolf King said fiercely. Qin Feiyang, come out quickly. I have something to tell you. At this moment, Wei Zhongyang's voice came in. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Fatso and said, "You have to record my conversation with him later." Fatso nodded. Wolf King said, "Do you want me to accompany you out?" "No need." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and in a flash he appeared in the secret room. Wei Zhongyang stood outside the door with a faint smile on his face. His eyes were playful and carried a trace of pride. Qin Feiyang sized Wei Zhongyang up from head to toe, and laughed faintly. "Did something good happen to you? Some self-righteous people are about to fall into my hands. Do you think this is a good thing?" Wei Zhongyang asked. Qin Feiyang laughed. "For you, it's definitely a good thing." Wei Zhongyang said, "But for you, it might be a bad thing." Qin Feiyang was slightly startled and asked doubtfully, "Does it have anything to do with me?" Still playing dumb? Wei Zhongyang shook his head and laughed. "Call out Fatso, Lu Hong, Ruffian Wolf, and Pangolin." Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Why?" Wei Zhongyang said, "If you still want them to live, then from now on, you have to listen to everything I say unconditionally." Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. This Wei Zhongyang had finally learned to be smart. "If you don't cooperate, I can only accompany you slowly. But I don't know if they can accompany us in this?" Wei Zhongyang mocked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Fatso, Lu Hong, Wolf King, and Pangolin all appeared in the prison in an instant. Wolf King said in a low voice, "Old man, if you dare to hurt them, I guarantee that you will regret being born into this world. They are the best bargaining chips. How can I bear to hurt them? Now, take out all of your image crystals and crush them in front of me." Wei Zhongyang crossed his arms in front of his chest, the corner of his mouth curled into a playful smile, as if he was certain that he could defeat them. "You are courting death." Wolf King's eyes flashed with a murderous light. Wei Zhongyang mocked. "Do you think that you still have the ability to threaten me? I will kill you now." Wolf King was enraged. He instantly turned into a muscular wolf, and a terrifying aura spread in all directions. He had always been the one to threaten others. When had he ever been threatened like this? Wei Zhongyang's body trembled, and he shouted, "Qin Feiyang, if you don't want them to die, make him behave." Wolf King's ferocious name, who in Continent City didn't know. In the Holy Palace, he forcefully crippled the Dong family's patriarch. Then, he went to the Lu family and forcefully crippled the Lu family's first elder and second elder. One should know that all three of them were 9-star combat emperors. Wei Zhongyang was only an 8-star combat emperor. How could he be a match for Wolf King? The most important thing was that Qin Feiyang would be restrained by Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, but the ferocious Wolf King would definitely not care about their lives. And here, only Qin Feiyang could make Wolf King listen to him. Therefore, Wei Zhongyang directly threatened Qin Feiyang, which was more effective. However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang was indifferent. He stared at Wei Zhongyang, his eyes flickering. What's going on? Wei Zhongyang was shocked and furious. He shouted, "Are you deaf? Make him stop or I will kill them." But Qin Feiyang still didn't say a word. Damn it. Wei Zhongyang's face darkened, and he laughed eerily. You forced me to do this, you will regret it. After that, Wei Zhongyang turned around and ran towards the door without looking back. That's right. He was running away. Once Wolf King made a move, no one here could save him. Qin Feiyang looked at Wei Zhongyang's sorry figure and his eyes shone with a bright light. The next moment. Chapter 454. That's what I'm waiting for. Wolf King smirked and used the void escape step. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the prison gate. Qin Feiyang, do you really not want to take their lives? Wei Zhongyang panicked. He wanted to take the opportunity to humiliate Qin Feiyang, but he never expected that Qin Feiyang would not be threatened. They are not in your hands at all. What do you have to threaten me? Qin Feiyang sneered and stood behind Wei Zhongyang. Wei Zhongyang stopped and glanced at Wolf King gloomily. He then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said gloomily, They are indeed not in my hands, but as long as I say the word, they will die. Of course, I know. But as long as you don't have a chance to send a message, they will not be in danger. Qin Feiyang smiled confidently. Previously, he had been considering whether to listen to Lu Hong's suggestion and take down Wei Zhongyang directly. But he was worried that Wei Zhongyang would really harm Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue. So, first of all, he had to figure out whether Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue were in Wei Zhongyang's hands. After previous observations and Wei Zhongyang's various reactions, he could basically conclude that the two were not in Wei Zhongyang's hands. As long as they were not in Wei Zhongyang's hands, everything would be much easier. Fatso, Lu Hong, and the pangolin retreated behind Qin Feiyang, crossed their arms, and looked at Wei Zhongyang mockingly. Damn it. Wei Zhongyang was furious. Wolf King blocked the way in front, and Qin Feiyang intercepted from behind. There was no way to escape. What should I do? All of a sudden, he turned around and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. In his eyes, Qin Feiyang's strength was slightly inferior to Wolf King. Of course, he didn't really want to fight with Qin Feiyang. He wanted to blast Qin Feiyang away, or force Qin Feiyang to retreat, then attack Lu Hong, Fatso, and the pangolin, because they were the weakest. As long as he caught one of them, Qin Feiyang and Wolf King would not dare to do anything to him. But he had completely underestimated Qin Feiyang. The current Qin Feiyang would even dare to fight a 9-star combat emperor, let alone an 8-star combat emperor. If I were you, I would immediately kneel and beg for mercy. Qin Feiyang gave a disdainful smile as he stepped forward and sent a palm strike towards Wei Zhongyang. I don't believe that an 8-star combat emperor like me can't defeat a 4-star combat emperor like you. Wei Zhongyang was enraged. Battle chi gushed out of his body as he punched out. Boom. The moment the fist and palm collided, a golden light burst out from Qin Feiyang's palm. Immediately, Wei Zhongyang screamed as he was sent flying. His arm was lacerated. Qin Feiyang's arm was also trembling as a tearing pain came from it. But it was still within the acceptable range. Why is this happening? The power actually bounced back. What kind of battle art is this? Wei Zhongyang was extremely shocked and furious. He didn't realize that a fatal crisis was approaching, because at the same time that Wei Zhongyang was sent flying, Wolf King, who was blocking the door, also moved. It took a step forward and grabbed a rib with its claws. Before Wei Zhongyang could react, it smashed the back of his head. Bang! Wei Zhongyang was sent sprawling on the ground. He hugged his head and howled in pain. Blood flowed all over the ground. Have you ever heard of the saying, the higher you jump, the more painful it is to fall? How do you feel now? Qin Feiyang walked up and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He looked down at Wei Zhongyang from above. That gaze was as if he was looking at a clown. Hee, don't you feel very funny now? You thought that everything was foolproof and that everything was under your control. But in the end, Everything that happened was completely different from what you imagined. Fatso also walked up and mocked. Do as much as you have the ability. You dare to scheme against us? Aren't you courting death? Lu Hong and the pangolin also walked to Qin Feiyang's side and looked at Wei Zhongyang with contempt. Wei Zhongyang glanced at the three people and two beasts and said gloomily, "You will regret it, let me tell you." Is that so? To be honest, I have never put you and the Dong family in my eyes. If you can be honest and don't provoke me, it doesn't matter if I kill you or not. But unfortunately, you are too insensible. Qin Feiyang shook his head, and murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Wolf King understood and knocked Wei Zhongyang's lower abdomen with a bone. With a crack, the sea of qi shattered. Little bastard, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Wei Zhongyang roared again and again. The pain was heart-wrenching. What are you shouting for? Tell me, where are Lin Yi and the others now? If you tell me, I may give you a chance to become a ghost. Wolf King shouted. Hee hee, you want to know their whereabouts? Dream on. Just wait to collect their corpses. Wei Zhongyang grinned again and again. If he said it, he would die. If he didn't say it, he would also die. It was better to drag two people to die with him. Still stubborn? But I have ways to deal with you. The Wolf King chuckled. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said, Don't waste time. Kill him directly. Wolf King was taken aback. Fatty and the others also looked at him in shock and bewilderment. Qin Feiyang said, Now I have a clue. It's not difficult to find them. Hearing this, Fatso and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Who knew Qin Feiyang better than them? He never did things that he wasn't sure of. Since he dared to say so, he must have a way. Old man, go to hell and repent slowly. Wolf King's eyes were fierce, and he knocked Wei Zhongyang with his bone. Fatso suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the ribs, and shook his head. You can't kill him yet. Why? Wolf King was puzzled. Because once he dies, the image crystal will be scrapped. Those who established the contract bridge with him may be aware. Fatso explained. At the same time, he took away Wei Zhongyang's cosmos bag. That makes sense. Then you guys keep an eye on him first. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent Fatso, Lu Hong, the pangolin, and Wei Zhongyang into the castle. Wolf King put away the ribs and asked, Little Qin Zi, what do we do next? Qin Feiyang said, Of course we're going to the Dong family. But before that, we have to find an 8-star combat emperor to replace Wei Zhongyang. Wolf King said, Replace him for what? You'll know later. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he also entered the castle. Ah! Cries of agony could be heard all around. He saw that Wei Zhongyang was being tortured to the brink of death by the fatty. Qin Feiyang glanced at Wei Zhongyang without any sympathy and asked, Did you see the key on him? We just found it. Lu Hong handed Qin Feiyang a black token and a 5-pointed star badge. I only want this. Qin Feiyang grabbed the black token and appeared in the prison. Then he called Wolf King and entered the cell. What are you doing? Wolf King looked at him in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled mysteriously. Standing at the door of the cell, he poured his battle qi into the black token. A beam of light shot out and merged with the gate. Boom! The gate slowly opened. Qin Feiyang put away the token and cleared his throat. He pretended to be Wei Zhongyang and said, Fan Jian, come in and close the gate. Fan Jian, who was standing outside the gate, responded respectfully. He turned around and entered the cell with a trace of suspicion. Boom! When the gate was closed, Qin Feiyang walked out of the cell and said with a smile, Brother Fan, we meet again. Why you here? Fan Jian was stunned and asked suspiciously, Where's the guard captain? Qin Feiyang said, He's been crippled by me. I was imitating his voice just now. What? Fan Jian's expression changed. He turned around and looked at the gate. Then he moved closer to Qin Feiyang and said in a low voice, Are you crazy? He's the guard captain now. If you do this, Commander Wang Hong won't let you off. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Now, I want to make a deal with Brother Fan. A deal? Fan Jian frowned. I want you to disguise yourself as Wei Zhongyang and go to the Dong family with me to investigate something. Qin Feiyang said. Investigate what? Fan Jian was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, to be honest, Wei Zhongyang and the others kidnapped 2 of my family members. I have to find them as soon as possible. What? Wei Zhongyang is so despicable? Fan Jian was shocked. Wolf King sneered and said, you haven't seen how despicable he is. Fan Jian glanced at Wolf King and looked at Qin Feiyang. We're old friends. I can help you. But Wei Zhongyang is an 8-star combat emperor and I'm only a 5-star combat emperor. I'm afraid I'll be seen through. That's the point of the deal. I can help you break through to the 9-star combat emperor. Qin Feiyang said. Is this true? Fan Jian's body trembled. He suddenly became excited and looked at Qin Feiyang nervously. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fan Jian was wild with joy and said, okay, I'll do whatever you say. Qin Feiyang took out a 9-melody yellow dragon pill and handed it to Fan Jian. This is 5 pill veins. Fan Jian was dumbfounded. He had seen 1 pill vein before. He had seen 2 pill veins before. After all, the treasure pavilion had auctioned so many of them. But this was the first time in his life that he had seen a pill vein with 5 pill veins. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, take it and you'll soar to the sky immediately. Fan Jian reached out his trembling hand and grabbed the 9-melody yellow dragon pill. What if this pill is auctioned? What price can it fetch? Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, it's enough for a person to cultivate for a lifetime. A lifetime? Fan Jian's body and mind trembled. He was reluctant to take it. Wolf King rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, look at you. It's just a pill vein. Is there a need to be like this? Hurry up, don't waste time. How can you understand the pain of a small person like me? I feel like I'm dreaming now. Fan Jian murmured. But Wolf King soared into the air and slapped Fan Jian's shoulder with his claw, asking, are you dreaming? Fan Jian grimaced in pain, but his face was full of smiles. Without hesitation, he threw the 9-melody yellow dragon pill into his mouth. Boom! In less than 5 breaths. Fan Jian's cultivation soared to the 9-star combat emperor. Another super expert has been created. First, it was Yan Nanshan, then Yin Yuan Ming, then Lu Yun, and now Fan Jian. The 9-melody yellow dragon pill is really heaven-defying. At the same time, it also proves a principle. Wolf King mumbled. What principle? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Only by becoming our friend will your future be bright. Wolf King chuckled. Chapter 455. At the same time, on a mountain outside the city, 2 men and a woman stood side by side. They were Lu Tingting, Lu Feng, and the masked man. The masked man asked, where is Lu Xingxin's body? Lu Tingting said, we don't know. After Lu Xingxin and the ancestor died, the inner palace didn't send their bodies out. The masked man said, it seems that they are buried somewhere in the inner palace. If they are really buried in the inner palace, there is nothing we can do. Because the inner palace is in the Extermination Mountain Range. Also, there are 2 palace lords there. Lu Feng said. It doesn't matter. With the help of the Sand Whale Emperor and the Demonic Snake Emperor, even if the 2 palace lords find us, they can't do anything to us. The most important thing now is to find the coordinates of the inner palace. After all, the Extermination Mountain Range is too far and too dangerous. We can't force our way in. The masked man said. Lu Tingting asked, do you have a plan? No plan. We just need to keep an eye on the Dong family. Once the Dong family leaves the city, we will catch them off guard. The masked man sneered. Lu Feng said, what about the coordinates? You are so stupid. I don't even know why the master spared your life. Think about it. There are so many old monsters in the Dong family. How can they not know the coordinates? Even if those old monsters don't know, there is still Dong Qing. Don't forget, she is a real inner palace disciple. The masked man sneered. Lu Feng clenched his fists and glanced at the masked man. There was a trace of viciousness in his eyes. Lu Tingting looked at Lu Feng and sighed deeply. She said, Lu Feng, you stay here and wait for us. The masked man raised his eyebrows. Lu Tingting looked at the masked man and said with a smile, the two of us are enough to get information. We don't need a burden. Burden? The masked man was stunned. He nodded and said with a smile, that's true. Bastard. Lu Feng cursed and shouted, Lu Tingting, what do you mean? He looks down on me? Even you look down on me? You have to know your own place. The Lu family is gone, and you are no longer the young master of the Lu family. If you continue like this, you will die. Stay here and reflect on your actions. Lu Tingting said indifferently, then sped down the mountain. Did you hear that? Reflect on yourself. Don't lose your life if you're not careful. The masked man sneered and chased after Lu Tingting without looking back. Lu Feng looked at the backs of the two, his hands tightly clenched together. His gaze was as gloomy as water. He had been pampered since he was young, so he was proud and arrogant. He had long since become used to looking down on everyone. Even if the Lu family was destroyed, he would still think that he was superior to others. It was only at this moment that he realized it. He was no longer the old Lu Feng. Right now, he was just a pitiful worm who was desperately struggling to survive. He no longer had the right to look down on others. He felt helpless, desolate, pained, angry, and lost. He didn't know how long this kind of life would last. Who knew what would happen in the next moment? At the base of the mountain, the masked man caught up with Lu Tingting and said, you will break his heart if you do this. That's all I can do. Because he's too naive, too stupid. I have to let him see clearly how cruel this world is and how difficult it is to survive. Lu Tingting said. The masked man was silent for a while, then said, do you think he can understand your painstaking efforts? If he wants to survive, he must understand. Lu Tingting said coldly. Who knew Lu Feng better than her? Other than his talent, there was nothing good about him. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was a useless person. She also couldn't figure out why that mysterious master didn't kill him. However, she had no choice now. She could only do her best to protect Lu Feng. Because now, only she and Lu Feng were left in the Lu family. Prison. Fan Jian's cultivation had already broken through to the 9-star War Emperor. At this moment, his entire body was immersed in an uncontrollable excitement. The 9-star War Emperor, this was simply an extravagant dream for him in the past. However, he didn't expect that with just a single pill, in just a dozen breaths of time, he would actually step into the realm that he dreamed of. Not only that, he could even feel that the bottleneck between the War Emperor and the War Master had been broken. Stepping into the War Master was just around the corner. Although this Qin Feiyang was young, he was truly an extremely terrifying figure. Because, as long as Qin Feiyang was willing, he could create a large number of 9-star War Emperor, or even War Master. Such a person could only be a friend and absolutely not an enemy. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. He let out a long breath and cupped his hands. Brother Qin, this fan will never forget your great kindness. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Wolf King urged, now is not the time to be polite. Hurry up and change your appearance, don't waste time. Fan Jian nodded. Yes, 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 let's go quickly. Wolf King said, we're going out just like that? Look at my memory. Fan Jian suddenly slapped his forehead and laughed awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was a little too excited and lost my mind. Understandable. Qin Feiyang laughed, took out an appearance-changing pill and handed it over to Fan Jian. Qin Feiyang also changed his appearance into Fan Jian's, and Fan Jian even gave him a set of armor to wear. As for Wolf King, he hid inside Qin Feiyang's armor. After everything was ready, the two of them walked out of the prison one after another. Greetings, guard captain. The 8 people guarding the door bowed. Fan Jian nodded and said coldly, Fan Jian and I are going out for a while, you guys watch carefully. The 8 of them respectfully replied. Fan Jian waved his hand and brought Qin Feiyang with him as he soared into the sky. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, you're going to fly over just like that? You know, the teleportation gate is very expensive. With my economic foundation, I can't afford it. Fan Jian scratched his head in embarrassment. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed and said, "Stop, I have a teleportation gate." Fan Jian slammed on the brakes and stopped in midair. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and was about to open the teleportation gate. Fan Jian stopped him and said, "Brother Qin, you're a 4-star combat emperor. Isn't it inappropriate for you to pretend to be me?" Qin Feiyang asked, "Is the Dong family familiar with you?" Fan Jian said, "I don't have much interaction with the Dong family." Qin Feiyang laughed, "Then it doesn't matter. But when you talk to the Dong family later, you have to be careful, don't let the cat out of the bag." "This?" Fan Jian hesitated for a while and said, "I think it's better for you to tell me in advance. After all, I'm not as smart as you." Qin Feiyang thought for a while and nodded. "All right, then we'll fly over. I'll tell you on the way." Whoosh! Fan Jian once again swept up Qin Feiyang and quickly disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, the two of them landed in front of the Dong family's gate. "Greetings, guard captain." The 4 servants who were guarding outside the door bowed and said. Fan Jian nodded expressionlessly and said, "Do I need to report?" No need, no need. Master has already ordered that as long as it's the guard captain, there's no need to report. Please come in." The 4 servants smiled flatteringly. "Let's go." Fan Jian called out to Qin Feiyang and walked toward the gate. Qin Feiyang was about to step forward. "How is this possible?" But at this moment, Wolf King's surprised voice sounded in his mind. Qin Feiyang was secretly shocked and asked, "What's the situation?" Wolf King said, "There are 2 familiar smells here." "Whose?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Wolf King said, "The masked man and Lu Tingting." What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. He turned his head abruptly and looked at the street behind him. On the street, pedestrians were coming and going, but they were all unfamiliar faces. Qin Feiyang said to himself, "Are you sure?" "Impossible. I may be mistaken about the masked man, but Lu Tingting has been chasing me for so long. I will never forget her natural fragrance." Wolf King said decisively. "That's strange. Why are there smells in the Dong clan? Did they sneak into the Dong clan?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wolf King said, "No, they didn't sneak into the Dong clan. Their smells can only be found on the street." "Then what do they want to do?" Qin Feiyang's eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he was extremely puzzled. Fan Jian walked into the gate of the Dong clan and found that Qin Feiyang didn't follow him. He turned his head in confusion and asked, "What are you doing?" "Guard captain, wait for me," Qin Feiyang said with a smile, then turned and ran to an empty alley and took Fatso out of the castle. He pulled Wolf King out of the armor and said, "Let's split up. I'll go rescue Yi and Aunt Shui. You and Fatso go and investigate them." "Wait, investigate what?" Fatso said hurriedly. Because Qin Feiyang and Wolf King were communicating with each other through their minds, they didn't know the situation yet. "The white-eyed wolf will tell you. Remember, we must not let them slip away this time." Qin Feiyang gave a death order. Wolf King chuckled, "Leave it to me. After you find out, send me a message as soon as possible. Be careful." Qin Feiyang warned again, then turned and ran towards the gate of the Dong clan. Fatso and Wolf King also immediately took action. With them taking action, Qin Feiyang could deal with the Dong clan without worry. Fan Jian was still waiting for Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the gate, tidied up the armor on his body, and walked through the gate. He and Fan Jian walked down a long corridor, one in front of the other. "Brother Qin, what are you going to do?" After walking for a while, Fan Jian couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Qin Feiyang whispered, "Wolf King found the masked man who massacred the Lu clan." What? Fan Jian's eyes trembled. "Don't make it public. I've already asked Fatso and White-Eyed Wolf to investigate. I believe there will be a result soon," Qin Feiyang said. "With Fatso taking action, we definitely won't be able to escape." Fan Jian laughed in a low voice. He was very confident in Fatso. Qin Feiyang looked at him in surprise, then shook his head and laughed. He lowered his head and pondered while walking towards the conference hall. It was definitely not a coincidence that the masked man and Lu Tingting appeared at the same time. That was to say, after the masked man took Lu Tingting away, he didn't make things difficult for Lu Tingting. Instead, he made Lu Tingting his accomplice. But there was a problem. The masked man was the executioner who slaughtered the Lu family. How could Lu Tingting be willing to be with him because of the hatred of exterminating her family? According to Wolf King's observation, the masked man was not strong. It was the sand whales that were strong. Sand whales? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. That was right. The masked man was not as strong as the sand whales. How could he control the sand whales? That was right. Chapter 456. If this speculation was true, then why did the mysterious expert want to destroy the Lu family? Did he have a deep grudge against the Lu family? But why didn't he kill Lu Tingting and Lu Feng? Was he interested in their talents? Impossible. Qin Feiyang didn't know about Lu Tingting's talent, but Lu Feng was a good-for-nothing with no value to cultivate. Qin Feiyang had too many doubts in his mind. After a while, Fan Jian said in a low voice, "Brother Qin, we're here." Qin Feiyang raised his head and saw a majestic hall in front of him. It was the Dong family's meeting hall. At the door, there were 2 guards and 4 maids waiting for her. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Qin Feiyang temporarily cast aside the thoughts in his heart and followed behind Fan Jian, walking towards the main hall. "Greetings, Captain." The guards and maidservants bowed in greeting. "Yes." Fan Jian nodded and asked, "Where are your patriarch and patriarch?" One of the guards said, "Please take a seat inside, we'll inform them immediately." Fan Jian nodded and led Qin Feiyang into the hall. "Take good care of the captain." The 2 guards warned the 4 maidservants and left in a hurry. 2 of the maids went to prepare tea. Fan Jian laughed. It seems that Wei Zhongyang is respected in the Dong family. Snakes and rats alike. Qin Feiyang sneered. Fan Jian was stunned, then he shook his head and laughed. He sat on a chair and pointed to another chair. "Sit." "I'm your confidant now, I can't sit." Qin Feiyang shook his head. He walked behind Fan Jian and stood there with his back straight. Fan Jian felt awkward. Although he was a 9-star combat emperor, he was afraid of Qin Feiyang from the bottom of his heart. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, "Don't be nervous, be careful." Fan Jian took a few deep breaths and asked in a low voice, "Can you guarantee that the Dong family and Wei Zhongyang will be defeated?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Fan Jian breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Qin Feiyang was not confident. Because now, he was basically Qin Feiyang's accomplice. Once he failed, Wang Hong would look into it. Even if he was a 9-star combat emperor, he wouldn't be able to survive. After waiting for about 100 breaths, Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong finally arrived at the main hall. The Dong family's patriarch cupped his fists and smiled. "Brother Wei, we are honored by your presence. Why didn't you inform us in advance? We would have gone to welcome you." "Brother Dong, you're too polite." Fan Jian stood up and greeted him with a smile. Patriarch Dong hurriedly said, "Don't get up, just sit down." After Fan Jian returned to his seat, Patriarch Dong looked at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Brother Wei, who is this?" Fan Jian smiled and said, "He is my confidant. His name is Fan Jian, and he is completely trustworthy. You don't have to worry about him." Despicable. Patriarch Dong and Old Monster Dong looked at each other with strange looks in their eyes. How could there be such a strange name? Patriarch Dong smiled and said, "Brother Fan Jian, since we are all on the same side, then don't be polite. Sit down and talk." Qin Feiyang said, "It's okay, I can stand." Patriarch Dong didn't say much and sat on the main seat with Old Monster Dong. Old Monster Dong said, "Brother Wei, you suddenly came to us. Is there something wrong with Qin Feiyang?" "Something wrong?" Fan Jian was taken aback and said disdainfully, "Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue are in our hands. Can he still make waves?" Hearing this, Old Monster Dong and Fan Jian suddenly laughed. Patriarch Dong said, "Then have you talked to him?" Fan Jian said, "I just finished talking to him." "What's the result?" The two looked at him nervously. Although Wei Zhongyang repeatedly assured that Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue were Qin Feiyang's Achilles heel, judging from Qin Feiyang's actions in Zhou City, he was completely a ruthless person. They really had no confidence in their hearts. Don't worry, he is compromised. Fan Jian smiled faintly, reached out, took out a jade box from his arms, and put it on the coffee table. Old Monster Dong was surprised. What is it? Fan Jian said, potential pill. The two's eyes lit up. Patriarch Dong immediately got up, walked to Fan Jian's side, grabbed the jade box, opened it, and was immediately stunned. Seeing this, Old Monster Dong stepped forward suspiciously and was also stunned. How is this possible? There are actually 3 elixir patterns. And there are a total of 10. Fan Jian said, Qin Feiyang has long been able to refine elixir with 3 elixir patterns, but he has been hiding it. Not many people know. The two took a deep breath. How could this little beast's alchemy talent be so amazing? In fact, these elixirs were refined on the way here. After all, Qin Feiyang carried the elixir fire and the elixir furnace with him. It was only a matter of minutes to refine 10 elixirs. And these 10 potential pills were bait. How is it? Very tempting, right? I heard that the last potential pill with 2 elixir patterns auctioned by Precious Treasure Pavilion was sold for around 20 billion. And I heard that Precious Treasure Pavilion is going to start auctioning again in a few days with a starting price of 30 billion. And the potential of 3 elixir patterns will definitely double again. If you sell these 10 potential pills, even if you are banned by Precious Treasure Pavilion, it will be enough for your Dong family to survive for decades. Fan Jian said with a smile. Survive for decades. The two of them trembled both physically and mentally as their eyes shone brightly. Old Monster Dong gulped and asked, Old Brother Wei, are these 10 potential pills for our Dong family? Fan Jian put away the jade box and said indifferently, what are you guys in a hurry for? As long as we have the elixir recipe for the potential pill, why worry about not having enough? Yes. Brother Wei is right. Then, is he prepared to give us the elixir recipe? The two of them asked excitedly. Fan Jian sighed deeply and said helplessly, you guys also know that Qin Feiyang has a treasure to hide in. Although he can't escape from prison, I can't do anything to him. Old Monster Dong nodded. Fan Jian said, he told me that he must see Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue with his own eyes before he is willing to give us the elixir recipe. Family Head Dong shook his head and said, this won't do. This little beast is full of tricks. If something happens, won't we fail at the last step? Old Monster Dong said, yeah, we can't take this risk. Qin Feiyang, who was standing aside, frowned imperceptibly. Fan Jian lowered his head, frowned, and said nothing. In fact, he didn't know what to do next. Qin Feiyang glanced at him, looked up at Old Monster Dong and Luo Qianxue, and said with a smile, you two don't have to worry. Although Qin Feiyang is treacherous, as long as you don't let him get close to Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, he can't do anything. With me here, what are you afraid of? Let me tell you, I want to kill him more than you because he caused me to lose everything. My son died because of him. This time, I not only want to get all the treasures on him, but I also want to end his life. As for Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue, they will also die afterward. Strong murderous intent and resentment emerged in Fan Jian's eyes. Heard about it. Old Monster Dong and Luo Qianxue also fell silent. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked down at Fan Jian and said respectfully, Guard Captain, it seems that the Dong family still doesn't trust you. We have to consider this matter at length so as not to be used as a tool. Family Head Dong hurriedly raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. Brother Fan Jian, you can't simply say this. It's not that we don't trust Brother Wei, but because Qin Feiyang is too difficult to deal with. We must eliminate all possibilities in advance. Yes. This is a misunderstanding. Brother Wei, don't take it seriously. Old Monster Dong also looked at Fan Jian with a flattering face. Now, Wei Zhongyang was the key to keeping Qin Feiyang in check. The relationship couldn't be strained. Otherwise, it was very likely that the Dong family would end up in a situation where they went for wool and came home shorn. Is it really a misunderstanding? To be frank, the current Dong family is no longer what it used to be. At most, it is only a first-class family in the state capital. The guard captain can come to you in person, which is giving you enough face, but you repeatedly refuse. Is this the sincerity of your Dong family? I also want to ask, if the plan succeeds, will the pill formula of the potential pill belong to our guard captain? Or to your Dong family? Qin Feiyang said. Fan Jian nodded and said, yes, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, we need to discuss this issue in advance. This, Old Monster Dong and Fan Jian looked at each other, feeling a little anxious. It seems that you have never seriously thought about this issue. In that case, wait until you think about it before coming to the guard captain. Guard captain, let's go, Qin Feiyang said. Fan Jian nodded, got up, and took out a portal. This portal was also given to him by Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang did this to force the Dong family to hand over Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue. He also believed that the Dong family would definitely compromise. Because in the current situation of the Dong family, they did not dare to fall out with Wei Zhongyang. Sure enough, seeing that the two were about to leave, family head Dong and Old Monster Dong began to get anxious. They quickly got up and stopped the two. Old Monster Dong smiled and said, Brother Wei, don't be angry, let's have a good talk. Fan Jian said blankly, with all due respect, with your current attitude, I can't sit down and have a good talk. Yes, this is indeed our fault. Well, for the sake of safety, let's have someone pretend to be Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue to meet Qin Feiyang. Old Monster Dong smiled apologetically. Pretend? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Still not giving up? You're courting death. The corner of his mouth lifted and he sneered, do you think Qin Feiyang is a fool? If he is so easy to fool, how can he bring down your Dong family and the Lu family? Letting someone pretend to be them will only backfire. Family head Dong and Old Monster Dong looked at each other with a trace of helplessness in their eyes. At the same time, they felt very unbalanced in their hearts. Why is this little beast so difficult to deal with? Compared with him, the children of the Dong family can't even catch up with him. Old Monster Dong let out a long sigh and said, well, let's listen to Brother Wei. I believe Brother Wei can handle it properly. Fan Jian was overjoyed and smiled, don't worry with me here, they can't run away. Old Monster Dong nodded and smiled. Brother Wei used to be the county king of Yen. I definitely trust your ability, but you have to wait a while because Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue are not in the Dong family now. Not in the Dong family? Qin Feiyang's heart shuddered. If not in the Dong family, where would they be? Could it be, suddenly? There was a flash of light deep in his eyes. Chapter 457. Fan Jian wondered, then where are they? Old Monster Dong whispered, they are in the Mansion Master's mansion. What? Fan Jian's eyes widened. Qin Feiyang's pupils also shrank abruptly. It was unbelievable to the extreme. Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong are actually in the Mansion Master's mansion? Isn't this too unbelievable? Could it be that the mysterious combat master is the Mansion Master? Impossible. The Mansion Master would not do such a thing. But apart from the Mansion Master, who else can hide Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong in that mansion? Could it be? Is it one of the 10 commanders under the Mansion Master? Qin Feiyang looked at Fan Jian and gave him a subtle wink. Fan Jian understood. He looked at Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong and said angrily, are you crazy? If the Mansion Master knows about this, we will all be finished. Captain, don't be nervous. Since they dare to do this, they must be confident. It's even possible that this matter is related to the Mansion Master. If this is the case, it means that the Mansion Master also dislikes Qin Feiyang's actions. This is a good thing for us. Qin Feiyang smiled. He and Fan Jian echoed each other in order to let Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong reveal the identity of this mysterious combat master. Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, both Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong's expressions changed. Family head Dong said, Brother Fan Jian, don't say this again. If the Mansion Master hears it, we will be finished. What do you mean? Does the Mansion Master not know? Then why do you still dare to imprison them in the mansion master's mansion? Fan Jian was shocked and angry. Brother Wei, don't worry. The mansion master doesn't know anything. And the most dangerous place is the safest place. No matter how smart Qin Feiyang is, he will never think that Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong would be in the mansion master's mansion. Old Monster Dong laughed with a hint of pride on his face. These people are too daring. Fan Jian muttered secretly. At the same time, he sneered in his heart. They thought that their plan was flawless, but little did they know that Qin Feiyang was right in front of them. It seemed that the Dong family was no match for Qin Feiyang, no matter how smart they were. It was a wise choice to stand with Qin Feiyang. He could even foresee how miserable the Dong family would be in the future. Cough cough. Qin Feiyang glanced at Fan Jian, clenched his fist, and coughed dryly. What happened? Fan Jian and Old Monster Dong both looked at him doubtfully. I'm fine. It's just that my throat is a little uncomfortable. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at Fan Jian meaningfully. Fan Jian thought for a moment and understood. He turned to look at Old Monster Dong and said, Who is guarding them? I want to know if this person is trustworthy. Brother Wei, don't worry. This person is absolutely trustworthy. However, he requested that we not mention his identity to anyone. So, I hope Brother Wei can forgive me. Old Monster Dong cupped his hands and said with a trace of apology on his old face. This, Fan Jian was hesitant. He couldn't make up his mind. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, My lord, since Ancestor Dong has said so, then in my opinion, you shouldn't ask any more questions. After all, we're all on the same boat right now, and we need to make money peacefully. Family Master Dong smiled and said, Brother Fan Jian's words are right. Harmony breeds wealth. Fan Jian nodded and said, Well, bring Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue here first. As for the distribution of benefits, we will discuss it slowly after the plan is successful. Old Monster Dong and Old Monster Dong were also overjoyed. Family Master Dong looked outside the door and shouted, Go and tell the Grand Elder to go to the mansion of the Mansion Master immediately and bring the two women here. One of the guards responded respectfully, then turned and left quickly. Old Monster Dong smiled and greeted, Brother Wei, come on, let's have some tea. Fan Jian nodded. Old Monster Dong returned to his seat, picked up the teacup, and took a few sips. He was about to say something, but suddenly he looked at Fan Jian in surprise. Qin Feiyang noticed it at the first moment, and his heart couldn't help but shudder. Old Monster Dong said, Brother Wei, your aura seems to be a little stronger than last time? Although his cultivation was now crippled, he was once a one-star battle grandmaster after all. His eyesight was still there. However, due to the awkward atmosphere before, he didn't notice it until now. But when he heard Old Monster Dong's question, Qin Feiyang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Because he had guessed early on that it might be seen through, so he had already told Fan Jian what to say. Fan Jian smiled and said, Not long ago, I broke through to the 9-star combat emperor. Really? The two were surprised. Fan Jian nodded. It's really worth celebrating. In this way, our strength is undoubtedly stronger. But Brother Wei, you can't be careless. Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf are not easy to deal with. I am the best example. Family Master Dong warned, his face full of resentment. If it wasn't for Wolf King and Yen Nanshan who crippled him and Old Ancestor, the Dong family wouldn't have fallen to such a state today. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. I will be careful. Fan Jian nodded solemnly. Old Ancestor Dong put down his teacup and said, Brother Wei, this old man has a presumptuous request. Fan Jian smiled and said, There's no harm in saying it. Old Ancestor Dong said, Can you give us a few potential pills first? Fan Jian immediately frowned. Brother Wei, to tell you the truth, my Dong family has a genius disciple who is very talented. He is now a 9-star combat emperor. I want the potential pills to fulfill his wish. Old Ancestor Dong said. The Dong family's current situation could be said to be very bad. They must cultivate a battle grandmaster as soon as possible. Because a family must have a battle grandmaster to be able to establish a foothold in the capital. and the potential pills were undoubtedly the fastest way at present. Fan Jian thought for a moment and asked, "Are you talking about your eldest grandson, Dong Xingyang?" "Yes, it's him." Old ancestor Dong nodded. As long as the door of potential was opened, with Dong Xingyang's talent, it wouldn't be long before he could step into the battle grandmaster. Dong Xingyang, Qin Feiyang muttered. It seemed that when he returned to the inner hall, he would have to properly inquire about this person's situation. His eyes flashed slightly as he looked at Fan Jian and smiled. "Sir, allow this subordinate to say something. Since you and the Dong family are cooperating, then you definitely can't take all the benefits for yourself." "That's true. The benefits should be divided equally." Fan Jian took out a jade box, took out 5 potential pills, and threw them to the two of them. His eyes were filled with reluctance. One had to know that this was an astonishing amount of wealth. If these were his pills, he wouldn't give them to the Dong family even if he was beaten to death. Ancestor Lu and Patriarch Lu were ecstatic as they hurriedly grabbed them. Shwa! At this moment, a powerful pressure descended out of thin air. Following closely, 3 figures appeared. One of them was the great clan elder, and beside him were 2 women. One was a beautiful woman, but time didn't leave too many traces on her face, and her charm was still there. The woman next to her was no more than 20 years old. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were like a masterpiece of heaven, exquisite and peerless. At this moment, they were all imprisoned by the great clan elder's pressure. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the others in the main hall, their gazes were as cold as ice. When Qin Feiyang saw them, killing intent surged from the depths of his eyes, but he instantly concealed it. Because these 2 people were Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi. Moreover, both of them were in a very sorry state. Not only were their eyes unfocused, their faces were haggard, and there was even a trace of blood at the corner of their mouths. Old Monster Dong glanced at the 2 of them, then looked at Fan Jian and smiled. "Brother Wei, I've brought them to you. You must take good care of them." Fan Jian said, "Just put your heart at ease." Patriarch Dong asked, "Brother Wei, when Qin Feiyang sees them, what do you plan to do with them?" Fan Jian smiled and said, "Let's look at the situation. If Qin Feiyang wants to play any tricks, I will send them to you. After all, there is no place safer than the mansion master." Old Monster Dong and the other 2 laughed. "Brother Feiyang." When Lin Yi heard the conversation, her eyes trembled slightly and she asked, "Where is Brother Feiyang?" "Brother?" Old Monster Dong was stunned and joked, "It seems that your relationship with Qin Feiyang is really deep. Don't worry because you will see him soon." Luo Qianxue said, "I know Feiyang's temper very well. You will definitely regret it." She looked at Fan Jian again and said, "Especially you, Wei Zhongyang. What a joke, he can't even protect himself now. What can he do to us?" Old Monster Dong and the other 2 sneered suddenly. In order to act, Fan Jian also showed a disdainful look at Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong. He got up and said, "Okay, let's not talk nonsense. It's time to find Qin Feiyang for the final negotiation. Be sure to tell us the result as soon as possible." Old Monster Dong also got up hurriedly. Fan Jian nodded and said, "No problem, but I am very puzzled. Why is the person in the mansion master helping us?" Old Monster Dong smiled and said, "He has a good relationship with me." Fan Jian suddenly realized. He was afraid of exposing himself, so he didn't ask any more. He opened a portal and said to Qin Feiyang without looking back, "Take them. Let's go." Qin Feiyang responded respectfully. He walked to Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong, grabbed each of their arms with one hand, and said coldly, "You better cooperate with me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." After speaking, he dragged the 2 of them and walked toward the portal. After Qin Feiyang and others left, Old Monster Dong's old eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Family Head Dong said gloomily, "Old ancestor, this person is too arrogant. We have to teach him a lesson." "Don't worry. As long as we get the potential pills pill formula, not only Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf will die, but Wei Zhongyang will also die. Because that person will not allow anyone to snatch the pill formula from him." Old Monster Dong sneered. Family head Dong and Grand Elder also showed a murderous intent. Outside the city, above a certain dense forest, four figures appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang and others. Go down. Qin Feiyang glanced below, waved his hand, and took Luo Qianxue and Old Monster Dong into the dense forest below, landing on a black rock. Qin Feiyang let go of Lin Yi and Old Monster Dong. He stood opposite the two, looked at them and frowned slightly. Fan Jian stood behind Qin Feiyang, watching silently. What? Luo Qianxue frowned and said coldly, "Bringing us to the wilderness, do you want to kill us?" Chapter 458. Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Fan Jian was also very puzzled. Didn't he spend so much effort to save these two women? Now that they were rescued, why didn't Qin Feiyang speak? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He looked at Luo Qianxue and said, "How do you and Qin Feiyang know each other?" Luo Qianxue said, "Why should I tell you?" Qin Feiyang's eyes burst with murderous intent, and he said coldly, "If you don't answer, I will kill Lin Yi." "I understand." Fan Jian suddenly realized. It turned out that Qin Feiyang was afraid that the two people in front of him were impersonators, so he didn't reveal his identity immediately. This guy is really cautious. No matter what, he does it flawlessly. However, Luo Qianxue was silent. Lin Yi also looked at Qin Feiyang fearlessly. "You don't want to say it?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, pointed to Lin Yi, and said, "Kill her." Fan Jian nodded and rushed towards Lin Yi. Luo Qianxue's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly said, "Don't kill her, I will tell you." "Say it." Qin Feiyang shouted, his face filled with impatience. Luo Qianxue sighed deeply and said, "In Iron Ox Town, we were bewitched by a villain to besiege Qin Feiyang, but in the end, he not only broke out of the siege, but also kidnapped my daughter." "Who is the villain?" Qin Feiyang asked. Luo Qianxue said, "Lin Bailey." "It should be fine." Qin Feiyang murmured, but for the sake of safety, he asked again, "What happened later?" "Later he let my daughter go. When I learned the truth, I felt guilty and wanted to make it up to him. So, I asked my daughter to send him some compensation, but he didn't accept it." Luo Qianxue said. "It can't be wrong." Qin Feiyang murmured. "Because only he, Luo Qianxue, and Luo Qingzhu knew about the compensation." He looked at Lin Yi again and said indifferently, "How did you become friends with Qin Feiyang?" Lin Yi said, "I was born in the same year, same month, and same day as Brother Feiyang. This reason is enough." "Enough." Qin Feiyang nodded. But suddenly he noticed a bracelet on Lin Yi's wrist. However, this bracelet was very ordinary in both design and quality. It was obvious that it was a cheap item. Qin Feiyang found him somewhat familiar. After thinking about it carefully, he figured it out. It turned out that this was a cheap gift he gave to Lin Yi on her birthday. He didn't expect this girl to wear it all the time. "Silly girl." Qin Feiyang mumbled to himself and smiled, "Show me your fire phoenix." Lin Yi was surprised and asked, "How do you know?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry about how I know." Lin Yi's eyes were full of doubts. She took out a jade pendant from the clothes under her neck. The jade pendant was fiery red with a lifelike fire phoenix carved on it. "That's right." Qin Feiyang whispered with a smile on his face, "Aunt Shui, I'm sorry to trouble you." The two were taken aback and looked at Qin Feiyang vigilantly. Luo Qianxue said solemnly, "If you want to kill or torture, do as you please. Don't play tricks." Qin Feiyang took out a facial restoration pill, threw it into his mouth, and quickly restored his true appearance. "Brother Feiyang." Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue glared at him in disbelief. "After you were kidnapped by the Dong family, Uncle Yen came to inform me immediately. It's all my fault. If I had killed Wei Zhongyang earlier, none of this would have happened at all. I'm really sorry. Fortunately, you are all safe." Qin Feiyang blamed himself. "Brother Feiyang, it's really you." Lin Yi came back to her senses and burst into tears of joy. She threw herself into Qin Feiyang's arms. Tears moistened his chest in an instant. Don't cry. Everything will pass. Qin Feiyang patted her on the shoulder and comforted her in a low voice, but his heart was even more uncomfortable. In the past few years of separation, Lin Yi's feelings for him not only did not decrease, but also became deeper and deeper. But he really only had a sibling relationship with Lin Yi. Child, you don't have to blame yourself. Dee and I are too incompetent to drag you down, Luo Qianxue said with a smile. His dim and lifeless eyes became extremely spirited at this moment. Aunt Shui, if you say so, I feel even more sorry in my heart. Before Uncle Jiang Jingyi died, he repeatedly asked me to take good care of you and your mother, but Qingzhu, when Qin Feiyang said this, the self-blame in his eyes became stronger. Luo Qianxue's eyes dimmed again, and there was sadness between her eyebrows. She forced a smile and said, "Don't mention the past, as long as everyone is fine now." Qin Feiyang nodded. Luo Qianxue suddenly looked at Fan Jian, with a trace of doubt on her face, and said, "Feiyang, he shouldn't be Wei Zhongyang, right? He is a friend of mine, named Fan Jian. This time, it's all thanks to him that I was able to successfully rescue you. And when I saved Uncle Yen, he also helped a lot. It can be said that he is my great benefactor," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. "Brother Qin, aren't you treating me like an outsider? If it weren't for you, would I be able to step into the 9-star combat emperor? To be honest, you are my great benefactor," Fan Jian said. While speaking, he also took a facial restoration pill to restore his true appearance. Luo Qianxue cupped her hands and said, "Thank you, Senior Fan Jian." Fan Jian hurriedly said, "Don't call me that. I can't afford it. If you don't mind, you can call me by my name." Luo Qianxue smiled, but her heart was filled with emotions. Thinking back to when she was in Iron Ox Town, Qin Feiyang was just a young child. How many years has it been? She didn't expect that he would have today's achievements. Even the 9-star combat emperor was polite to him. She turned to look at Lin Yi and said with a smile, "Girl, your brother Feiyang must have a lot of things to do. Don't stay in his arms." Heard it. Lin Yi's cheeks suddenly turned red. She broke free from Qin Feiyang's arms and stood beside Luo Qianxue. She lowered her head and grabbed her belt with both hands. She was very embarrassed. Qin Feiyang shook his head and laughed in spite of himself. He said, "Aunt Shui, go to the ancient castle first. Lu Hong will tell you everything. Wei Zhongyang is also imprisoned in the ancient castle." Luo Qianxue nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and was about to send the two into the castle. But Lin Yi suddenly raised her head, ran to Qin Feiyang, and took the initiative to kiss Qin Feiyang's face. Ugh! Luo Qianxue and Fan Jian also looked at each other. Qin Feiyang was also a little stunned. But in the next moment, there was a sharp pain in his heart as if it was about to be torn apart. His face also turned pale instantly. At the same time, the concentric knot on his chest also emitted a ray of bloody brilliance, but it was covered by his clothes, so no one noticed it. Oh no! Qin Feiyang felt bad. This concentric knot would really prevent him from being intimate with other women. However, this kind of pain quickly disappeared. "Brother Feiyang, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Qin Feiyang's face instantly turned as pale as paper, Lin Yi was frightened on the spot and panicked. Luo Qianxue and Fan Jian also looked at him with concern. "I'm fine." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, then waved his hand and sent Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi into the castle. Fan Jian frowned and said, "Brother Qin, what's the matter with you?" "Maybe it's because I fought with the Lu family in the past. The internal injuries left behind haven't healed yet. It's fine." Qin Feiyang smiled, and his face was quickly recovering. "It turned out to be like this. You scared me." Fan Jian patted his chest and asked, "What's the next step?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, "You don't have to worry about the next thing. Continue to pretend to be Wei Zhongyang. Go back and cultivate in seclusion. Break through your cultivation and step into 1-star battle master." Fan Jian's body shook, and his eyes became fiery. Battle master? If it was in the past, he didn't even dare to think about it. Fan Jian asked, "What about you?" Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered and he said coldly, I want to find out the masked man. Fan Jian frowned and said, then I'll stay and help you. Qin Feiyang shook his head. There's no need now, because only when you step into the battle master will you be able to truly help me. All right then, be careful. Fan Jian nodded, took out the jade box, and handed it over to Qin Feiyang, and said speechlessly, you're really generous, giving the Dong family 5 potential pills at once. It doesn't matter. In any case, the potential pill is already useless to me. You can keep these 5 potential pills. It just so happens that you can also open the first 3 stages of the Gate of Potential. Qin Feiyang faintly smiled. For me? Fan Jian was startled. However, to open the Gate of Potential, you need the assistance of pressure. And with your current cultivation, you still need the pressure of the Battle Master. Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, and said, go to the temple to find Yan Nanshan first. Tell him that I told you to go, he will help you. All right. Brother Qin, thank you. Thank you so much. If there's anything you need help with in the future, just let me know. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades, I, Fan Jian, will not frown. Fan Jian's voice was sonorous and forceful, his eyes filled with gratitude. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, let's build a contract bridge, it'll be convenient for us to contact each other in the future. Fan Jian nodded. The two of them took out the image crystal, and after building the contract bridge, Qin Feiyang gave Fan Jian a few more teleportation gates. Then, Fan Jian opened the teleportation gate and went to the temple to find Yan Nanshan. Qin Feiyang looked at the teleportation gate that disappeared with a smile on his face. Once the Gate of Potential was opened, it was equivalent to being reborn, and Fan Jian's future achievements would definitely be limitless. As for Fan Jian, although he was not very talented, after a few interactions, he was indeed worth nurturing. That was because Fan Jian was an honest and loyal person. Most importantly, Fan Jian really wanted to be friends with him. And he would definitely need help to enter the imperial capital. Although there was Fatso, Lu Hong, the Pangolin and Wolf King, it was far from enough. Therefore, it was better to take advantage of the resources in his hands to cultivate a force that belonged to him. For example, Lu Yun, Yan Nanshan, Ren Wushuang, including Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi, these were all potential stocks that could help him greatly in the future. Chapter 459. After collecting his thoughts, Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal stone and sent a message to Fatso. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. What's going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. The white-eyed wolf was a tracking master, and Fatso was also meticulous. It stood to reason that he should have tracked them down long ago. Did something happen? It shouldn't be. The white-eyed wolf's combat power was unparalleled, and he carried 2 ribs with him. Even if he was chased by War Master, he could probably escape, let alone the masked man and Lu Tingting. Phew! Qin Feiyang exhaled a long breath. His figure flashed and entered the castle. Wei Zhongyang was lying on the ground with his last breath. His body was bloody. He didn't look like a human or a ghost. As soon as he saw Qin Feiyang coming in, he struggled to get up, knelt at Qin Feiyang's feet, and begged, I was wrong. Please give me a way out. I will be your slave for the rest of my life. Qin Feiyang said faintly, your cultivation is now crippled. What qualifications do you have to be my slave? Wei Zhongyang said, although I am a cripple now, I can help you plan. Aren't you an alchemist? I can help you sort out the herbs or something. Qin Feiyang said faintly, no need. You don't need to do these. Do you really want to kill me? Wei Zhongyang roared hysterically. His blood-stained face was full of hatred and despair. Can you be quiet? Qin Feiyang kicked Wei Zhongyang and knocked him out on the spot. Lin Yi looked at Wei Zhongyang in disgust and said, Brother Feiyang, why don't you kill him directly? I can't kill him yet. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Aunt Shui said that you are now a 9-star martial master? Lin Yi nodded. Qin Feiyang said, then I will help you open the door of potential now, but the process is very painful. You have to be mentally prepared. Door of potential. Lin Yi's tender body trembled. She nodded firmly and said, Brother Feiyang, just do it. No matter how painful it is, I can bear it. Beside him, Luo Qianxue took out a jade box. Inside the jade box was the potential pill that Qin Feiyang had given her. The potential pill was the 9 Tunes Yellow Dragon pill. Luo Qianxue took out a potential pill, walked to Lin Yi, and said seriously, "Yi, once you take the potential pill, there is no turning back. You have to think about it." Lin Yi glanced at Qin Feiyang. Without any hesitation, she grabbed the potential pill from Luo Qianxue's hand and put it into her mouth. Alas! Luo Qianxue sighed and retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. In less than 3 breaths, the effects of the potential pill began to take effect. Lin Yi screamed in pain immediately. However, she only let out a scream before she sat down cross-legged on the ground. Although her facial features were twisted in pain and her body was twitching, she did not let out another scream. She gritted her teeth and endured. Boom! Meanwhile, Qin Feiyang's coercion pounced and shrouded Lin Yi. Luo Qianxue whispered, "Feiyang, do you know why she is so strong? She just wants to catch up with your footsteps and stay by your side." Qin Feiyang was silent. Luo Qianxue sighed. "In fact, Yi is a good girl. You can consider her." Qin Feiyang whispered, "Auntie Xue, you should know that I have always regarded her as a sister." Alas! Luo Qianxue sighed deeply and said nothing more. Lu Hong next to her also opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi with a complicated expression. Although they were both women, and they both liked the same man, she really sympathized with Lin Yi. She was originally a lively girl, but she became depressed because of a greedy father. It could be said that the current Lin Yi was harmed by her father. A moment passed. Boom! Lin Yi's delicate body shook, and a deafening muffled sound exploded in her body. On her chest, a potential imprint quickly emerged, exuding thousands of rays of light. Qin Feiyang hurriedly restrained his coercion, took out a heal pill, and gave it to Lin Yi. After Lin Yi took the heal pill, she said, "Brother Feiyang, I can still continue." But Qin Feiyang refused as expected. What a joke, even he may not be able to open the gate of potential continuously. This girl was simply crazy. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Yi, opening the gate of potential has to be done step by step. When the injury is healed, open the second level. Don't force yourself too much and don't make us worry." Lin Yi nodded. Buzz. At this moment, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms finally made a sound. He hurriedly took it out, but the phantoms that emerged were not Fatso and Wolf King, but Yen Nanshan. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Uncle Yen, what's the matter?" Yen Nanshan nodded, but he didn't say anything directly. He looked at Luo Qianxue next to Qin Feiyang and smiled, "Long time no see." "Long time no see." Luo Qianxue also smiled. "Seeing you and Feiyang together, I am relieved," Yen Nanshan said with a smile, then looked at Qin Feiyang and frowned. "You asked me to help Fan Jian open the gate of potential. Are you going to train him?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Yen Nanshan said, "If you really want to train him, then you should give him the potential pill." Qin Feiyang frowned. Seeing this, Yen Nanshan said suspiciously, "You still don't trust him?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "Not really, but you can't judge a book by its cover. I have to be on guard, right?" Yen Nanshan said, "Then I can only tell you, don't doubt the person you use." Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and nodded, "I understand. Ask him to come to me, and I will give him the potential pill." Yen Nanshan answered and turned off the image crystal. Luo Qianxue said suspiciously, "Feiyang, has Yen Nanshan also opened all the gates of potential?" "No, he hasn't even opened the first level." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "When I gave him the Juku Yellow Dragon pill, I didn't think of this. Now I feel quite guilty." Luo Qianxue nodded in realization. Qin Feiyang asked, "Aunt Xue, what is your cultivation now?" "I am ashamed to say that after a few years, I only broke through to 5-star Martial Grandmaster." Luo Qianxue smiled bitterly. "That's fast," Qin Feiyang said with a smile. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Then, have you ever taken a scarlet-colored glass pill?" Luo Qianxue shook her head. "That's good." Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately opened the furnace to refine the pill. After a while, a red fireglass pill with 3 veins came out. Aunt Shue, this red fireglass pill is enough for you to break through 4 small realms in a row, and you will be a 9-star martial grandmaster. Then, I will help you open the gate of potential. Qin Feiyang handed over the red fireglass pill. Luo Qianshue's eyes lit up and she took it without hesitation. Because there was no need to be polite. Qin Feiyang looked at Yi again. Seeing Yi's eager face, he couldn't help but smile and say, "Don't worry, I will refine it for you after I raise the netherworld devil flame to the 5th grade." He was actually a little annoyed. When he was in the pill pagoda in the Forgotten Land, he only refined the Juku Yellow Dragon pill, the potential pill, and the potential pill, but he didn't refine the red fireglass pill. If he had refined it at that time, it would have 5 veins and could increase by 6 small realms. But it was useless to regret now. Boom! Luo Qianshue's cultivation kept breaking through, and in less than 15 breaths, she stepped into the 9-star martial grandmaster. Qin Feiyang helped her open the first level of the gate of potential. Luo Qianshue's willpower was also very strong. Maybe it was because of the death of Luo Qinzhu and Jiang Jingyi. Swish. Next, Qin Feiyang left the castle again. Soon, Fan Jian appeared again, and Qin Feiyang took out 2 potential pills and gave them to him. Fan Jian could be said to be deeply grateful and almost knelt on the ground. After sending Fan Jian away, Qin Feiyang returned to the castle and helped Lin Yi open the 2nd level intermittently and helped Luo Qianshue open the 3rd level. Time flew by, and a day passed just like that. Everyone was cultivating, and Qin Feiyang was also copying the battle character secret art while waiting for Fatso and Wolf King's messages. Another 2 days passed. Fan Jian had already stepped into the 1-star martial grandmaster, and he told Qin Feiyang at the first moment. Buzz. It was also on this day that the image crystal made a sound. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took it out, but found that it was not his image crystal. It's Wei Zhongyang's. Lu Hong took out an image crystal from her arms and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang caught it in his hand and frowned. Lu Hong said, "It should be the Dong family's people who will send a message to Wei Zhongyang at this time." Qin Feiyang sneered, "It seems that the Dong family can't sit still." Lu Hong said, "Do you want to respond to them?" Qin Feiyang nodded. The identity of the mysterious martial grandmaster had not been found out yet, so he had to temporarily drag out the Dong family's people. His eyes flickered slightly, and he picked up the unconscious Wei Zhongyang and appeared in the dense forest. In the past 3 days, Wei Zhongyang woke up several times, but every time he woke up, he was knocked out by the pangolin again. Swish. Qin Feiyang galloped in the dense forest for a while, found a river, and then threw Wei Zhongyang directly into it. There are aquatic beasts in there, help. Wei Zhongyang immediately quivered and woke up. Soon after, he let out a terrified scream and swam towards the shore while calling for help from Qin Feiyang. As expected, an aquatic beast rushed out of the water, opened its bloody mouth and revealed its sharp fangs, and pounced toward Wei Zhongyang. "Qin Feiyang, save me, I'll do anything you ask of me." Wei Zhongyang was so scared that he wet his pants on the spot. "You said it yourself," Qin Feiyang said indifferently, and the pressure of a 4-star combat emperor roared out. The aquatic beast was only a combat king, so it immediately stopped and fled back to the bottom of the water in fear. Wei Zhongyang swam to the shore with great effort and collapsed on the grass, gasping for air. His face was full of fear. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me ask you, other than the Dong family, who else have you told about me?" "No." Wei Zhongyang hurriedly got up and shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, "Then my relationship with Ren Wushuang, did you tell the Dong family?" "Because if I did, they would be even more afraid of you, and definitely won't cooperate with me." Wei Zhongyang said, "You're quite smart." Qin Feiyang sneered. Wei Zhongyang shrunk his neck, and his eyes were full of fear. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you for now." Buzz. At this moment, Wei Zhongyang's image crystal rang again. So urgent? Chapter 460. Wei Zhongyang was nervous and uneasy, afraid that Qin Feiyang would do something to him. After a few breaths of time, Wei Zhongyang's image crystal stopped ringing. Bang! It was also at this moment. Qin Feiyang's arm shot out explosively, his palm was like a blade, knocking Wei Zhongyang unconscious and sending him into the castle. Originally, he wanted Wei Zhongyang to appear and stall the Dong family. But then he suddenly remembered that Wei Zhongyang's cultivation was crippled and he had no battle qi, so it was impossible for him to revive the image crystal. In other words, Wei Zhongyang's image crystal could only receive the other party's message and could not activate the conversation mode. The most important thing was that Wei Zhongyang was unreliable and could not take this risk. Following that, Qin Feiyang lowered his head, his thoughts running at high speed. He couldn't be so passive anymore. He had to take the initiative to counterattack. However, he had to think of a foolproof plan. Got it. So, his eyes lit up as he took out his image crystal and quickly activated it. Not long later, a shadow appeared. It was Yen Nanshan. Qin Feiyang did not exchange pleasantries and said, "Uncle Yen, there's something I need your help with." "What is it?" Yen Nanshan was puzzled. Qin Feiyang said, "Go to the prison right now." Yen Nanshan was startled and frowned. "Why are you going to the prison?" "I want to set up a trap and lure that mysterious war sect out. When you go to the prison, you don't need to do anything. You just need to hide nearby and monitor the prison. If I'm not wrong, someone will definitely go to the prison to investigate the situation. And this person, even if he isn't that mysterious war sect, is related to him. But if someone really goes, you don't have to take any action." Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. "All right." Yen Nanshan nodded. Although he did not know Qin Feiyang's detailed plan, he trusted Qin Feiyang unconditionally. After ending the conversation, Qin Feiyang contacted Fan Jian again. After communicating with Fan Jian, he kept the image crystal. "Mysterious war sect. Let's see how long you can hide." Qin Feiyang sneered. He swallowed an illusory form pill and changed into Fan Jian's appearance. Then he opened a teleportation door and walked in. The Dong family. Inside the great meeting hall. Like ants on a hot pan, Patriarch Dong and the Grand Elder paced back and forth in the hall. Old Monster Dong sat on the chair above. He looked at the two of them and said angrily, "Can you two not appear in front of me? My head is about to get dizzy because of all of you." Patriarch Dong said, "Old Ancestor, it's already been 3 days, and there's still no news from Wei Zhongyang. How can I not be anxious?" "That's right. He didn't even respond to my messages. What is he doing?" The Grand Elder was furious. Suddenly, his gaze trembled as he looked at eccentric Dong and asked in surprise, "Patriarch, do you think he wants to take it all for himself?" As soon as he said this, the hall fell into deathly silence. At this moment, a man in black armor appeared out of thin air. It was Qin Feiyang. Seeing this, eccentric Dong and the other two were startled and immediately went up to greet him. Patriarch Dong said anxiously, "Brother Fan Jian, why didn't Brother Wei answer our message? Is he in some kind of trouble?" Qin Feiyang looked at the three of them, his eyes flashing slightly, and nodded. "I have indeed encountered some small trouble." "What kind of trouble?" The three of their faces changed. Qin Feiyang said, "Yen Nanshan has always been hiding near the prison, monitoring Lord Guard Captain." "Yen Nanshan? Why would he monitor Brother Wei?" Eccentric Dong and the other two were bewildered. Qin Feiyang said, "According to Lord Guard Captain's guess, he most likely received some kind of news." Patriarch Dong said, "If that's the case, won't it ruin our good deed? This is also what Guard Captain is worried about. He told me to tell you that you must think of a way to send Yen Nanshan away." Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Patriarch Dong frowned. "Yen Nanshan is the law-enforcing elder of the temple, and is also a one-star war sect. How can we send him away?" "This?" Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Then there is no way, we can only waste time." The three of them fell silent. Qin Feiyang glanced at them and said, "I have to go back and report. Goodbye." Patriarch Dong hurriedly said, "Brother Fan Jian, wait. Is there anything else?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Patriarch Dong said, "Where are Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue in prison now?" Qin Feiyang said, "The second floor of the prison." Patriarch Dong asked, "Where is Qin Feiyang?" Qin Feiyang said, "The first floor." "That's good." Patriarch Dong breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang had too many means. If they were locked in the same floor as him, they might be rescued by him. Qin Feiyang said, "If there is nothing else, I will leave first. Take care, I won't send you off. Go back and tell Brother Wei that we will try our best to send Yan Nanshan away." Eccentric Dong said. Qin Feiyang nodded, opened a portal, and quickly left. "Old ancestor, what can you do?" Patriarch Dong and the Grand Elder looked at eccentric Dong suspiciously. "Now that my cultivation is crippled, what can I do?" "But we can find him." "Grand Elder, go to the mansion master's mansion immediately and tell him about this situation. He must have a way," eccentric Dong ordered. The Grand Elder nodded and opened a teleportation gate. Without even turning his head, he rushed in. Outside the city, Qin Feiyang landed in the sky above the dense forest. Without any delay, he immediately sent a message to Yan Nanshan. Yan Nanshan had already squatted near the prison and gave the coordinates to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang immediately rushed to meet Yan Nanshan. Within a few miles around the prison, there were no buildings, but there were many big trees with luxuriant branches and leaves. At this moment, Yan Nanshan was standing on the branch of one of the big trees. Swish! Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. "You're here." Yan Nanshan smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded, jumped up, and landed beside Yan Nanshan, looking at the prison. Standing here, he could clearly see the situation at the prison gate. Fan Jian disguised himself as Wei Zhongyang, standing straight in front of the gate, his eyes sharp. The other 8 guards also looked straight ahead. Yan Nanshan was puzzled. "Kid, what kind of trick are you playing?" Qin Feiyang smiled. "You'll find out later." "Oh right, Uncle Yan, do you know who the new East City governor is?" Yan Nanshan said, "I've heard of him, but I've never seen him." Qin Feiyang frowned. "Wang Hong told me that this person is helping me investigate the extermination of the Liu family. I don't know if he has found any clues." Yan Nanshan sighed. "It's difficult to investigate this matter." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "It's not that difficult. I've already found traces of the masked man, but where did you find him?" Yan Nanshan was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Near the Dong family. Wolf King and Fatso have already gone to track him. But it's been 3 days and there's still no news. I'm a little worried." Yan Nanshan smiled. "With the 2 of them, what are you worried about? Just wait. He won't be able to escape." Qin Feiyang nodded. Time passed by slowly. Almost an hour had passed, but there was still no one coming to the prison. Yan Nanshan frowned. "Feiyang, why hasn't anyone come yet?" Qin Feiyang was also puzzled. Logically speaking, someone should have come long ago. Could it be that the Dong family was suspicious? Buzz. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound. Qin Feiyang looked at Yan Nanshan suspiciously. Yan Nanshan took out the image crystal from his pocket, but the image crystal shone brightly. Yan Nanshan frowned and said in a low voice, "Hide for a while." Qin Feiyang nodded. He took a step forward and landed on a tree opposite him, using the dense leaves to hide his figure. Yan Nanshan's battle chi surged and fused into the image crystal. An illusory figure appeared quickly. It was a burly man dressed in black. Qin Feiyang did not have any impression of him. However, he could tell from his attire that he was a deacon elder of the Sacred Hall. "Elder Yan, where are you now?" The burly man's face was filled with anxiety. "What?" Yan Nanshan frowned. The burly man said anxiously, "The disciples of the cultivation hall are fighting. Hurry back and take a look." Yan Nanshan's expression changed as he asked, "Weren't they fine when I left? Why are they fighting all of a sudden?" The burly man shook his head. "I don't know either." "You had better come back quickly. Otherwise, someone might die." "All right, I'll go back right away." Yan Nanshan turned off the image crystal and looked at Qin Feiyang. "You heard it too. I have to make a trip back. You stay here and guard." "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yan Nanshan immediately opened a teleportation gate and disappeared quickly. Qin Feiyang turned around and continued to monitor the prison. But suddenly, His gaze trembled. That's not right. How could the disciples of the sacred hall suddenly fight? And it just so happened to be at this time. Could it be the Dong family was behind this? That's not right either. The Dong family had already declined, so they wouldn't be able to cause such a huge commotion. That's right. It must be him. That mysterious war sect. You can't even force him out like this. You're really hiding your strength. Qin Feiyang muttered, his gaze gloomy. To be able to send Yan Nanshan away so easily, it seemed that he had met a very difficult opponent this time. He raised his head and looked at the prison. He jumped down from the branch and landed on the ground. There was no need to continue monitoring. Buzz. At this moment, his image crystal made a sound. Qin Feiyang took it out and poured his battle chi into it. Two shadows quickly appeared. It was Fatso and Wolf King. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "What are you doing? Why are you only replying to me now?" Fatso sighed, "Boss, we're in big trouble this time." Wolf King was also dejected, his eyes filled with helplessness. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Fatso said, "Give us your coordinates first, we'll talk about it when we get there." "I'm at the prison." Qin Feiyang looked at the man and wolf suspiciously and gave the coordinates to Fatso. In less than 3 breaths, a man and a wolf appeared in front of him. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Speak, what's going on?" Fatso said, "At first, we were following them very smoothly, but we soon discovered that their scent was covered up." "Cover-up?" Qin Feiyang was startled. "That's right, it's a cover-up. After 3 days of tracking, Fat Lord felt that the masked man and Lu Tingting were purely playing with us, leading us around the city." Fatso said. Qin Feiyang said, "So, not only did they notice that you were following them, they even tricked you?" Fatso nodded, a little angry. Chapter 461. Tracking was Wolf King's forte, and it had never failed before. But this time, not only did it fail, but it was also played like a monkey. This had seriously hurt its self-esteem. If it wasn't for the fact that it couldn't expose its whereabouts, it would have brazenly chased after Lu Tingting and her brother all over the city. After all, in the eyes of the world, Qin Feiyang was now locked in prison. If the whereabouts of Wolf King and Fatso were exposed, then the fact that Qin Feiyang had escaped from prison would also be exposed to the world. This was not a good thing for Qin Feiyang. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feiyang frowned. How did they cover up their scent? Pollen, and more than one kind of pollen. They obviously came prepared, and it's very likely that they are coming for us. Wolf King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Qin Feiyang shook his head. They are not coming for us. How do you know? Wolf King was suspicious. It's very simple. The fact that we were sent to prison has long been known to everyone. They must know as well. If they are really coming for us, they won't let go of this good opportunity and will definitely expose your and Fatso's whereabouts. In this way, Wang Hong will go and capture you. But they didn't do that, which means they have other purposes. Qin Feiyang said. Makes sense. Fatso nodded and asked, "Did Yi and the others get out?" They are now in the castle, but they also encountered a troublesome matter. Qin Feiyang said. At that moment, he briefly explained the situation to Fatso and Wolf King. Damn, it's actually related to the mansion master? Fatso was dumbfounded. Wolf King sighed. This time, we really met a difficult opponent. Difficult? Qin Feiyang sneered. No matter how difficult it was, he had to find this person. Fatso said, "Boss, what should we do next?" He was at a loss for what to do. Since Lu Tingting and Li Tianlan appeared outside the Dong clan's gate, their target is most likely the Dong clan. Don't chase after them anymore. Just wait near the Dong family's residence. Be smart, don't be fooled again. Qin Feiyang said. Fatso and Wolf King nodded. What about you? Fatso asked. I'm going to the Holy Temple. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. Fatso understood. He opened a portal and left with Wolf King. Qin Feiyang took off his armor, took out the temple's disciple overlook, and put it on. Then, he swallowed an illusory form pill and changed his appearance into a very ordinary-looking young man. He opened the teleportation gate and walked in. The next moment, He landed in a small forest near the training hall. Glancing around, Qin Feiyang dashed out of the small forest and rushed towards the cultivation hall. On the way, Qin Feiyang met many disciples from the holy temple. They were all rushing towards the cultivation hall. From their discussion, he knew that they were also going to watch the show. But no one knew the reason why the disciples were fighting in the cultivation hall. Dozens of breaths later, the cultivation hall finally came into sight. At this moment, there was a sea of people in the square. Most of them were disciples from the pill hall. There were only a few disciples from the martial arts hall. There was a lot of discussion and noise. In front of the gate, there were more than a dozen deacon elders guarding. They didn't allow anyone to enter the cultivation hall. Qin Feiyang mixed into the crowd and listened carefully. He didn't get any useful information and started to ponder. How could he sneak into the cultivation hall? Suddenly, he noticed that there was a short and familiar figure in the crowd not far away. Huang San. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He walked behind Huang San and patted Huang San's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Long time no see." Huang San turned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. He frowned and said, "Do I know you? Don't try to establish a relationship with me." Establish a relationship? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He smiled bitterly and asked, "Why are the disciples of the martial arts hall fighting? Who is the one leading them?" This guy was well informed. He should know a thing or two. Huang San frowned and said impatiently, "Who are you? Why should I tell you?" Qin Feiyang moved closer to his ear and whispered. "What?" Huang San was startled at once. He seriously sized up Qin Feiyang and said with a flattering smile, "Qin, sure." Qin Feiyang hurriedly gestured for him to keep quiet. Huang San understood. He looked around sneakily. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he whispered, "Senior brother Qin, weren't you in the prison? How did you get out?" Qin Feiyang said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Answer my question." But Huang San nodded and whispered, "As far as I know, the people leading the trouble are He Xiaolong and Xiao Jian." "Who is He Xiaolong?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. He Xiaolong is an old disciple of the martial arts hall. You fought with him before. Huang San said. Fought with him? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Huang San said, "On the day you killed Dong Cheng and Lu Xing, you challenged all the geniuses. He was also there, but he was suppressed by you." Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. But he had no impression of this person and had never heard of him. Then why did he fight with Xiao Jian? Qin Feiyang said. This Xiang Xiaolong has always been secretly in love with Dong Fangyu, but Xiao Jian beat him to it. As for Xiang Xiaolong himself, he has no background and no backing, so he doesn't dare to fight with Xiao Jian. But he has always been very unconvinced. Just yesterday, he broke through to the 9-star battle monarch first. So, he went to Xiao Jian and said that Xiao Jian is not worthy of Dong Fangyu, and asked Xiao Jian to leave Dong Fangyu. Xiao Jian definitely won't agree. They fought without a word. Xiao Jian is an 8-star battle monarch. He can't beat him alone, but his status is there, and he has a good relationship with all the geniuses. So, they formed a group and fought with He Xiaolong. If Elder Yin didn't come back in time to stop them, I'm afraid someone would have died. Huang San said. Qin Feiyang suddenly understood. It turned out that they were jealous. He asked, "Is the news true?" Absolutely true. I'm very familiar with a disciple of the martial arts hall. When I learned of this, I immediately sent him a message. He told me personally. Huang San whispered. He Xiaolong. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that there was such a crazy person in the sacred hall. But was it really just because of jealousy? This was too much of a coincidence. Huang San whispered, "Senior brother Qin, were you the one who exterminated the Lu family?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. Huang San asked suspiciously, "Then what about the rumors outside?" Qin Feiyang said lightly, "Someone is deliberately framing me." Preposterous. How dare they frame senior brother Qin? When I find out who this person is, I will not let him go. Huang San said with righteous indignation. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Huang San strangely, then couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Buzz. Suddenly, the image crystal in Qin Feiyang's arms rang again. There's news about Fatso and White-Eyed Wolf? Qin Feiyang was suspicious and smiled at Huang San. I still have something to do, I'll leave first. So fast? Huang San was stunned. Now you're the only one who knows that I'm not in prison. Don't talk nonsense, otherwise you'll have to bear the consequences. Qin Feiyang whispered. Understood. Huang San nodded. Qin Feiyang smiled and directly left the crowd, walking towards the small forest next to them. A moment later, he took out the image crystal and sent a message to Fatso. But the result was that Fatso and Wolf King didn't send him a message at all. Then who could it be? Fan Jian? Soon, his image crystal rang again. When he activated the image crystal, the image that appeared turned out to be Lu Hong. Swish. Qin Feiyang flashed and entered the castle. He looked at Lu Hong and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Hong pointed at Wei Zhongyang and said, "He has something to say to you." Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He turned his head and saw that Wei Zhongyang had already woken up and was sitting in a corner. "What do you want to say?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wei Zhongyang asked, "If I tell you, will you let me live? Do you think you still have the right to negotiate? You don't have to say it, but you'll die now." Qin Feiyang sneered. Wei Zhongyang's face changed, and his eyes were filled with fear. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Hurry up, don't waste my time." Wei Zhongyang's body trembled as he said, "It's the Dong family." Qin Feiyang frowned. "What do you mean?" Wei Zhongyang said, "The news of you slaughtering the Lu family outside the city was deliberately released by the Dong family." "The Dong family?" Lu Hong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but clench his fists as he said in a deep voice, "Speak clearly." When the Lu family was wiped out, the grand elder of the Dong family was hiding in the forest outside the plain. Wei Zhongyang said, "I see." Qin Feiyang muttered. If the grand elder of the Dong family was hiding there, then he should know that Ruffian Wolf and I didn't kill the Lu family members. That's right. He knows, and so do I, but no one else knows. Most importantly, you and the Lu family have a deep grudge against each other. Whether you did it or not, as long as there are rumors, they will assume that you did it. Wei Zhongyang said. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light as he said, "Why was the grand elder of the Dong family there? Is it a coincidence?" "It's not a coincidence. The Dong family guessed that you would eliminate the root of the problem. Therefore, after the Lu family members left the city, the grand elder of the Dong family followed them. The patriarch of the Dong family told me this in person. It can't be false. Can you spare my life now?" Wei Zhongyang looked at Qin Feiyang with a pleading gaze. "The Dong family. You're courting death," Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, his eyes flashing with bone-piercing killing intent. He looked at Wei Zhongyang and said, "Why didn't you tell me something so important earlier?" Wei Zhongyang said, "I didn't think of it until I overheard your conversation with the people outside." Now, tell me everything that happened in detail." Lu Hong recorded all. Qin Feiyang said. Lu Hong nodded. Qin Feiyang left the ancient castle and went to the square outside the cultivation hall again. He stood behind the crowd, his eyes glittering. With Wei Zhongyang's words, he could completely clear himself of suspicion. But now was not the time. He had to meet this Xiang Xiaolong. He didn't believe that there could be such a coincidence in the world. Chapter 462. After waiting for half an hour, Yan Nanshan walked out of the cultivation hall with a gloomy expression. "Elder Yan, how's the situation?" The deacon elders surrounded him. "It's fine now. But just in case, you have to continue watching. If anyone dares to cause trouble again, they will be kicked out of the sacred palace and never be recruited again." Yan Nanshan shouted. The deacon elders bowed and replied. Yan Nanshan looked at the crowd in the plaza and shouted, "Disperse, there's nothing to see here." The disciples dispersed in an uproar. But some people didn't leave. They gathered in twos and threes and discussed softly. Yan Nanshan didn't care about them. He turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Most of the deacon elders also left. Only 2 of them were left guarding the 2 sides of the door. Let's go in and see what's going on. Seeing this, the disciples who were pacing back and forth in the square all rushed towards the cultivation hall. Stop right there. The martial arts hall disciples can go in, but the pill hall disciples must go back immediately. The 2 deacon elders stood in front of the door and shouted. Those who were wearing white clothes all stopped. Their eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. On what basis? No matter if it was the pill hall disciples or the martial arts hall disciples, they were all disciples of the sacred palace. Was there a need to differentiate them so clearly? But no matter how dissatisfied they were, no one dared to force their way in. Qin Feiyang originally wanted to mix in with the crowd. But now, it seemed that he had to think of another way. At this moment, Huang San, who was in the crowd, suddenly noticed Qin Feiyang. He ran up to him and smiled. Senior brother, didn't you leave? Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. I also wanted to go in and join in the fun. Unfortunately, I didn't have the chance. You want to go in? That's easy. Follow me. Huang San ran towards the small forest at the side. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He quickly followed. After entering the small forest, Huang San took out 2 sets of black clothes from his Jiankuan bag. He passed 1 set to Qin Feiyang and laughed. Senior brother Qin, for you. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up and he gave Huang San a thumbs up. Then, he took the clothes and quickly put them on. Huang San also changed his clothes. The 2 of them slightly changed their appearances and walked out of the small forest, entering the cultivation hall without any obstructions. The cultivation hall was different from the Pillfire Hall. Because there were too many disciples in the martial arts hall, the area of the cultivation hall and the number of cultivation rooms far exceeded that of the Pillfire Hall. In a long corridor, Huang San said in a low voice, Qin Feiyang, you didn't sneak into the cultivation hall just to join in the fun, right? Qin Feiyang said with great interest, then why don't you tell me what I'm here for? I don't know. Huang San shook his head. If it were someone else, he would still dare to make a guess. But Qin Feiyang was too unfathomable. It was hard to guess what he was thinking. Qin Feiyang did not beat around the bush and said, I want to see Xiang Xiaolong. Why do you want to see him? Huang San was bewildered. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and did not explain further. Huang San was also tactful and did not ask further. He said, Xiang Xiaolong is in the number 1 cultivation room. I'll take you there. There was also a courtyard in the center of the cultivation hall. A moment later, the 2 of them came to the bottom of the courtyard. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that the cultivation hall actually had a total of 20 floors. Furthermore, Qin Feiyang felt like an ant standing inside an elephant when he stood at the bottom of the patio. A feeling of insignificance and inferiority arose in his heart. Huang San said in a low voice, according to statistics, there are 100,000 cultivation rooms here. So many? Qin Feiyang was shocked. In other words, there were 5,000 cultivation rooms on each floor? There are only 1,000 cultivation rooms on the top floor. As Huang San explained, he led Qin Feiyang along the corridor and went up. On the way, they met many disciples. From their discussion, they learned that it was indeed as Huang San said, Xiang Xiaolong and Xiao Jian were jealous of each other and caused this bloody fight. Qin Feiyang could not figure it out. He had seen this Dongfang Yu several times. She was indeed somewhat beautiful and talented, but she was still far from being a femme fatale. Was there a need to fight so fiercely? As if seeing Qin Feiyang's doubts, Huang San said in a low voice, Dongfang Yu's family is very powerful. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The Dongfang family is located in the South City. In terms of overall strength and background, they are comparable to the Lu family in the East City and the Shen family in the West City. Huang San said, so powerful? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Huang San said, of course. After all, the old master of the Dongfang family is the city lord of the South City. I see. Qin Feiyang finally understood. It turned out that Xiao Jian and Xiang Xiaolong were pursuing Dongfang Yu because of her background. Dozens of breaths later, the two came to the 20th floor and went straight to the number 1 cultivation room. 3 young men in black walked towards them. The 3 of them had different degrees of aura, and their faces were a little red and swollen. When they saw Qin Feiyang and Huang San, one of them stopped them and frowned. What are you doing here? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Huang San said with a flattering smile, Senior brother, we are here to look for senior brother Xiang Xiaolong. Please make an exception. Looking for Xiang Xiaolong? The 3 of them looked at each other, and their eyes suddenly became unfriendly. Don't you know that Xiang Xiaolong has a grudge against us? How dare you come to look for him? Let me tell you, if you want to continue in the Divine Palace, don't interact with him in the future. The 20th floor is not a place for you to come. Get out. The 3 of them shouted arrogantly. This, Huang San looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 of them, his eyes flickering. He, who was good at reading people's expressions, could tell at a glance that the 3 of them belonged to Xiao Jian's side. Moreover, right now, Xiao Jian's side was already suppressing Xiang Xiaolong. What are you still looking at? I told you to scram, didn't you hear me? Believe it or not, I'll throw you down. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was indifferent, the 3 of them were furious. Seeing that the situation was not good, Huang San leaned over to Qin Feiyang's ear and whispered, Senior brother Qin, let's retreat first, in case your identity is exposed. Retreat? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, and a sneer appeared on his face. Seeing this, the 3 of them were furious. You still dare to sneer? I think you don't want to live. The man standing on the left raised his arm and slapped towards Qin Feiyang. Interesting. Huang San muttered and simply retreated to the side, crossing his arms in front of his chest and watching the show. Originally, he thought that Qin Feiyang would choose to endure for the time being. But now it seemed that this was not the case. Even if he had not gotten rid of the prison, this fierce man was not a fish that could be trampled on. Sure enough, Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and his big hand shot out like an eagle's claw, grabbing the man's wrist. There was a trace of surprise in the eyes of the 3 of them. Trash like you dare to block my way? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, and his 5 fingers tightened. The man's wrist was crushed on the spot, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. That man screamed miserably, heartbreaking. Damn it. The other 2 were furious. Their battle chi surged, and at the same time, they rushed towards Qin Feiyang. You're really courting death. Huang San, who was standing at the side, shook his head. Once Qin Feiyang was enraged, he would even dare to challenge the heavens. Were these 3 punks not looking for a beating? Slap. Qin Feiyang took a step forward, and his big hand swung out like lightning, giving each of them a slap. A bright red palm print appeared on the faces of the 3 of them. The 3 of them were stunned. When did such a fierce man come to the holy sanctum? This is just a lesson. If you provoke me again, I'll kill you. Qin Feiyang looked coldly at the 3 of them and continued to walk towards the number 1 cultivation room. You dare to order him around, you're courting death, understand? Huang San smiled at the 3 of them and hurriedly chased after Qin Feiyang. The 3 of them were livid. They turned to look at Qin Feiyang's back, and their eyes flashed with shocking hostility. The screams also alarmed the others. Stone doors opened one after another, and disciples walked out, looking at the 3 of them in surprise. What's going on? Why are there palm prints on their faces? Who has the guts to hit the 3 of them? Could it be them? Everyone followed the 3's gaze and looked at Qin Feiyang and Huang San, their eyes full of shock. In front of the number 1 cultivation room, Huang San ran up and knocked on the door. Soon, the stone door opened. A dignified-looking young man in black entered Qin Feiyang's sight. Qin Feiyang sized him up. This person looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, and was 185 meters tall. He had a strong body, but his face was pale, and his eyes were weak and lifeless. Moreover, his body was full of wounds and was still bleeding. The young man in black was also looking at Qin Feiyang with a puzzled expression. Qin Feiyang asked, Xiang Xiaolong, The young man in black nodded and frowned. You are. Qin Feiyang said, let's talk inside. Xiang Xiaolong looked at him suspiciously, and then looked past Qin Feiyang. When he saw the palm prints on the faces of the three people behind, he was surprised and stepped aside. Qin Feiyang strode in. Huang Sen followed closely behind. Xiang Xiaolong closed the stone door as well, and turned to Qin Feiyang and asked, the palm prints on the faces of the three of them, were they caused by the two of you? Huang San pointed at Qin Feiyang and smiled proudly. It's his masterpiece. Xiang Xiaolong's eyes flashed, and he clasped his hands. You have guts, sir. I admire you. Qin Feiyang sized up the cultivation room. The cultivation room was unimaginably small, only about 100 feet in size, and the layout was also simple. Other than an old praying mat, a wooden tea table and 2 wooden chairs, there was nothing else. From this, it could be seen that no matter how talented a martial artist was, he could not compare to the treatment in the cultivation room. Seeing that Qin Feiyang was silent, Xiang Xiaolong frowned. How should I address you? Qin Feiyang turned to look at Xiang Xiaolong and smiled. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I can give you something that even the divine temple can't. Xiang Xiaolong was slightly surprised. What do you mean? Are you going to help me deal with Xiao Jian and the rest? Huang San said disdainfully, in front of this senior brother, they are just small fries. You can kill them whenever you want. Xiang Xiaolong was even more surprised. Chapter 463. Qin Feiyang stared at Xiang Xiaolong and said, a straightforward person does not resort to insinuations, so I will not beat around the bush with you. Tell me, who instigated you to take the lead to cause trouble this time? Xiang Xiaolong's pupils contracted. Huang San's face was also full of surprise. Instigated? What's going on? What did you say? Why don't I understand? Xiang Xiaolong looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Playing dumb? Then I'll be frank. If I'm not wrong, you took the lead to cause trouble this time to send Yan Nanshan away. Qin Feiyang said. Xiang Xiaolong's dragon god expression froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. But these subtle changes were quickly covered up by him. He said, I really don't know what you're talking about. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. But Qin Feiyang already had an answer in his heart. What he said before was purely to trick Xiang Xiaolong. Because if he slowly coaxed, he would not get anything out of him. After all, Xiang Xiaolong was not stupid. On the contrary, it would let Xiang Xiaolong gradually realize his purpose and think of a countermeasure. So he could only take Xiang Xiaolong by surprise and directly expose him, catching him off guard. Judging from the change in his expression, and the change in Xiang Xiaolong's expression just now was enough to explain everything. Because if there was no such thing, Xiang Xiaolong's first reaction would not be to shrink his pupils, let alone be stunned. It should be confusion, doubt, or even anger. But there was none of these. There must be something fishy about it. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said lightly, I don't know what benefits the other party gave you, but as long as you cooperate with me, I can give you everything you want. Xiang Xiaolong frowned and said angrily, What are you talking about? Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, Stop acting, your acting is really not that good. Xiang Xiaolong said gloomily, Are you looking for trouble? Yes and no. If you cooperate, I won't hurt you. But if you're stubborn, today may be the day you die. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. A cold light flashed in Xiang Xiaolong's eyes as he sneered, Are you threatening me? Believe it or not, I'll throw you out right now. Qin Feiyang said, If you have the ability, you can give it a try. Arrogant. Xiang Xiaolong was infuriated. He raised his arm and battle chi surged in his palm as he slammed it towards Qin Feiyang. But Qin Feiyang gently waved his hand and slapped Xiang Xiaolong's arm away. Xiang Xiaolong took a few steps back and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. His entire arm was trembling, and a tearing pain was coming from it. If he had used a little more force, it would have shattered into pieces. A seemingly light wave of his hand actually contained such a terrifying power? This person was definitely not a disciple of the divine temple. Who was he? Qin Feiyang lowered his arm and said indifferently, I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to cooperate? Xiang Xiaolong said angrily, I don't even understand what you're talking about. How can I cooperate with you? If that's the case, Qin Feiyang whispered and took a step forward. His large hand was like an eagle's claw as he grabbed Xiang Xiaolong's neck. I'm going to end your life now. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. His 5 fingers exerted a little force and a cracking sound came from Xiang Xiaolong's neck. Xiang Xiaolong immediately panicked, because this was the sound of a throat breaking. Seeing this, Huang San hurriedly said, You're really going to kill him? Qin Feiyang sneered, Those who dare to go against me don't even think about living. Who exactly are you? Xiang Xiaolong roared in shock and anger. Huang San said, Xiang Xiaolong, he's a man of his words. You'd better cooperate with him quickly or you'll really lose your life. Qin Feiyang's 5 fingers exerted more force. Xiang Xiaolong could clearly feel that his throat was on the verge of breaking. He found it difficult to breathe and hurriedly said, I'll tell you everything. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this from the start? Qin Feiyang smiled and released his 5 fingers. Xiang Xiaolong immediately fell to the ground, gasping for air. After regaining his strength, he took a deep breath and stood up to look at Qin Feiyang, saying, You're right. Today's incident was caused by me on purpose. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, saying, Let's not talk about this nonsense. I just want to know who ordered you to do this. Xiang Xiaolong said, I only know that it's a woman. As for her appearance and identity, I don't know anything because she was wearing a mask. A woman? Qin Feiyang was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Yan Nanshan had said that the voice that appeared in Yen City was an old man. This meant that it should be an old man. It seemed that the woman who ordered Xiang Xiaolong was just a pawn in the hands of that mysterious battle master. This person was really cunning beyond imagination. Qin Feiyang asked, Did you establish a contract with her? Xiang Xiaolong shook his head. Qin Feiyang said, Then what benefits did she give you? She promised that after everything was done, she would give me 2 types of superior martial skills and 2 potential pills. I couldn't refuse such tempting conditions. Because I don't have a family background, the potential pills are simply wishful thinking for me. Xiang Xiaolong said in pain. Qin Feiyang asked, Then what's her cultivation level? Xiang Xiaolong said, Unfathomable. I want to hear the truth. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly. Xiang Xiaolong hurriedly said, Everything I said is the truth. Please believe me. Qin Feiyang looked at him deeply, lowered his head and muttered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he struck out like lightning, knocking Xiang Xiaolong and Huang San unconscious. He took a facial restoration pill and recovered his true appearance. He took out an image crystal and sent a message to Ren Wushuang. Ren Wushuang's shadow appeared. Upon seeing that it was Qin Feiyang, she was shocked. How can you send me a message? Aren't you in prison? Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Sister, let me ask you something. How many old men are there among the 10 commanders? Ren Wushuang said, 4. So many? Qin Feiyang frowned. If there were only 1 or 2, it would be easy to investigate. But 4 was a bit troublesome. Ren Wushuang asked doubtfully, What's wrong? Nothing, I'm just asking. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and turned off the image crystal. He did not want Ren Wushuang to know about this matter, in case she was worried. Then he sent a message to Yan Nanshan and briefly explained the situation. Yan Nanshan came to cultivation room number 1 and asked, Feiyang, is what you said true? Qin Feiyang nodded. How preposterous. He actually dares to instigate my disciples to cause trouble. We must find him. Yan Nanshan was furious. It's not easy. Right now, we can only wait. Xiang Xiaolong said that after this matter is done, that woman will give him a top-grade battle art and potential pill. I reckon that she will take the initiative to look for Xiang Xiaolong soon. Qin Feiyang said. But he was also a little uncertain. Because Xiang Xiaolong was just a chess piece, and now had no value. The most important thing was that Xiang Xiaolong didn't even know what she looked like. This person could completely go back on his word and not give him the battle art and potential pill. Yan Nanshan's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Feiyong, it's actually very easy. I think that woman will find an opportunity to kill Xiang Xiaolong to silence him. As long as we catch that woman, there will definitely be clues. Silence? Qin Feiyong's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately shook his head and said, "No, Xiang Xiaolong has never seen that woman's true appearance, nor does he know her identity. There is no need to silence him." Then what should we do? Yan Nanshan frowned. This mysterious war sect is very difficult to deal with. Qin Feiyong sighed deeply. To be honest, he didn't know what to do either. Yan Nanshan said, "I might as well go back to the prison and squat there." Qin Feiyong shook his head. This person is very shrewd, he definitely won't use the same method a second time. He felt as if he had walked into a dead end. Calm down. He must not be impatient. There must be another way. Qin Feiyong took a few deep breaths. He lowered his head and carefully analyzed the ins and outs of this matter. Yan Nanshan was also deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "Feiyong, isn't the Dong family the best way to break through?" The Dong family knew the identity of the mysterious war sect, so they could definitely start from them. No way. Qin Feiyong immediately rejected it and said, "The Dong family does not dare to take the risk now, because once the identity of the mysterious war sect is revealed, the mysterious war sect will definitely not let the Dong family off." Yan Nanshan said, "I don't believe that they won't say anything when they're about to die." "You don't have to say it. Even if we kill them, they won't reveal a single word. Moreover, I don't dare to take the risk. Because if we fail, that mysterious war sect will sense something. At that time, he will definitely hide even deeper, and it will be even more impossible to find him again." Qin Feiyong said. "That's true." Yan Nanshan nodded. Qin Feiyong muttered to himself for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up and said, "Uncle Yan, we can actually start from the Dong family, but we have to use the right method. Let's go find the palace chief." Yan Nanshan was slightly startled and asked suspiciously, "How can the palace chief help us?" "Just now, I was thinking that I seem to have fallen into a dead end. Actually, it's because I'm too stubborn. I want to solve everything myself. But there are some things that require the help of external forces. And this time, the old man is the key. But before we find the old man, we have to go to the Dong family first. I don't believe that we can't find a way to find him this time." Qin Feiyong smiled coldly and opened a portal. Yan Nanshan said in surprise, "You're going just like that?" Qin Feiyong said, "There's no need to hide anymore." The two walked into the portal one after the other, and directly descended above the Dong family. Qin Feiyong looked down and yelled without hiding, "Eccentric Dong, Patriarch Dong, Grand Elder, get out here now." Qin Feiyong. Isn't he in prison? Why did he suddenly come to our Dong family? All the members of the Dong family fell into a state of panic. On a street outside the Dong family, a brawny man stood in the crowd, looking up at Qin Feiyong with eyes full of shock. "What's wrong with boss?" the brawny man murmured to himself. At the same time, a small head poked out of the brawny man's arms and said excitedly, "Little Qin Zi should have found some clues. Let's go and meet him." Fatso shook his head and said, "No, the masked man and Lu Tingting haven't shown up yet. We can't show up either." "Then how long do we have to wait?" Wolf King was a little annoyed. Fatso sneered, "What's the hurry? They will definitely show their tails." That's right. The brawny man was Fatso in disguise. Chapter 464. At the same time, on the other side of the street, there was also a man and a woman. They were both very young, with average looks and temperament. Standing in the crowd, no one would take a second look at them. But at this moment, they were looking at Qin Feiyong, who was above the Dong family, their eyes shining brightly. "Qin Feiyong, what do you want to do?" Suddenly, an angry shout resounded through the clouds. Following closely, a ray of light shot up into the sky and landed in front of Qin Feiyong and Yan Nanshan. It was the great clan elder of the Dong family. Qin Feiyong said, "Bring your ancestor and patriarch, and follow me to see the palace chief." See the palace chief? The great clan elder was shocked. The Dong family head and ancestor Dong below couldn't help but feel nervous. Not only did Qin Feiyang come out of prison, he was also so confident. Could it be that he had some evidence against the Dong family? The Dong family head asked in surprise, "Ancestor, why didn't Wei Zhongyang send us a message for such an important matter?" "How would I know?" Old Monster Dong said angrily. Qin Feiyang looked at the great clan elder, then lowered his head to look at the two Dong family heads, and said, "Hurry up, don't waste time. I'll go prepare." The great clan elder's eyes flashed as he spoke to Qin Feiyang and flew down. "Prepare? I think he wants to send a message to that mysterious war sect." Qin Feiyang secretly sneered and nodded to Yan Nanshan. Yan Nanshan understood, and the pressure of the war sect emerged, directly imprisoning the great clan elder. He reached out with his hand, and Old Monster Dong and the Dong family head flew up into the sky uncontrollably. Old Monster Dong shouted, "Yan Nanshan, although you are the law-enforcing elder of the temple, you still can't interfere with my Dong family's matters." Yan Nanshan said expressionlessly, "Indeed, I can't control it, but I will not let anyone who endangers my temple go." The Dong family head roared, "When did my Dong family harm your temple? You must explain it clearly to me today. If there's anything, wait until you see the palace chief." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a portal. Yan Nanshan said in a low voice, "Feiyang, aren't you afraid that someone will inform that mysterious battle sect? There's nothing we can do about it. We can't possibly take everyone from the Dong clan away. But don't worry, even if that mysterious war sect received the news, they wouldn't dare to speak up for the Dong family. Because if you speak up for the Dong family, it will be tantamount to confessing without being pressed. However, we have to be careful of this mysterious war sect." Qin Feiyang muttered. "Attack in secret?" Yan Nanshan was slightly taken aback. He smiled and said, "Aren't you overthinking it? That's the manor head's residence. How could he have the guts to do that? It's best if you don't dare." Qin Feiyang said and walked into the portal first. Yan Nanshan frowned as he led Patriarch Dong and the other two into the portal. Seeing this, among the crowd on the street outside, the eyes of the man and woman suddenly flickered. The woman said, "The opportunity has come. Don't be impulsive. The Dong clan still has 9 clan elders, and the 2 beast kings are not in the city. If we sneak into the Dong clan now, once we are discovered by the Dong clan, with our strength, only death awaits us." The man shook his head and said. The woman frowned and said, "Then how long do we have to wait?" "Don't worry, it won't be long. Qin Feiyang has already launched a counterattack. I think the Dong clan will be driven out of the city soon. As long as the Dong clan leaves the city, the end will come. What I'm most worried about right now is Fatso and Ruffian Wolf. Although we have been leading them by the nose for the past 3 days, they are still Qin Feiyang's capable subordinates. Especially that Fatso, he is very smart. I wonder where he is hiding now." The man scanned the crowd around him with a trace of worry in his eyes. Manor head's residence. In front of the door of the great council hall. Swish. Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. The guards guarding the door immediately became alert. However, when they saw it was Qin Feiyang, they smiled warmly and were about to greet him. However, when Yan Nanshan and the others appeared, they stopped in their tracks. The smiles on their faces were replaced by indifference. The leader of the guards asked, "What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I have something to discuss with the manor head. Please inform him." The guard said expressionlessly, "The manor head is not here now. You can go back first." "He's not here?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Yan Nanshan also frowned. The Dong clan's patriarch and the other 2 looked delighted. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Brother, can I have a word with you? Follow me." The guard glanced at him indifferently, then turned and walked away. Qin Feiyang strode after him. The 2 of them came to a small tree with their backs facing the Dong clan's patriarch. The guard said in a low voice, "Brother Qin, I'm really sorry about what happened just now." "It's okay." Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, "Where is the old master now?" The guard smiled bitterly and said, I don't dare to ask about the manor head's whereabouts. I only know that he left yesterday. Why don't you send him a message? Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately flashed into the castle. This matter could not be delayed. Otherwise, there might be an unforeseen event. He took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. After a while, an old figure appeared. When the manor head saw Qin Feiyang, he chuckled and said, "Little guy, why are you looking for me?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked, "Old master, aren't you surprised at all that I'm not in the prison?" Surprised? The manor head shook his head and laughed. "Don't you think I know you well? The prison can't hold you at all." After a pause, he added, "You can't stay in the prison obediently. It's all within my expectations." Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Without further ado, Qin Feiyang said, "Old master, there's something I need your help with. Can you come back now?" "Is it important?" the manor head asked. "Very important." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Well then, wait for me in the meeting hall." After saying that, the manor head turned off the image crystal. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and was about to leave the castle. But at this moment, a cry of surprise sounded. "You're so close to the manor head?" Wei Zhongyang, who witnessed all this with his own eyes, looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang joked, "Is there a problem?" No. Wei Zhongyang shook his head. He originally thought that Qin Feiyang was only close to Ren Wushuang. He did not expect that he was so close to the manor head. If he had known, he would not have dared to scheme against Qin Feiyang even if he was beaten to death. He was simply courting death. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed and said calmly, "Then do you know what to do next?" I know. I'll definitely tell you the truth." Wei Zhongyang nodded repeatedly. Qin Feiyang had the manor head behind him. It was impossible to defeat him. Only by cooperating with him would he have a chance to save his life. Qin Feiyang smiled and left the castle. Although Lu Hong had a record of the conversation, it could not be compared to Wei Zhongyang telling the truth personally. Seeing Qin Feiyang appear, the guard asked in a low voice, "How was it?" Qin Feiyang smiled, "Old master will be back soon." The guard couldn't help but feel surprised. After working in the manor for so many years, he knew the manor head's personality like the back of his hand. Even the 10 great commanders and the 4 city lords might not be able to invite the manor head. But now, Qin Feiyang had asked the manor head to return with just one sentence. It was obvious how important Qin Feiyang was in the manor head's heart. This boy was indeed someone who could not be offended. The two returned to the main hall. Old Monster Dong looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since the manor head is not here, let's not waste time." Qin Feiyang glanced at him and sneered, "Why are you in such a hurry? Did you do something wrong and don't dare to meet the manor head?" Old Monster Dong's pupils constricted and he shouted, "Qin Feiyang, don't slander me." Qin Feiyang said, "You know very well whether I'm slandering you or not." Old Monster Dong was about to say something. Boom! But at this moment, a battle chi suddenly appeared and shot toward Qin Feiyang and the others from behind like lightning. "Who is it?" Yan Nanshan turned around abruptly, but he only saw the battle chi and no one. The guards, as well as Patriarch Dong and the other 2 patriarchs, were also bewildered. Qin Feiyang also turned around and his eyes trembled. He shouted, "Uncle Yan, protect Patriarch Dong's trio." "You really dare to attack?" Yan Nanshan's expression changed. He quickly stood in front of Patriarch Dong's trio and waved his hands. Battle chi surged out. Boom! The 2 battle chis met in an instant. With a loud bang, Yan Nanshan was sent flying. He spat out blood and crashed into the main hall behind him. The main hall was instantly turned into ruins, and Yan Nanshan was buried under the rubble. Qin Feiyang and the guards were also sent flying. They were covered in wounds and blood stained the sky. How is this possible? Even Uncle Yan is no match for him? Could it be him? Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He forcibly stabilized his body and used the phantom steps to grab Patriarch Dong's trio. "If you don't leave now, when will you?" A hoarse voice sounded. The Grand Elder quivered and a trace of joy appeared on his face. He decisively slapped at Qin Feiyang. His battle chi was like a rainbow and his power was astonishing. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. A golden light appeared in his palm, and he slammed it against the Grand Elder's palm. Boom! Qin Feiyang was sent flying again. The skin on his arm was torn and the flesh was exposed. The Grand Elder was also forced back a few steps. However, at the same time, he opened a portal and shouted, "Ancestor, Patriarch, leave quickly." Old Monster Dong and Patriarch Dong immediately ran towards the portal. "I won't let you escape." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with madness. He stomped his right foot and a deep pit appeared on the ground. After stabilizing his body, he used the phantom steps and rushed towards the portal. At the same time, Yan Nanshan rushed out from the ruins. The pressure of the battle master roared and rushed towards the trio. Boom! However, at this time, not far away, two more battle chi appeared. One battle chi rushed towards Yan Nanshan. The other battle chi rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Yan Nanshan shouted, "Feiyang, retreat quickly." Chapter 465. Qin Feiyang stared fixedly at the battle chi, his eyes flickering. In the end, he chose to dodge. The lethality of the War Master was too strong. He could not withstand it. However, just as he dodged, the battle chi that was charging towards him suddenly turned in the air and charged towards the Dong family's patriarch and the other two. How could this be? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This is bad. All of a sudden, his expression changed drastically as he roared, "Uncle Yen, this person isn't here to save them, he's here to silence them." What? Yan Nanshan's expression also changed. Old Monster Dong and the other two heard this and their faces were filled with disbelief. He was here to silence them? Damned bastard! Since you are heartless, then don't blame us for being unjust. Qin Feiyang, I'll tell you right now, he is... The great clan elder led Old Monster Dong and the Dong family's patriarch to flee in fear while roaring hysterically. However, just as he was about to reach the critical point, the battle chi arrived and drowned the teleportation door. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, the teleportation door instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, 3 painful screams resounded through the clouds. Boom! Yan Nanshan also collided with the battle chi and was once again sent flying, his blood splattering across the sky. Damn it! Qin Feiyang roared like thunder, rushing into the sky and sweeping his gaze below. Suddenly, he noticed that not far away, there was a teleportation door. A black figure stood in front of the door, preparing to enter the teleportation door. Halt! Qin Feiyang roared and turned into a ray of light as he rushed over. However, the black figure completely ignored him and directly walked in, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Whiz! At this time, Yan Nanshan chased to Qin Feiyang's side and asked solemnly, "Where is he?" Teleported away. Qin Feiyang stopped in the air, his gaze gloomy. Yan Nanshan said angrily, "Bastard, who is it?" Was. Qin Feiyang turned in the air and landed on top of the ruins, looking down. Old Monster Dong and the other two had already disappeared, leaving only some broken corpses and severed limbs on the ground. The portal had also been shattered. Qin Feiyang looked at the guards again. Everyone was riddled with scars. Some of them were lying on the ground on the verge of death, their eyes filled with terror. Some of them were barely able to stand. They scanned their surroundings with dazed expressions. Obviously, they did not expect that someone would dare to make a move in the manor head's residence. At this moment, an old figure descended from the sky. It was the prefecture lord. But when he saw the broken ground below, the old man's face darkened. "Greetings, manor lord." The guards hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Yan Nanshan also flew over and bowed. The manor head glanced at the guards before raising his head to look at Qin Feiyang and Yan Nanshan. He frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and kept silent. Obviously, he was very dissatisfied with the old man. Because, if the old man had returned earlier, the mysterious battle master would not have dared to make a move. Now, there was no evidence. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to find out the identity of the mysterious battle master. However, The old man was Ren Wushuang's grandfather after all, and he was also the ruler of the spiritual state. He did not dare to really blame him. The manor head said, "Tell me." Yan Nanshan said respectfully, "Manor head, this is what happened." However, at this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes shone brightly as he waved his hand to open a portal. The manor head and Yan Nanshan looked at him in confusion. "Come to the Dong family's residence for support." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly and entered the portal, quickly disappearing without a trace. Just as the manor head returned, a black shadow suddenly appeared above the Dong family's residence. He was wearing a black mask on his face, so his face could not be seen clearly. As soon as this person appeared, he did not say a word. With a wave of his hands, battle aura surged and turned into a destructive torrent that blasted towards the Dong family below. Boom! With an earth-shattering bang, the entire Dong family's residence was instantly razed to the ground. What's going on? The people on the streets all turned pale with fright. Fatty and the Wolf King, as well as the man and woman, all looked at the black figure in bewilderment. Fatso shouted, "Brother Wolf, he must be that mysterious war master. Quickly stop him, I will immediately send a message to boss." "Fuck, why don't you go?" Wolf King glared at him fiercely. The other party was a genuine war master. Even if he had those 2 broken bones, he was no match for him. Fatso laughed sinisterly. With Fat Lord's little strength, wouldn't he be sending himself to his death if he ran over? Boom! The black figure pointed in the air again, and his battle aura turned into a long rainbow, once again blasting towards the Dong family below. He did not stay any longer and opened a portal, preparing to leave. Fatso urged, "Brother Wolf, if you don't stop him now, it will be too late." "Fuck, let's go all out." Wolf King clenched his teeth, took out 2 ribs, and soared into the sky, rushing towards the black figure. It was indeed hiding nearby. When the man and woman saw the Wolf King appear, their eyes flashed with light. At the same time, the black figure also looked at the Wolf King in astonishment, but soon after, the expression in his eyes became extremely disdainful. He pointed his finger in the air, his battle aura gushing out like a sharp sword, explosively shooting towards Wolf King. "Broken bones, whether or not I can keep my life depends on you," Wolf King whispered, his eyes filled with seriousness. Boom! In the next moment, it turned into a muscular wolf. Its body was more than 10 meters tall. Grabbing onto 2 ribs, it crazily charged forward. "Reckless fool." The black figure sneered and walked towards the teleportation gate without looking back. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air above the Dong family. "It really is here." As soon as he saw the situation here, a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He stretched out his arm, pointed his index finger in the air, and a red sword aura filled the air. It shot towards the teleportation gate in the sky. As long as the teleportation gate was smashed, this person would not be able to escape. What a troublesome little beast! The black figure was furious. With a wave of his hand, his battle aura roared, crushing the red sword aura as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. He aggressively rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Boom! At this moment, Wolf King and the battle aura arrow collided. Howl. Accompanied by a painful howl, Wolf King was immediately sent flying. His strong body was lacerated, and his blood dyed the void red. "Bastard, I will definitely kill you." Qin Feiyang was furious. He used the phantom steps, narrowly dodged the battle aura attack, and continued to rush towards the teleportation gate. "Humph! Kill me? You don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang, just wait for your death." The black figure sneered coldly and stepped into the teleportation gate. "Let's see where you can escape to today." An angry voice sounded. Yan Nanshan and the Mansion Master appeared almost at the same time. The Mansion Master immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force rushed towards the teleportation gate from all directions. Boom! The teleportation gate was instantly smashed. The black figure was about to disappear, but as the teleportation gate was smashed, he fell out of the void. Damn it! Why is the Mansion Master back? When he saw the mansion master, he could no longer remain calm and hurriedly fled out of the city. You still want to escape in front of me? The mansion master's eyes were cold, and his old body trembled. A shocking pressure, like a volcanic eruption, instantly shrouded the world. The black figure was immediately imprisoned in the void. I want to see who you are, Yan Nanshan said coldly and rushed towards the black figure. Qin Feiang, ruffian wolf, I will kill you sooner or later. The black figure roared. If it weren't for Qin Feiang and Wolf King stopping him, he wouldn't have fallen into this crisis at all. I will kill you now. Qin Feiang swooped down with a murderous aura. Boom. But at this moment, a vast force descended from the sky and smashed the mansion master's pressure. It swept up the black figure and fled out of the city at lightning speed. Qin Feiang and Yan Nanshan stopped at the same time, their faces full of shock. The mansion master was also stunned, and was instantly enraged. He leaped across the sky and chased after the black figure. What's going on? Yan Nanshan was a little confused. Qin Feiang's eyes darkened, and he was about to chase after him. Boss, come here. Suddenly, Fatty's shout rang out. Qin Feiang looked down and saw Fatso standing in the ruins, his face full of anxiety. Fatso was holding a palm-sized small beast in his hands. It was Wolf King, but at this moment, it was covered in blood and it was unknown whether it was dead or alive. Seeing this, Qin Feiang's heart sank immediately and he swooped down hurriedly. Yan Nanshan also quickly followed. The two of them landed beside Fatso. Qin Feiang asked, What happened to the white-eyed wolf? Fatso said in a low voice, His aura is very weak. I'm afraid his life is in danger. Bastard! Qin Feiang cursed, took out a healing pill, and stuffed it into Wolf King's mouth. Fatso said angrily, It's no use, I have already given it a healing pill, but it didn't get better at all. Qin Feiang's body and mind trembled. Feiang, don't worry. Yan Nanshan comforted him, then carefully checked on Wolf King's condition. I knew that person was the war sect, but I still asked Brother Wolf to stall him. I was the one who harmed Wolf King. I really deserve to die. Boss, do you think Brother Wolf will die? Fatso grabbed his hair, his face full of pain and self-blame. How can a scourge like him die so easily? Qin Feiang shook his head. Yan Nanshan stood up and said, His injuries are very serious. If we don't think of a way, his life will really be in danger. Fatso's gaze trembled as he looked helplessly at Qin Feiang and asked, Boss, what should we do? Brother Wolf can't die. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, A healing pill with 5 Dan veins will definitely be able to save Brother Wolf's life. Quickly take a look inside the universe bag. Qin Feiang took out the universe bag, searched for a moment, and shook his head at Fatso. Let this old man take a look. Just as the three of them were at a loss, the palace chief flew over and landed beside the three of them, observing Wolf King's injuries. Gradually, the palace chief's old eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he said in a deep voice, Ruffian Wolf's sea of consciousness is broken. I'm afraid that no matter how good the healing pill is, it will be useless. The sea of consciousness is broken. Qin Feiang's face instantly paled, and said anxiously, Old master, you are so strong, you must have a way, right? The sea of consciousness is where the soul resides. It is as important as the sea of consciousness. I'm afraid I have no way. The palace chief shook his head. Chapter 466. The mansion master sighed deeply and said, Don't worry, I can't do anything, but that doesn't mean others can't either. Who has a way? Qin Feiang asked hurriedly, and strands of flames of hope burned in his eyes. The mansion master said, I have an old rival. She has awakened a very special battle soul that has extremely strong healing abilities and can help repair one's consciousness. Qin Feiang was overjoyed and asked hurriedly, Where is she? I'll go find her right away. The mansion master said, You can't rush this because she's not in Lingzhou. Not in Lingzhou? Qin Feiang raised his eyebrows. The mansion master patted him on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Although Ruffian will remain asleep, his life won't be in danger. Hearing this, Qin Feiyang and Fatso heaved a sigh of relief. Yan Nanshan asked, Mansion Master, did you catch up to that person? The Mansion Master shook his head. Qin Feiyang and the other two were in disbelief. Even the Mansion Master couldn't catch up? How is that possible? Fatso asked. Then do you know who that black figure is? The Mansion Master said, his voice is very unfamiliar. I'm guessing that he must have changed his voice. Qin Feiyang said solemnly, I still insist on my suspicion, it must be one of the 10 commanders. That's impossible. The Mansion Master said decisively. Yan Nanshan said, Mansion Master, you still don't understand the situation. Qin Feiyang and I think that this matter must be related to the 10 commanders. The situation? The Mansion Master frowned and glanced at the increasing crowd. We'll talk about it when we get back. After that, he waved his hand and opened a teleportation gate, taking the lead to walk in. Take good care of it. Qin Feiyang reminded Fatso and sent Fatso and Wolf King into the castle, then entered the teleportation gate with Yan Nanshan. The next moment, the three of them landed in front of a courtyard. This was the residence of the Mansion Master. Entering the courtyard, the Mansion Master sat in front of a stone table by the pond and said, Tell me, what's going on? Qin Feiyang said, Call the 10 commanders here first. Hearing that, Yan Nanshan's heart skipped a beat. The mysterious war sect had been rescued and was definitely not in the mansion right now. Naturally, he would not be able to rush here. When the time comes, he would know who the mysterious battle master's identities. The Mansion Master frowned. He still didn't believe that this person was one of the 10 great commanders. However, he didn't say anything. He shouted, 10 great commanders, come to me immediately. His voice was like a great bell, spreading in all directions. Whoosh! In less than 3 breaths, one after another, there were men and women, old and young, and their auras were unfathomable. Exactly there were 10. The 10 commanders bowed and said, The Mansion Master nodded and turned to Qin Feiyang, saying, If you have anything to ask, just ask. Yan Nanshan whispered, Feiyang, did we guess wrongly? Impossible. Qin Feiyang shook his head and whispered, Uncle Yan, go to the Dong family again and see if there are any survivors. Yan Nanshan nodded, bowed to the Mansion Master, and opened the teleportation gate to leave. No matter how deep you hide, I will find you. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. He glanced at Wang Hong and the others and cupped his fists. May I ask, where were you all just now? We heard the commotion just now, so we all went to the meeting hall. But when we rushed there, you were already gone. So we waited in the meeting hall for the Mansion Master's orders. Wang Hong said. Qin Feiyang asked, Were they all there? Wang Hong thought for a moment and said, I think there were 2 people who weren't there at the time. Qin Feiyang asked. Zhao He, 3rd Young Master Chow, Xue Huiyun. Wang Hong turned to look at the 2 men and 1 woman beside him and said, If I remember correctly, you guys came later, right? The 3 of them nodded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he looked at the 3 of them. Zhao He was an old man in white with white hair and a white beard. He was also wearing a pure white robe, like an otherworldly expert, exuding an otherworldly aura. 3rd Young Master Chow was a young man. His body was quite thin, and he held a jade flute in his hand, giving off a scholarly aura. Xue Huiyun was also a young woman. She was beautiful, wearing a black lace dress that accentuated her graceful figure, making her look extremely charming. At the same time, the 3 of them also nodded at Qin Feiyang in a friendly manner. It was definitely impossible for Xue Huiyun, because she was a woman and could be excluded. As for Zhao He and 3rd Young Master Chow, Qin Feiyang really couldn't tell. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, May I ask the 3 seniors, where were you at that time, and what were you doing? 3rd Young Master Chow laughed. At that time, we were chasing after a War Master Realm beast outside the city, and it was only when our subordinates sent us a message that we found out that something big had happened in the city. Outside the city? Qin Feiyang frowned without leaving a trace and asked, You're all here? Yes, we're all here. 3rd Young Master Chow nodded. Shui Huiyun and Zhao He also nodded in agreement. Strange. Qin Feiyang frowned. Wang Hong and the other 6 were definitely fine. But these 3 people were fine as well? Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? But who had the ability to hide Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue in the palace master's residence? Qin Feiyang turned to look at the palace master and asked, "Sir, are there any other war sectas here?" The palace master said, "Other than this old man, there are only them." Wang Hong was puzzled. "Qin Feiyang, what exactly do you want to know?" The palace master said, "He is suspecting that the black figure from before is one of you." "What?" "Qin Feiyang, you can't say this without any evidence." "That's right, we are all reputable figures in the spiritual state. You will ruin our reputation like this." Wang Hong and the others immediately frowned, and there was a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Qin Feiyang said, "I have evidence." Wang Hong said, "What evidence?" At that moment, Qin Feiyang explained the whole story in detail. "There's actually such a thing." When the palace master heard this, he immediately slammed his palm on the stone table, his old face full of anger. The 10 commanders' faces were also filled with bewilderment. Wang Hong said, "Qin Feiyang, call Wei Zhongyang out, I want to ask him face to face." With a thought from Qin Feiyang, Wei Zhongyang appeared out of thin air. "Greetings, Palace Master." "Greetings, Commanders." Wei Zhongyang immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully. Wang Hong asked, "Is what Qin Feiyang said true?" "It's true." Wei Zhongyang nodded. Wang Hong said angrily, "How dare you? Do you know why Qin Feiyang and the others didn't expose their background?" Wei Zhongyang's body trembled and he said, "Commander, please tell me." "It's the palace master's order, no one is allowed to leak it. You actually told the Dong family and even asked them to kidnap his family. Tell me, how many lives do you have to kill?" Wang Hong shouted. "Sir, I know I was wrong, please spare my life." Wei Zhongyang hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. It turned out that all of this was the palace master's idea. Qin Feiyang said, "Senior Wang Hong, there's no point in holding him accountable now." Wang Hong said, "Then tell me, what do we have to do to make you believe us?" "I don't know either. But Yi and Auntie Shui were locked up in the mansion. And the only people who have this ability, except for the palace master, are you guys." Qin Feiyang said. Third young Master Chao said, "In fact, it's very simple. Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue must have seen that person. Let them come out and identify him." "This method is feasible." The palace master nodded. But Qin Feiyang didn't think so. This person was cunning and would definitely not show his true face. However, he still wanted to give it a try. With a thought, he took Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi out and said with a smile, "Auntie Shui, have you seen them?" The 2 of them looked at the 10 commanders. A moment later, Luo Qianxue shook her head and said, "No." Wang Hong asked, "Then have you seen the person who kidnapped you?" "But he wore a mask on his face, we don't know what he looks like." Luo Qianxue said. "This is a bit difficult." Wang Hong frowned. Suddenly, Zhao He said, "I know how to find the culprit." Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Zhao He said with a smile, "Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue must know where they are locked up. As long as we find this place, we will naturally know who this person is." "Yes." Wang Hong's eyes lit up. He looked at Lin Yi and Luo Qianxue and said, "Then describe the place where you are locked up for us." Luo Qianxue said, "We only know that it is a secret room, about 10 meters long. There is nothing inside, let alone any eye-catching signs." Wang Hong said, "Then how were you locked up?" Luo Qianxue said, "The entrance and exit are all through the portal. There is no sign, and nothing to prove it. The Dong family, the only one who knew, was also exterminated. It seems that this matter is more complicated than we thought." Shui Huiyun sighed. The others also frowned. Qin Feiyang had also been paying attention to the changes in their expressions, but he didn't see anything strange. The mansion master said with a smile, "Anyway, the truth of the Lu family's extermination is finally revealed. Qin Feiyang doesn't have to be imprisoned anymore, but, speaking of this, The mansion master looked at Wang Hong and said, "You promoted Wei Zhongyang, so you must be jointly and severally responsible." Wang Hong bowed and said, "I am willing to accept the punishment." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and said, "Senior Wang Hong also cherishes talents, but he was unlucky to meet a villain, so I hope the mansion master can give him a way out. In this case, this matter is over. Wang Hong, later you go and announce to the world that Qin Feiyang is innocent. At the same time, you 10 commanders, go and investigate for this old man. You must find that person for this old man. Dare to make trouble in this old man's mansion, I will not let him off easily. As for Wei Zhongyang and Qin Feiyang, you deal with them as you see fit." "Yes." Chapter 467. The mansion master said, "If there is nothing else, you can go now. We will take our leave." The 10 great commanders bowed, then turned and left. Qin Feiyang sent Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi into the castle. But at this moment, Yan Nanshan appeared out of thin air, leaned close to Qin Feiyang's ear, and whispered, "Except for some servants and children playing outside, everyone is dead." Qin Feiyang said, "The 9 clan elders are also dead?" Yan Nanshan nodded and said, "Yes, no one is alive. Even their bodies can't be found." "Is there really no way?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself, his eyes full of unwillingness. "What are you muttering about?" The mansion master looked at them in confusion. Yan Nanshan said, "Sir, it's like this. Just now, Qin Feiyang asked me to see if there are any survivors in the Dong family." The mansion master asked, "Are there any survivors?" The 10 commanders also stopped and turned to look at Yan Nanshan. Yan Nanshan was about to say no. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he said, "There are survivors." Everyone looked at him in bewilderment. Yan Nanshan's eyes also flashed a touch of suspicion. Wang Hong asked, "Who?" "The 2nd clan elder of the Dong family." Qin Feiyang looked at the 10 commanders and said word by word, "He's not dead? That's great. He must know the identity of the mysterious battle master. Where is he now?" The 10 commanders were all overjoyed. Qin Feiyang was obviously bluffing them, and the result was already out. It was a failure, because the 10 people's expressions were not abnormal. Give up? The white-eyed wolf almost died because of this. They can't just let it go like this. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yan Nanshan and said with a smile, "Uncle Yan, where did you lock up the 2nd clan elder?" "This?" Yan Nanshan glanced at the mansion master and the others, hesitating. He didn't know what Qin Feiyang was doing, so he didn't know how to answer. "Don't worry, we're all on the same side here. We won't leak anything out." Qin Feiyang smiled. As he spoke, he gave Yan Nanshan a subtle look. What kind of medicine is this brat hiding in his gourd? Yan Nanshan was full of doubts, but he could not show it now. He had to cooperate. But how was he supposed to cooperate? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It turned out that this brat was purposely setting up a trap to lure the snake out of its hole. After figuring this out, Yan Nanshan had a plan in his heart. He cupped his hands and said, "Reporting to the manor lord, although the 2nd elder is not dead, he is severely injured and is currently in a coma." "All right." The manor lord was overjoyed and asked, "Does anyone else know?" "When I found him, there was no one around, so I secretly sent him to the holy temple and placed him in my resting room," Yan Nanshan said. The manor lord said, "Well done, this matter must be kept a secret. Otherwise, when the mysterious war sect receives the news, they will definitely find an opportunity to silence him." Wang Hong said, "How about this, we'll place him here with the manor lord. This way, even if that person receives the news, he won't dare to act rashly." "I don't agree," Qin Feiyang said. Wang Hong frowned. "Qin Feiyang, what do you mean? Don't tell me you don't even trust the manor lord?" Qin Feiyang said, "It's not that I don't trust him, it's because that person is too powerful. If we have to talk about safety, then my castle is the safest place." "Yes, we'll place him in your castle. When he wakes up, immediately bring him to see this old man. This is the only clue, there can't be any mistakes," the manor lord warned. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded. The manor lord waved his hand and said, "Then let's disperse." Qin Feiyang turned to look at Yan Nanshan and said, "Uncle Yan, let's go to your resting room immediately." Yan Nanshan opened a portal. Qin Feiyang also sent Wei Zhongyang into the castle. The two of them walked in one after the other. In the next moment, the two of them appeared in a resting room. Yan Nanshan immediately asked, "Feiyang, are you sure it's really one of the 10 commanders?" "I'm sure." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yan Nanshan frowned. "Then will he take the bait?" "Definitely." Qin Feiyang sneered. Yan Nanshan said, "If he really takes the bait, then you may be in danger." Qin Feiyang said, "As long as we can lure him out, I'm not afraid of any danger, but now we have to plan well, there can't be any more mistakes." Yan Nanshan said, "Tell me, I'll cooperate with you." Qin Feiyang said, "Cunning people are usually very suspicious. His first step will definitely be to go to the Dong family to confirm." Yan Nanshan said, "You can rest assured about this, I've already confirmed, not even a strand of hair is left. If that's the case, he will definitely believe it. The second step is to kill me. But before he kills me, he will definitely confirm if there are any war sect hidden in the castle. That includes you." Qin Feiyang said. Yan Nanshan frowned. "If I don't secretly protect you and he attacks you, won't you be dead for sure?" Qin Feiyang said, "So, I have to find a war sect to hide in the castle." Yan Nanshan asked, "Can Fan Jian do it?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "I also mentioned Fan Jian just now. The mysterious war sect will definitely pay attention to his movements." "Then who are you looking for?" Yan Nanshan frowned. Qin Feiyang said, "I can't find any of the war sects in the prefecture, but I can nurture a few war sects." Yan Nanshan's eyes lit up and laughed. "Yes, you have the 9-Chu yellow dragon Dan. It's easy for you to nurture a few war sects, but I have to warn you, you must nurture someone you can trust." "I know this." Qin Feiyang nodded, lowered his head, and muttered for a moment. His eyes flashed with a trace of light. "I thought of someone." Yan Nanshan asked. "Someone I can't trust, but I can work with." Qin Feiyang smiled, opened the teleportation door, and appeared in the sky above the inner hall. "It's Qin Feiyang. This fiend is back again." When the disciples in the plaza saw Qin Feiyang, they couldn't help but narrow their eyes and whisper to each other. Qin Feiyang ignored them and flew directly to the cultivation palace. Swish! A purple-clothed man flew into the sky and blocked in front of Qin Feiyang. He said indifferently, "Qin Feiyang, shouldn't you be returning to the Pillfire Hall? What are you doing here?" Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "Aren't you being too nosy? Does the inner hall belong to you? Do I have to report to you where I go?" The man blocking his way was the martial arts hall master. Qin Feiyang had long been unhappy with him, so he naturally wouldn't be nice to him. What's going on? Is he going to fight with the hall master? It's hard to say. This fiend isn't afraid of anything. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. The disciples below whispered. The martial arts hall master's face darkened and said, "What's with your attitude? A good attitude is for people who are worthy of respect. As for people like you who create trouble out of nothing, I should be giving you enough face by standing here and talking to you." Qin Feiyang glanced at him indifferently, flew past the martial arts hall master, and entered the cultivation palace without looking back. "Bastard! I'm going to tell the chief hall master to teach you a lesson." The martial arts hall master was furious. He opened the teleportation door and left quickly. On the first floor of the cultivation palace, Qin Feiyang walked in a long corridor. When the disciples saw him, they immediately hid in the cultivation room. It felt as though they had seen a devil. Qin Feiyang frowned and used the phantom steps to grab the arm of a disciple who was about to hide in the cultivation room. That disciple was instantly terrified and begged, "Senior brother Qin, there's no reason between us. Please don't kill me." "Ah." Qin Feiyang was astonished and smiled bitterly. "I'm not a murderous maniac. Is there a need to do this?" "Then what do you want?" That disciple panicked. Qin Feiyang asked, "Which cultivation room is Dong Xingyang in?" "Number 2. That disciple didn't even think and blurted out. Swish! Qin Feiyang immediately used his speed and rushed to the courtyard. What did he ask you? After Qin Feiyang left, a group of people immediately surrounded that disciple. That disciple said, he is asking about senior brother Dong Xingyang. What? Is he going to deal with senior brother Dong? Everyone was surprised. Arriving at the bottom of the courtyard, Qin Feiyang jumped up and landed on the top floor. He glanced at the number on the stone door and walked straight to the door of the number 1 cultivation room. He reached out and knocked on the door. Not long after, the stone door opened, and a young man entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight. This person was about 1.8 meters tall, and his body was quite strong. He wore a black-fitted long robe, and his thick black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like black gems, giving off a wild aura. But Qin Feiyang noticed that this person's eyes were a little red and swollen, and there was a trace of sadness between his brows. It seemed that this person already knew what had happened just now. What are you doing here? Dong Xingyang asked, his voice low and hoarse. Qin Feiyang said, aren't you going to invite me in? You're not welcome. Dong Xingyang coldly said and prepared to close the door. Qin Feiyang stretched out his hand, pressed on the stone door, and said indifferently, don't you want to avenge your father, your ancestor, and your dead clansmen? Dong Xingyang gritted his teeth and said, I want to, but I know that I can't kill you now. Qin Feiyang shook his head. I thought that our enemy was the same person, but it turns out that you treat me as an enemy. Forget it, pretend that I never came. Finished. Qin Feiyang turned and left. Dong Xingyang stood in front of the door, his eyes flickering, and said, come in. Qin Feiyang stopped, turned around and walked into the cultivation room. Dong Xingyang also closed the stone door, and said, you want to cooperate with me? That's right. Although the reason why the Dong family has fallen to such a state is indeed related to me, that mysterious war sect is the main culprit. Because my original intention was only to chase your Dong family out of the state capital, and not to exterminate your entire family like I did to the Lu family. Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang said, there's no point in talking about this now. Just say it, how do we cooperate? Qin Feiyang's eyes became incomparably sharp, like blades of blades, and said, I will help you step into the war sect, and immediately step into the war sect. Then, we will work together to lure that mysterious war sect out. War sect. Chapter 468. War Master was a realm that everyone yearned for. However, there was an insurmountable gap between the 9-star War Emperor and the War Master. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many 9-star War Emperor in the state capital, but so few War Masters. Although Dong Xingyang was confident that he could step into the War Master with his own talent, it would take time. Moreover, he was improving, and so was the mysterious War Master. So, if he could break through to the War Master now, he would undoubtedly save a lot of time and close the gap. However, Dong Xingyang also had his concerns. Qin Feiyang was a cunning old fox. Cooperating with him was equivalent to asking a tiger for its skin. What if he was tricked by Qin Feiyang midway? Qin Feiyang said indifferently, if you don't cooperate with me, I will find someone else. I believe that there are many people who want to cooperate with me. Dong Xingyang pondered for a moment, then nodded, all right, let's cooperate, but I have a condition. Speak. Qin Feiyang said. Dong Xingyang said, during the cooperation, both sides are not allowed to stab each other in the back. Qin Feiyang nodded. Of course, what's more, you are about to step into the War Master, I can't hurt you. Can you really let me step into the War Master immediately? Dong Xingyang was surprised. Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang entered the ancient castle and opened the furnace to refine pills. Not long after, he appeared with a 9-chew yellow dragon pill and handed it to Dong Xingyang, saying, take it, and in less than half a day, you will be able to break through. Dong Xingyang's eyes lit up, but he grabbed the 9-chew yellow dragon pill and did not dare to take it. Qin Feiyang said, don't worry, it's not poisonous. Dong Xingyang still did not dare to put it in his mouth. Although I am a ruthless person, I don't want to use such underhanded methods. Whether you take it or not, it's up to you. Come to the Pill Fire Hall's second alchemy room early in the morning to find me. Remember, you have to use the teleportation gate. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he sent the coordinates to Dong Jing'eng. Then, he opened the portal and strode away. Dong Jing'eng's eyes flickered as he looked at the dissipating portal. When the teleportation door completely dissipated, he lowered his head to look at the 9 tunes yellow dragon pill. He gritted his teeth and decided to take a gamble. He threw the pill into his mouth without hesitation. He closed his eyes as if he was waiting for death. His appearance was rather comical. In the meantime, in a certain cultivation room, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air. A peerless beauty was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat in the pill refining room. It was Ren Wushuang. Every time Qin Feiyang saw this cheap sister of his, he felt that she was very stunning. Seeing that Ren Wushuang was indifferent, as if she didn't notice, Qin Feiyang quietly walked up to her, ready to scare her. But just as he approached, Ren Wushuang suddenly opened her eyes and rolled her eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled awkwardly and said, "Sister, where's the lion-headed eagle?" Ren Wushuang said, "It and the blood eagle are still outside the city." "What's the matter?" Qin Feiyang said, "I need its help. Let it come back first." Ren Wushuang was slightly taken aback and asked, "What are you going to do?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry about it. Concentrate on your cultivation. Otherwise, the gap between you and me will be even bigger." Amazing, isn't it? Ren Wushuang glared. She remembered that when they first met in the ruins, Qin Feiyang was only a martial arts great master. But now, not only had he caught up with her, he had even surpassed her. She was already very unhappy. Now that Qin Feiyang said this, she was naturally even more unhappy. No. Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said with a smile, "When sister takes the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill, her cultivation realm will advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, who will be your opponent?" "Don't talk nonsense." Ren Wushuang glared at him and said worriedly, "I've heard about Ruffian Wolf's situation from Grandpa. Is it okay now?" "Grandpa said that its life will not be in danger. After I'm done with this, I'll take it to repair its knowledge." See. At the mention of Wolf King, Qin Feiyang's heart became heavy. Ren Wushuang comforted, "Don't worry too much. Since Grandpa said there's a way, there must be a way." "I know. I'll go back to the alchemy room first. When Old Eagle comes back, give it the Juku Yellow Dragon Pill with 2 patterns. Tomorrow morning, tell it to come to the alchemy room number 2 to find me. It must use the transmission door. I don't want anyone to know that it's back." Qin Feiyang instructed. Ren Wushuang nodded. After Qin Feiyang gave the coordinates, he opened the transmission door again and returned directly to the alchemy room number 2. Then he began to refine battle chi pills. Now, not only Lu Hong recovered to the Battle King realm, but also Luo Qianxue and Lin Yi. He would need more battle chi pills. Therefore, as long as he has spare time, he must strive to refine more. At the same time, Wang Hong came forward and told the truth about the Lu family's extermination to the world. It wasn't until this moment that everyone realized that they had misunderstood Qin Feiyang. In a restaurant, a man and a woman sat opposite each other in a corner. "The Dong family is almost exterminated now. Master asked us to capture Old Monster Dong and others. It can be said that we have failed. What should we do next?" The woman asked. "What else can we do? Now we can only find an opportunity to take away Lu Xingqian's body. And we can't delay any longer. Otherwise, Lu Xingqian's body will rot." The man said. The woman frowned and said, "Who should we ask for the coordinates of the inner hall?" "Asking for the coordinates of the inner hall will definitely arouse suspicion. It's a bit troublesome. It seems that we can only ask the 2 beast emperors for help now." The man sighed. The woman said, "Then it's not too late. Let's leave the city immediately." The man nodded, got up, paid the bill, and was about to walk out of the restaurant. But at this time, a conversation caught their attention. "I didn't expect the Dong family to be exterminated. Who is that black figure? Why can't even the mansion master catch him? Who knows? But then again, this Dong family is really stupid. Yeah, of all people to offend, they just had to offend Qin Feiyang. Isn't this courting death?" It seems that the lesson of the Lu family didn't teach them a lesson. No, the Dong family is much better than the Lu family. The Lu family is really exterminated, but the Dong family still has Dong Xingyang, the evildoer. I heard that some of the Dong family's disciples who went out escaped by luck. It seems that Dong Qing is still alive. Speaking of Dong Qing, it's really a pity. Indeed. She was originally a talented girl with a bright future, but she had to provoke Qin Feiyang. Now, she's a cripple. In the center of the restaurant's lobby, a few young men and women were sitting around a table, discussing. Dong Qing is still alive? The young man and the young woman looked at each other, and their eyes lit up. They immediately walked out of the restaurant and sped toward the Dong family. The restaurant was only one street away from the Dong family. The two of them soon arrived at the Dong family. However, all that was left of the Dong clan was a wasteland that was filled with a tragic aura. At this moment, a group of people gathered in front of the Dong family's gate, looking at the ruins in front of them, their eyes filled with sorrow. These people were the servants and disciples of the Dong family who were lucky enough to survive. Dong Qing was standing at the back of the crowd, crying and heartbroken. Why? What did the Dong family do to offend you? Why are you so cruel? She clenched her fists, her face pale, and her eyes full of hatred. Miss, we want to talk to you. At this moment, a cold voice came into Dong Qing's ears. Dong Qing turned around and saw a man and a woman standing next to her. They were two unfamiliar faces. I haven't seen you in the Dong family. You don't belong to the Dong family. Or you? Dong Qing looked at them warily. The woman leaned over to Dong Qing's ear and whispered something. At this moment, Dong Qing's delicate body trembled. She looked at the two of them in surprise and said in a low voice, "Come with me." The three of them walked into a deserted alley. Dong Qing turned to look at the woman and said in disbelief, "Why are you still alive?" The woman said, "It's a long story. I'll tell you later. Now, you just need to answer me. Do you want to cooperate with us?" Dong Qing said, "What do I get from cooperating with you?" The woman said, "I don't know what you can get, but you don't have a choice now. I don't have many wishes. As long as you can help me kill Qin Feiyang and Ruffian Wolf, as well as that mysterious battle sect. If you can do it, I'll agree to go with you." Dong Qing pondered for a moment and said, "We can't make the decision on this matter. We have to ask Master first. But I can tell you in advance that Qin Feiyang's potential pill formula was obtained from our master." The woman said, "Our master is powerful. As long as he agrees to help you take revenge, even if there are 10 Qin Feiyang, he can easily kill them." The man followed. Dong Qing's delicate body trembled. Without hesitation, she said, "Okay, I'll go with you." The man said, "Take your clansmen with you." "Why do I have to take them with me?" Dong Qing was puzzled. The man said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It won't do you any good." "All right." Dong Qing nodded. The three of them walked out of the alley and came to the gate of the Dong family. The man waved his hand and opened a portal. Dong Qing looked at the clansmen and said loudly, "Everyone, follow me." After that, she took the lead and stepped into the portal. Although Dong Qing's sea of qi was broken and her cultivation was crippled, she was still the apple of the Dong family's patriarch's eye. She used to be an inner disciple, so she was quite prestigious in the Dong family. And at this moment, she was undoubtedly the backbone of the Dong family. They heard about it. Although the others were a little confused, they all followed in. Outside the city, on the top of a giant mountain, the Dong family members appeared one after another. Dong Qing glanced around, turned to the man and the woman, and asked, "Where is this?" The man and the woman looked at each other, knelt respectfully on the ground and shouted, "Welcome demonic snake emperor, sand whale emperor." The Dong family members were surprised. Boom! Two terrifying auras appeared all of a sudden. A white jade demonic snake and a sand whale rose from the mountain below and landed on the top of the mountain. The demonic snake emperor glanced at the Dong family members and asked, "Why are there so few people?" The man said, "Master, something big happened in the city." Immediately, he briefly explained the matter of the mysterious battle sect slaughtering the Dong family. "So that's how it is. The two beasts showed a look of understanding. Chapter 469. Boom! The next moment, the two ferocious beasts erupted and instantly reverted to their true forms. They were dozens of feet tall, like two huge mountains in the sky. They opened their bloody mouths at the same time. A gust of wind suddenly rose in this place. Apart from Dong Qing and the man and woman, the rest of the people were swallowed alive by them. After sleeping for thousands of years, I really miss the taste of human flesh and blood. The demonic snake emperor laughed wildly like a devil, causing Dong Qing's beautiful face to turn pale. She looked at the man and woman and roared, "Why did you kill them?" The man said, "Sorry, this is Master's order. We have to do this." The woman sighed deeply and said, "Dong Qing, I won't hide it from you. My Lu family was also exterminated by Master." That's right, this woman was Lu Tingting. What? Dong Qing's body and mind trembled. She said in surprise, "The Lu family was exterminated by him, and you're still willing to work for him?" Lu Tingting pursed her lips and smiled bitterly. Who said she was willing? But her life was in the hands of others, and she couldn't resist at all. The Sand Whale Emperor said impatiently, "Cut the crap. Go to the inner palace immediately and get Lu Xingqian's body as soon as possible. Go back and report. Remember, no one will know." The man bowed and looked at Dong Qing. Dong Qing sighed and gave the man the coordinates. Then the man opened a portal, and the three people and two beasts walked in one after another. Whoosh! They appeared in a dense forest. Lu Tingting looked around and looked at Dong Qing, asking, "Where is this?" Dong Qing said, "In front of us is the cemetery of the inner palace. If the inner palace disciples are unfortunate enough to die, they will be buried in the cemetery." The demonic snake emperor and the sand whale emperor swept up the three people and sped forward. 10 breaths later, a huge mausoleum entered their sight. In the cemetery, there were neat tombstones of the same height, and names were engraved on them. Around them, thick trees swayed in the wind, their branches and leaves lush. There were some wild flowers planted in front of each grave. They were competing with each other in terms of beauty, and they emitted a delicate fragrance. But even so, this place still seemed gloomy, and it made one shudder with fear. Brother Xingqian's grave is there. Lu Tingting scanned the cemetery and her gaze suddenly locked onto the second tombstone in the last row. The three words, Lu Xingqian, were especially glaring. The Sand Whale Emperor said, "Hurry up and dig his corpse out." The man immediately stepped forward and started digging the grave. Lu Tingting walked up to the tombstone and looked at the words, Lu Xingqian, on it. Her eyes were filled with sorrow. He was once the pride of the generation, the center of attention. He even led the Lu clan to unprecedented glory. However, at this moment, it was buried underground. It was truly lamentable. Very soon, the man dug up the grave and carried out Lu Xingqian's corpse. He laid it flat on the ground and observed it carefully. Then he looked at the two beast emperors and nodded, "Not rotten." The demonic snake emperor said, "Very good. Hurry up and fill up the grave. Don't leave any traces." The man said, "My lady, I'm afraid it's impossible to not leave any traces." Dong Qing said, "It's fine. Usually, no one will come here. Just fill up the hole and sprinkle some withered leaves on it." The man nodded and quickly finished everything. Then he opened a portal and left with Lu Xingqian's corpse. The whole process was very smooth. No one noticed it. Time flew by. The next morning, Qin Feiyang finally stopped refining pills. After sending the battle chi pills to the castle, he sat in the lounge and closed his eyes to recuperate. The higher the grade of the pill fire and cauldron, the more mental strength he consumed. In the past, he could refine pills continuously for a month without a problem. But now, he felt a little tired after refining for a day and a night. However, the feeling of exhaustion was not very obvious. When the sun rose, a black beast shadow descended in the alchemy room. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and looked up. He saw a black falcon flapping its wings and flying into the lounge. "Ayaya. Kid, I haven't seen you in a few years. You've become so awesome. Lion-headed eagle cried out. Qin Feiyang stood up and smiled. Aren't you even more awesome now? Lion-headed eagle's current aura was very strong. It was obvious that he had already stepped into the War Master. This is all thanks to you. This emperor also didn't expect that the little guy from back then would have today's achievements. Kid, we are good brothers. If there are any benefits in the future, don't forget this emperor. Lion-headed eagle chuckled. Of course. Qin Feiyang laughed. Lion-headed eagle smiled from ear to ear, as if he suddenly thought of something and said, give this emperor some potential pills and potential pills. But Qin Feiyang frowned. Lion-headed eagle said, Master and this emperor's little follower will need it in the future. The master was naturally Ren Wushuang. The little follower was Shui Ying. Qin Feiyang was startled and asked, didn't I already give the potential pill and potential pill to sister? Lion-headed eagle laughed, Master has already given it to me. Right now, this emperor is an existence that has opened the 5th level of the gate of potential. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this cheap sister too generous? But when he thought back to the past, he felt relieved. Ren Wushuang had been in the ruins for more than 20 years, and the lion-headed eagle had never left her, and had even thought of ways to save her. Qin Feiyang took out 6 potential pills, 4 potential pills, put them in a jade box, and threw them to lion-headed eagle. Ha, you brat, you are indeed loyal. Lion-headed eagle was overjoyed. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted, if not for my sister, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Lion-headed eagle was not angry, because it knew that Qin Feiyang was just joking. Shua. Not long after, another black figure appeared. It was Dong Xingyang. His aura was extremely dense, and it was obvious that he had already stepped into the War Master. Dong Xingyang was stunned when he saw lion-headed eagle. Lion-headed eagle was also stunned when he saw Dong Xingyang. Qin Feiyang asked, do you know each other? Lion-headed eagle sneered, who doesn't know the genius of the Dong family? Dong Xingyang raised his eyebrows and said, lion-headed eagle, why are you here? What does it have to do with you? Do you want to fight? Back then, this emperor was able to beat you up until you ran all over the streets. Now, this emperor can still beat you up. Lion-headed eagle looked at him provocatively. Dong Xingyang's face darkened and said in a deep voice, then come and try. Io, so awesome, this emperor is so scared. Lion-headed eagle hid behind Qin Feiyang and cried out strangely, but its eyes were filled with ridicule. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It seemed that 20 years ago, these two fellows had formed quite a few grudges. Seeing that the man and the beast were about to start fighting, Qin Feiyang anxiously said, all right, now that we are friends, we should share a common enemy. Who's friends with him? Lion-headed eagle's eyes were filled with disdain. I don't want to join hands with you either. Dong Xingyang coldly snorted, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, it is Ren Wushuang's fierce beast. Could it be that you are very familiar with Ren Wushuang? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly and said, Ren Wushuang is the manor head's granddaughter. I'm not worthy to be associated with her. When I asked her for help, I actually gave her an elixir just like you. Dong Xingyang suddenly realized. But in his heart, he felt that it was inconceivable. What kind of pill was this, to actually have such a terrifying divine effect? If Qin Feiyang had enough pills in his hands, wouldn't he be able to create a large number of War Master S in just a few minutes? Just thinking about it made Dong Xingyang's heart tremble. He really couldn't figure out why his father, ancestor, and little sister had to provoke this person back then. He couldn't afford to offend them at all. Qin Feiyang looked at him and said indifferently, you guys go hide in the castle first, and be prepared to attack at any time. Dong Xingyang and lion-headed eagle nodded. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the man and the beast immediately disappeared without a trace. With the lion-headed eagle guarding the castle, he was not afraid of Dong Xingyang messing around. Next, Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation gate and whispered, the fishing plan has officially begun. Then he stepped into the teleportation gate and descended above the Dong family. Immediately, he realized that something was wrong. Didn't the Dong family still have remnants? Why wasn't there a single person now? What was going on? Shua. He swooped down and landed in front of the Dong family's gate. Qin Feiyang. When the crowd outside saw him appear, they all hid far away. Qin Feiyang turned his head and swept his gaze over and asked, "Where are the rest of the Dong family?" Everyone shook their heads. "I know." Suddenly, a voice sounded from the crowd. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw a middle-aged man standing in the crowd, looking at him with some fear. "Where did they go?" Qin Feiyang asked. The middle-aged man said, "I don't know where they went either. I only saw a man and a woman appear yesterday and leave with them through the teleportation gate." "A man and a woman?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The Dong family had just been exterminated, and someone had already taken them away. Could it be a distant relative of the Dong family? Shua. With a flash, he entered the castle and asked Dong Jingyang, "Does your Dong family have any other branches or distant relatives?" Dong Jingyang shook his head. "That's strange." Qin Feiyang frowned and left the castle again. He looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Besides the man and the woman, is there anyone else suspicious?" The middle-aged man said. Qin Feiyang landed in front of the middle-aged man and said, "Tell me the details of the situation at that time." Seeing this, the others retreated in horror, keeping a distance from Qin Feiyang. The middle-aged man also wanted to run, but Qin Feiyang's pressure emerged and directly imprisoned him. He said, "I won't hurt you. Don't be nervous." The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva and told him in detail. "What? Dong Qing is not dead." Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. The middle-aged man said, "It is said that she was not in the Dong family at that time. It seems that she was out shopping with her friends and luckily escaped." "I see." Qin Feiyang was enlightened. He lowered his head and thought for a while, rubbed his forehead, and stopped thinking about it. Dong Qing had a deep hatred for him. As long as she was not dead, she would appear sooner or later. There was no need to speculate. Chapter 470. But to lure this person, he couldn't wander around blindly. Because this was too deliberate, it would instead arouse suspicion. Furthermore, he couldn't be in the city, because that would make the mysterious war sect worry. Therefore, he had to go outside the city. Shua. Qin Feiyang opened a teleportation gate and descended into the sky above a dense forest. He took out the image crystal and quickly activated it. Very quickly, a short figure condensed. It was Huang San. Qin Feiyang. Huang San was slightly startled and said with a flattering smile, "Senior brother Qin, what orders do you have?" Qin Feiyang said, "I am currently in a dense forest south of the city. Help me spread this news." But Huang San did not understand. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't ask first. In short, don't deliberately spread it. Pretend to accidentally spill the beans. After the matter is done, you will benefit greatly." Huang San said, "Then I have to find a reason for you to be outside the city?" Qin Feiyang thought for a moment and said, "Just say that I have just mastered a new battle art and am secretly practicing it outside the city." "Understood, I'll do it right away." Huang San nodded. Qin Feiyang also put away the image crystal and began to look for vicious beasts to practice with. He still believed in Huang San's ability. Moreover, this matter wasn't that difficult. Half an hour passed. Qin Feiyang killed his way into the depths of the mountain range. None of the vicious beasts below the 7-star War Emperor could stop him. Why isn't he here yet? He stood in the air above a mountain peak, his brows filled with doubt. Suddenly, accompanied by a loud beast emperor, a huge black tiger rushed out from the mountain stream. It was more than 10 meters long, and its millstone-sized eyes flickered with an astonishing ferocious light. It rushed into the sky, stood in front of Qin Feiyang, and shouted, "Human, leave quickly." Qin Feiyang sized it up and sneered, "You tell me to leave and I have to leave? You're courting death." The black tiger was furious. Its ferocious aura rolled out in all directions. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Qin Feiyang. What a powerful aura! Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. This beast's cultivation was definitely not lower than an 8-star combat emperor. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the giant black tiger. the man and the beast began to fight in the void. The terrifying waves of battle shook the surroundings, and blood dyed the sky red. The battle lasted for several hundred breaths. Qin Feiyang pointed his finger in the air. The ultimate. An invisible force swept out, and the giant tiger's skin and flesh immediately split open. However, this did not frighten it. Instead, it made it ferocious. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed, and he decided to play with the black tiger slowly. Because if the mysterious war master really came, then the battle fluctuations here would definitely attract him over. Time passed by slowly. Half a quarter of an hour had almost passed, but the mysterious war master still had not appeared. Qin Feiyang was about to lose his patience. Guyuan sword art, annihilation. Qin Feiyang roared. Red sword chi emerged, condensing into 10 sword shadows, and slashed towards the giant tiger. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura burst out from the ground. Whether it was Qin Feiyang, the giant tiger, or the 10 sword shadows, they were all imprisoned in the void. Is he here? Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. He was no stranger to pressure. He could immediately tell that this was the pressure of a war master. Whoosh! Following closely, a dazzling battle chi, along with rolling killing intent, surged out from the mountain stream below. He really came. Break for me. Qin Feiyang's eyes lit up. With a hysterical roar, he forcefully broke free from the shackles of the pressure and entered the ancient castle. Immediately, he looked at Fatso and said, "Immediately send a message to Uncle Yen, and let him inform the mansion master." Fatso nodded. At the same time outside, the battle chi roared, and the giant black tiger was torn to pieces on the spot. Blood stained the sky. Below the mountain stream, a black figure stood in the forest. Looking at the place where Qin Feiyang disappeared, he could not help but frown. "You can't escape forever. Let's wait and see." He muttered in a low voice, opened a teleportation door, and was about to leave. Swoosh! At this moment, Qin Feiyang appeared out of thin air again and shouted, "Which bastard is hiding in the dark and sneaking an attack? Come out and die." "You still dare to come out?" The black figure was surprised. With a wave of his hand, another battle chi rushed towards Qin Feiyang. "Are you a turtle? If you have the guts, come out and fight fair and square. If I, Qin Feiyang, take a step back, I'll be your grandson. If you don't come out, you'll be my grandson." Qin Feiyang shouted coldly. At the same time, he took a step forward and dodged the battle chi. "You're courting death." The black figure's eyes revealed a cold light. He turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. "Why is it you?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and turned pale with fright. "Surprised?" The black figure sneered. Qin Feiyang said in shock and anger, "What deep grudge do I have with you that you have to deliberately kill me?" The black figure said, "Hand over your ancient castle, the potential pills pill formula, the dagger and the nether devil flame, and I'll give you a quick death." "So you're coveting the treasures on me?" Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and frowned. "Then how do you know my whereabouts now?" The black figure said, "This is all thanks to your friend Huang San. If it wasn't for him spilling the beans, I wouldn't have known that you were already outside the city. This bastard really has a big mouth." Qin Feiyang was extremely angry and said in a deep voice, "Who the hell are you?" The black figure said indifferently, "Is it that important who I am?" Qin Feiyang said, "Even if I'm going to die, you should at least let me know why I'm going to die." The black figure pondered. Qin Feiyang also held his breath. But in the end, the black figure shook his head and said, "You'd better go and be a confused ghost." Qin Feiyang's face suddenly showed a trace of disappointment, but the next moment he sneered. The black figure frowned. "What are you laughing at?" Qin Feiyang said, "You're too naive. Do you really think that Huang San accidentally spilled the beans?" The black figure was startled, and a deep sense of uneasiness emerged in his heart. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me tell you, all of this was deliberately arranged by me in order to lure you out." "What?" The black figure was shocked. He didn't say half a word and angrily rushed towards Qin Feiyang. "You're indeed very smart. It can even be said that you're the most difficult person I've met so far. But so what? In the end, didn't you still fall into my trap? Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and waved his hand. The lion-headed eagle and Dong Jingyang appeared at the same time and shouted, "Hold him back!" The man and the beast didn't talk nonsense and immediately rushed towards the black figure. How could this be? The black figure was extremely surprised and bewildered. Wasn't Dong Jingyang a 9-star combat emperor? When did he break through to War Master? And that lion-headed eagle, wasn't it Ren Wushuang's pet? But why was it here? Qin Feiyang sneered, "Are you surprised?" The black figure's eyes darkened. "I already guessed that before you came to kill me, you would inquire about the whereabouts of Yan Nanshan and the others. So, I didn't look for them. And Dong Jingyang is a 9-star combat emperor. You wouldn't pay attention to him. The lion-headed eagle is also an 8-star combat emperor, and it has always been outside the city. You wouldn't have thought of it, so I asked them for help. One wrong move, and you'll lose everything. Today is your doomsday," Qin Feiyang shouted. "Pay with your life for my Dong family's clansmen," Dong Jingyang shouted. His aura soared into the sky as he crazily rushed towards the black figure. The lion-headed eagle also returned to its original form. It was dozens of feet tall and was filled with murderous intent. The black figure glanced at the man and the beast, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I admit, you're really amazing, but if you want to stop me with just the two of them, dream on." He pointed his finger in the air, and the battle chi roared. The terrifying power shook the mountains and rivers, and blasted towards Dong Jingyang and the lion-headed eagle. Following closely, he waved his hand and opened a teleportation door. Dong Jingyang shouted, "Lion-headed eagle, you block the battle chi, I'll go and hold him back." "Alright." Lion-headed eagle nodded, and like a meteor, it directly crashed into the battle chi. Boom! With a loud bang, lion-headed eagle was sent flying. Its huge body was torn open, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Clang! At the same time, a black iron chain appeared behind Dong Jingyang, vibrating with an ear-piercing metallic sound. This was his fighting soul. Crush! As soon as the iron chain appeared, it was like a giant python, cutting through the sky and heading straight for the black figure. The black figure was about to enter the teleportation door. The black iron chain arrived in an instant and wrapped around the black figure's waist. Dong Jingyang said, "Although my fighting soul doesn't have the slightest offensive power, it's still easy to hold you back. My special ability, immobilize." Suddenly, the black iron chain emitted a dark light, and the black figure was immediately immobilized in the void. Damn it! The black figure's expression changed, and he said angrily, "Dong Jingyang, although I destroyed the Dong family, I was forced to do so. The real culprit should be Qin Feiyang." "Cut the crap!" Dong Jingyang shouted angrily. "Even now, you're still trying to sow discord. You're really lousy." Lion-headed eagle charged again, and a feather appeared on its back. The feather was 1 meter long and as thin as a cicada's wing. It looked as if it was cast in gold, and its entire body was golden. Golden feather, destroy. With a low roar from lion-headed eagle, the golden feather shot toward the black figure's lower abdomen like an arrow. Damn it! The black figure's eyes darkened, and he roared, "All of you, go to hell." Boom! A huge beast shadow appeared behind him as well. It was a white crane. Chirp! With a sharp cry, its sharp claws grabbed the black iron chain. With a loud clang, the iron chain broke on the spot. Dong Jingyang immediately spat out blood. Bastard! Seeing this, lion-headed eagle cursed in its heart. With a thought, the golden domain turned in the air and blasted toward the teleportation door. Boom! The teleportation door instantly turned into ashes. The white crane's eyes flashed fiercely. It spread its wings and grabbed the golden feather, which shattered on the spot. Lion-headed eagle immediately spat out blood. The black figure suddenly turned around, looked at the two men and the beast and sneered, "Seeing my fighting soul, all of you must die today." Whoosh! However, at this moment, 10 figures appeared out of thin air. They were Yan Nanshan, Wang Hong, and the other great commanders. "It's you, Zhao He." When Wang Hong saw the white crane, he was instantly enraged. Boom! A terrifying aura surged. He took a step forward and charged toward the black figure. Zhao He, why are you doing this? Third young Master Chao and the others were also furious. They turned into streams of light and surrounded the black figure. You're all here. Chapter 471. Wang Hong rushed forward, his big hand like an eagle's claw, grabbing at Zhao He and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense, take him down first." The other 8 commanders surrounding Zhao He also immediately swarmed forward. For a moment, battle chi surged in this place, and the power of battle arts swept in all directions. Dong Xingyang and the lion-head eagle tactfully retreated, because they could not interfere in the battle of the 10 commanders. Swish! Yan Nanshan landed beside Qin Feiyang and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect it to be Zhao He." Qin Feiyang said, "I didn't expect it either." But he was very puzzled. Since it was Zhao He, why did third young Master Chao and Xue Huiyun say that Zhao He was with them yesterday? Yan Nanshan also noticed Dong Xingyang and frowned. "Feiyang, why are you working with him?" Qin Feiyang said, "Fortunately, I'm working with him, otherwise I wouldn't be able to trap Zhao He." Dong Xingyang's battle soul was actually able to trap Zhao He. This kind of innate ability made him feel very incredulous. Yan Nanshan looked at Dong Xingyang in surprise. To be able to trap Zhao He, it seemed that this monster of the Dong family was really not a simple character. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and smiled. With the 9 commanders here, Zhao He won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Now you can breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What do you mean? Yan Nanshan was surprised. Qin Feiyang said, "Have you forgotten what happened yesterday?" After being reminded by Qin Feiyang, Yan Nanshan suddenly came to a realization. Yesterday, they could have captured Zhao He, but a mysterious force suddenly descended and saved Zhao He. Today, that mysterious force would probably appear again. Yan Nanshan asked in a low voice, "Could it be that Zhao He has accomplices?" Qin Feiyang said, "I don't know either, but we have to be careful." "Where's the old man?" Yan Nanshan shook his head. "He only asked the 9 commanders to come. I don't know what he's doing now." Qin Feiyang frowned. At this moment, a painful scream rang out. Facing the 9 great commanders, Zhao He did not even have the strength to fight back. Not only was his fighting soul destroyed, but his body was also covered in wounds. Furthermore, the mask on his face had also shattered, and his true appearance was exposed to everyone's eyes. Qin Feiyang said, "Seniors, please don't kill him." Wang Hong said, "We know." The 9 commanders charged forward once more. Zhao He was already at the end of his rope. "Qin Feiyang, don't be complacent. Sooner or later, you will fall into the hands of others." Zhao He roared hysterically, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. "Then I'll wait." Qin Feiyang sneered. Boom. However, before he could finish his sentence, the mysterious power appeared again. Who? Wang Hong and the others were furious. The eyes of Qin Feiyang and the others also lit up as they scanned the surroundings. But as far as he could see, he didn't see anything suspicious at all. Zhao He, on the other hand, was overjoyed. But at this moment, an old figure flew out from the peak of a mountain below. It was the Academy Master. With a wave of his hand, a supreme power surged and blasted towards the mysterious power. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering boom, the void began to distort. The Academy Master also took a few steps back, his face pale. But his eyes were like torches as he scanned the mountain range below and shouted, "Who is it? Don't hide like a coward." However, there was no reply. Wang Hong and the other 9 commanders also took the opportunity to take down Zhao He. Everyone waited for a while, but the mysterious power didn't appear again. Strange. When did such a powerful existence appear in the spiritual state? Qin Feiyang frowned. Swoosh. The Academy Master took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang, sighing. "This person is mysterious and unfathomable. I'm afraid it won't be easy to catch him." In fact, after receiving the message, he rushed over immediately. However, he had been hiding in the dark and didn't show himself. His goal was naturally to capture this mysterious person, but unfortunately he still failed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and raised his head to look at Zhao He, who was caught by Wang Hong. His eyes flashed. Swoosh. He took a step forward and landed in front of Zhao He, saying, "Tell me, who is that mysterious person?" Zhao He said, "I don't know." Qin Feiyang sneered. "He saved you twice, how can you not know? He should be your accomplice." "I said I don't know, so I don't know. Today, I've fallen into your hands. Kill me if you want. Bring it on." Zhao He stared coldly at Qin Feiyang, his eyes filled with hatred. Zhao He doesn't look like he's lying. Then why did this mysterious person save him? Qin Feiyang furrowed his brows. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. The Academy Master glanced at Qin Feiyang, then at Third Young Master Chao and Xue Huyun, asking, "Do you know your crime?" Their eyes trembled as they hurriedly said, "Sir, this has nothing to do with us. Please investigate." The Academy Master said, "Then how do you explain yesterday's situation?" Third Young Master Chao said, "This subordinate can't figure it out either, because Zhao He was indeed with us yesterday, chasing after a War Master Realm beast." Xue Huyun was also puzzled, but she suddenly thought of something and shook her head. "No, he wasn't with us." Everyone looked at her suspiciously. Xue Huyun said, "At first, Zhao He was indeed with us, but later, we split up to chase after that beast." Yes. I remember too. That's indeed the case. It seems that Zhao He took advantage of this time to return to the capital to commit crimes. Third Young Master Chao said. The Academy Master looked at Zhao He and said, "What else do you have to say?" Zhao He said, "The winner is the king, the loser is the thief, what else can I say?" Swoosh. Dong Xingyang landed beside the Academy Master and bowed. "Academy Master, he killed countless members of my Dong family. I killed him with my own hands, please fulfill my wish." "No, you should let me deal with him." Killing intent flashed in Qin Feiyang's eyes. The white-eyed wolf had almost died in this person's hands. This blood debt had to be paid. The Academy Master looked at Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang, pondered for a moment, then turned to Wang Hong and ordered, "Take Zhao He to the prison first." "Academy Master!" Qin Feiyang and Dong Xingyang spoke at the same time. The Academy Master said, "There's no need to say more, this old man has his own decision." The two bowed, but their eyes were filled with unwillingness. Swoosh. Wang Hong opened a teleportation gate and escorted Zhao He to the prison. The Academy Master also left with the other 8 commanders. Yan Nanshan comforted, "Feiyang, since the Academy Master did this, he must have his reasons. Don't take it to heart." "He's the Academy Master, do I dare to take it to heart?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Dong Xingyang sighed deeply and looked at Qin Feiyang. "Our cooperation ends here. If there's a chance to kill you in the future, I won't be polite. Be careful." Qin Feiyang said, "Anytime." "Then we'll see." Dong Xingyang sneered and opened a teleportation gate to leave. Yan Nanshan frowned. "Feiyang, did he take the 9-chew yellow dragon pill to break through to War Master?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Yan Nanshan said angrily, "Are you stupid? He's your enemy, you're raising a tiger, do you know that?" With Qin Feiyang's talent, it wouldn't be long before he could catch up to Dong Xingyang. But now, Qin Feiyang had personally helped him step into the War Master. Wasn't this playing with fire? "It's fine," Qin Feiyang said with a faint smile. Although Dong Xingyang had stepped into the War Master first, he had not opened the door to his potential. Furthermore, Dong Xingyang did not have a perfect battle art. This was the difference. He was confident that he would be able to catch up to Dong Xingyang very soon. Yan Nanshan glared at him helplessly and said, "Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. What are you going to do next?" Qin Feiyang said, "Help White-Eyed Wolf repair his sea of consciousness." Yan Nanshan said, "Then you'll have to look for the palace chief. I'll return to the sacred hall first. If you need anything, send me a message." Qin Feiyang nodded. After Yan Nanshan left, the lion-headed eagle said, "Brat, I've heard about Ruffian Wolf. Since I have nothing to do now, why don't I accompany you?" Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and said, "Send the potential pill and potential pill to sister first. If I need your help, I won't be polite. All right then. The lion-headed eagle smiled, spread its wings, and quickly disappeared into the horizon. Mysterious man. Qin Feiang retracted his gaze and glanced at the mountain range below. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he entered the ancient castle. Fatso immediately said angrily, "Boss, this is too unfair. Zhao He committed such a big mistake. Why is he only imprisoned?" Qin Feiang said, "Then tell me, what can we do? Let's go assassinate him and avenge Brother Wolf." Fatso's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Qin Feiang sighed, "Old Master knows our characters and guessed that we might do this, so he won't let us succeed. What the hell is this bastard old man doing?" Fatso frowned, so angry that his body was trembling. Lu Hong said, "Calm down, the palace chief must have his reasons for doing this. If it doesn't work, we'll ask directly. I believe he'll tell us." Qin Feiang nodded. Fatso looked at Wei Zhongyang and said, "It's over, and he's no longer of any use. Shouldn't we get rid of him?" "Don't kill me." Wei Zhongyang's body trembled, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground begging, "Qin Feiang, I'm just a cripple now, I'm no threat to you. Please be merciful and spare me." "Spare you?" Qin Feiang walked up and sent Wei Zhongyang flying with a kick. He stomped on Wei Zhongyang's stomach and sneered, "If I wasn't prepared beforehand, Yi and Aunt Shui would have been killed by you. Do you think you can still live?" Wei Zhongyang's eyes were filled with grief, and his entire body was drowned in despair. Qin Feiang said, "But don't worry, since you're so cooperative, I'll leave your body intact and let you rest in peace." Sigh. Wei Zhongyang sighed deeply, closed his eyes and said, "Then come." This way of dying was better than dying without a complete corpse. Qin Feiang took out the Chang Shui, and with a light wave, cut off Wei Zhongyang's neck. Next. Chapter 472. In front of the mansion master's courtyard, Qin Feiang appeared out of thin air. The mansion master sat alone on a stone bench, basking in the sun and sipping tea, looking extremely relaxed. Seeing Qin Feiang appear, he chuckled and said, "This old man knew you would come. Come in." Qin Feiang walked into the courtyard. The mansion master asked, "Want a cup?" Qin Feiang said, "I'm not as free as you." The mansion master held the teacup, took a sip, and shook his head with a smile. "I'm already so old, if I don't enjoy life, I might not have another chance." Qin Feiang was slightly taken aback. What did he mean? The mansion master put down the teacup and smiled. "What do you want to know?" Qin Feiang asked, "Why didn't you kill Zhao He?" The mansion master smiled. "You're such a smart person, how could you not think of the reason?" Qin Feiang frowned, lowered his head and pondered for a while, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "You want to use Zhao He to fish out that mysterious person?" "That's right." The mansion master nodded, his old eyes flashing coldly. "I won't allow anyone to cause trouble in the spiritual state. Since this person helped Zhao He twice, he should think of a way to save Zhao He." "Old master, you're really smart." Qin Feiang cupped his hands and smiled. The resentment in his heart also disappeared. The mansion master said, "Compared to you, I'm still far behind. You made up the fact that the two elders of the Dong family are still alive." Qin Feiang smiled. "If I didn't say that, would Zhao He take the bait? What a cunning brat." The mansion master shook his head and laughed. Originally, everyone thought that Qin Feiang would give up after the Dong family was wiped out and the clues were cut off, but they didn't expect him to immediately throw out another bait. This kid's mind was truly terrifying. Qin Feiang chuckles. His complexion immediately becomes serious as he says, "Old man, where is the person you said can help the Wolf King repair his sea of consciousness?" The mansion master said, "The land of ruins." What? Qin Feiang turned pale with fright. The prefecture master sighed. "I won't hide it from you. The person I'm talking about is my child, Shuang-er's father." "So it was him." Qin Feiang was shocked. He frowned and said, "But isn't he already dead?" The manor head asked in return, "Who saw his skeleton?" Qin Feiang shook his head. Ren Wushuang searched the ruins for more than 20 years, but he still couldn't find this person's skeleton. The mansion lord said, "If we didn't find his corpse, it means that he might still be alive." Qin Feiyang thought about it carefully, then looked at the manor head with a strange gaze and asked, "Old master, you can't be thinking of asking me to help you find him, right? I really can't hide anything from you." "That's right. Although Shuang hasn't been able to find her for decades, you are different. You are more attentive and capable than Shuang. This old man believes that you will be able to find it. Of course, you don't have any other choice right now. Because to save Ruffian Wolf, you can only find him." The manor head chuckled, as if he had Qin Feiyang in his grasp. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. A moment later, he looked up at the manor head and nodded. "All right, I'll go. But I want to ask, can I destroy the ruins?" The manor head suddenly stood up and asked in surprise, "Why would you have such a thought?" Qin Feiyang said, "Because the ruins shouldn't exist in the first place. Those who deserve to die shouldn't be alive either." "This old man doesn't agree with your point of view. Every place has its reason for existence. Just like people, everyone has their own destiny. Moreover, although the people of the ruins are all wicked beyond redemption, there are also kind people. If you destroy the ruins, wouldn't they die for nothing?" The manor head asked. "There are indeed kind people, but do you know what kind of life they live? Do you know how cruel the conditions there are? Once, I met a child in the ruins. He asked me if I was thirsty. He looked innocent and cute, but the water he gave me was poisoned. Think about it. What kind of environment would make an innocent child poison someone?" Qin Feiyang asked. The manor head went silent. Although Qin Feiyang's words were cruel and heartless, they were the truth. Qin Feiyang continued, "Rather than letting them continue to live and suffer, it's better to free them as soon as possible." The manor head shook his head. "No matter what, this old man doesn't agree with killing them all." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly and said, "That will depend on your decision." The manor head pondered for a bit, then sighed, "How about this? You go to the ruins first. As for this old man will have to seriously consider it." "Very well." Qin Feiyang nodded, then asked, "What does your son look like?" The manor head waved his hand, and his battle chi surged, condensing into an illusory figure. It was a middle-aged man about 1.8 meters tall, neither fat nor thin, and his weather-beaten face looked extremely resolute. This person's appearance was average, but he had a very obvious characteristic. There was a crescent-shaped mark between his eyebrows, as if a white gem was inlaid on his skin. The manor head said, "Do you remember it?" Qin Feiyang nodded. At this moment, a guard hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Manor head, someone wants to see you." Qin Feiyang was stunned. "What's going on?" "It's just someone who wants to see you. Is there a need to be so anxious?" The manor head was also very confused and asked, "Who is it?" "Lu," the guard stammered and couldn't say anything for a long time. "Who is it?" The manor head frowned. The guard took a deep breath and said, "It's Lu Xingchen." "What?" Qin Feiyang and the manor head exclaimed. "How is that possible? Isn't Lu Xingchen already dead?" Qin Feiyang asked. "Did you see it clearly? Is it really Lu Xingchen?" The guard nodded heavily and said, "Yes, I saw it very clearly." The manor head said, "Let him come to see me." The guard replied respectfully, then turned around and left quickly. Qin Feiyang looked at the manor head and asked, "What's going on?" The manor head shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Back then, he did kill Lu Xingchen, but why did he suddenly appear?" A young man in purple walked over. He was about 25 or 26 years old, with an imposing appearance, sharp eyebrows, and an extraordinary temperament. Who else could it be but Lu Xingchen? Lu Xingchen stood outside the courtyard, bowed and said, "Greetings, Grandpa Rin." The manor head said, "Come in." Qin Feiyang's eyes were firmly fixed on Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen walked into the courtyard and said with a smile, "Brother Qin is also here." Qin Feiyang nodded and didn't say anything. He just wanted to know whether this Lu Xingchen in front of him was the real one or a fake. The manor head took out a heaven's eye stone, placed it on the stone table and said, "Press on it." Lu Xingchen walked up, stretched out his arm, and pressed on it directly. But after a long time, the heaven's ice stone didn't move, and Lu Xingchen didn't change either. The real one. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Grandpa Ren, I know you're very confused. Why didn't I die? Actually, I don't know why either. When I crawled out of the grave, I also felt puzzled. And I also found that my cultivation is still there. I guess the heavens took pity on me and didn't accept me. Lu Xingchen bowed and said, Your cultivation is still there? Qin Feiyang and the manor head looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Back then, the manor head personally crippled Lu Xingchen, and Qin Feiyang also saw it with his own eyes. But now, not only did Lu Xingchen come back from the dead, but his sea of qi had also been repaired. This was too bizarre, wasn't it? Grandpa Ren, I'm here to apologize to you. What happened in the past was all my fault. I hope Grandpa Ren can give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. Besides, I'm the only one left in the Lu family now. Grandpa Ren, can you bear to see the Lu family die? As for my engagement with Wu Shuang, since it's already been annulled, I won't think about it anymore. I just want to stay alive and continue to stay in the city. And Brother Qin, I'm deeply sorry about what happened in the past. After this narrow escape from death, I've seen through everything. Fame and fortune are just a thing of the past. Brother Qin, I sincerely hope you can forgive me. Lu Xingchen bowed and said with a sincere expression. Qin Feiyang frowned. The manor head said telepathically, Let's observe the situation first. Qin Feiyang nodded. This matter was too bizarre, and it would take a while to figure it out. The manor head looked at Lu Xingchen and said, Since you know your mistake and have died once, let's forget about what happened in the past. As for your next destination, the manor head pondered for a while and said, Let's go to the inner palace. Thank you, Grandpa Ren. Lu Xingchen said happily. The manor head's eyes flashed, and he said, But before you go to the inner palace, you and Qin Feiyang should go to the ruins together. Qin Feiyang turned to look at the manor head in confusion. Lu Xingchen was also a little surprised. I asked him to go with you so that you can observe him carefully. The manor head secretly sent a telepathic message to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly. Lu Xingchen asked doubtfully, Grandpa Ren, why are we going to the ruins? The manor head said, You don't need to know anything. Just follow Qin Feiyang. But, Lu Xingchen said hesitantly, I've heard of the ruins. It's easy to go in but difficult to get out. The manor head smiled faintly, You don't have to worry about that. Qin Feiyang has a way. Lu Xingchen was surprised. He turned to Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, Then I'll have to trouble Brother Qin to take care of me in the future. No problem. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. The manor head waved his hand and said, There's no time to lose. Let's go. At the same time, he secretly reminded Qin Feiyang to be careful on the way. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered as he opened a teleportation door and took the lead to walk in. Lu Xingchen immediately followed. When the portal disappeared, the manor head also opened a portal and directly descended in the sky above the inner palace cemetery. After glancing at Lu Xingchen's grave, he waved his hand and directly dug up the grave. There was no one inside. He really came back from the dead. But how did this happen? What exactly went wrong? The manor head frowned, puzzled. Phew. After a while, he took a deep breath and muttered, It seems that I can only investigate from Lu Xingchen himself. I only hope that Qin Feiyang can find out something. After filling up the grave, he directly left the inner palace cemetery. He also ordered the guards who knew about it to keep quiet. Chapter 473. At the border between White County and Stone County, a bottomless abyss lay across the land. A black storm whistled, making ear-piercing sounds. Above the abyss, an ancient iron chain bridge led to the other end. The bridge was rusty and emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. Swish! In the void above the bridge, two figures appeared out of thin air. They were Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. The dark abyss, the shocking hurricane, and the ancient iron chain bridge that was only wide enough for one person to walk on. Lu Xingchen's pupils couldn't help but shrink at the sight of it. Qin Feiyang's expression was very calm. Lu Xingchen turned to Qin Feiyang. Seeing Qin Feiyang's calm expression, he asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, why aren't you surprised at all?" Qin Feiyang said, "I've been here once." What? Lu Xingchen looked at him in disbelief. "Let's go," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Then he swooped down and landed in front of the bridge. Lu Xingchen also landed beside Qin Feiyang. Looking at the iron chain bridge in front of him, his eyes were full of fear. "Don't worry, there won't be any danger inside." Qin Feiyang stepped onto the iron chain bridge and walked toward the other side unhurriedly. Lu Xingchen hurriedly followed. After walking for a distance and confirming that there was no danger, he secretly sighed in relief and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, it seems that your relationship with Grandpa Ren isn't ordinary." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. He smiled faintly and said, "My relationship with the prefecture lord is purely based on interests. Unlike you, he watched you grow up and treated you like family." "Family?" Lu Xingchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Grandpa Ren and I were indeed like grandfather and grandson. However, because of my arrogance, our relationship became more and more distant." At this point, Lu Xingchen sighed. "I asked for it. I can't blame anyone." Qin Feiyang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. Why did it feel like Lu Xingchen had become a completely different person? If he hadn't used the Heaven's Eye Stone to verify his identity, he would definitely have suspected that someone was impersonating him. However, it was undeniable that the current Lu Xingchen was even more difficult to deal with than the previous Lu Xingchen. Lu Xingchen steadied himself and asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, why did we come to the ruins this time?" "Looking for the manor head's son." Qin Feiyang didn't hide it. Sooner or later, Lu Xingchen would find out. "Uncle Ren?" Lu Xingchen stared blankly and asked in surprise, "When did he come to the ruins? How come I didn't know?" Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "You have always been in the capital, how could you not know?" "I won't hide it from Brother Qin. In the past, when Uncle Ren suddenly disappeared, Grandpa Ren never came forward to explain. So all this time, we thought that he had unfortunately died outside. But we didn't expect him to come to the ruins," Lu Xingchen said. Qin Feiyang revealed a look of realization. Lu Xingchen asked, "Do you know why Uncle Ren came to the ruins?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "I don't know. The manor head never mentioned it." "That's strange. This place doesn't seem to have any treasures." Lu Xingchen's face was full of suspicion. After 3 days, Qin Feiyang finally set foot on the ground of the ruins once again. His journey was more daunting than dangerous. "This is the ruins?" Lu Xingchen stood beside him and scanned the desolate land in front of him. His face was full of shock. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and pondered. Ren Wushuang had said that during those 20 years, she had searched everywhere, but in the end, she couldn't find it. Moreover, at that time, Ren Wushuang was the disciple of the King of Ruins and was famous throughout the ruins. If her father was here, he would definitely look for her, but in the end he didn't. This meant that her father was most likely not here. And in the ruins, other than the land in front of them, there was only the black abyss left. Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang turned around and looked down at the black abyss, his eyes flickering. Lu Xingchen said, "Do you suspect that Uncle Ren is down there?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "The Black Storm's lethality is astonishing. I'm afraid the chances of him being down there are not high." Lu Xingchen glanced at the hurricane in the abyss, then turned his head to look ahead, and said, "There's an ancient castle in front, let's go take a look first. If there's nothing, we'll think of a way to go down and look." Qin Feiyang thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, then let's go directly to the king's city in the ruins." Ren Wushuang's father, as the son of the palace master, must have been an overlord-level figure. As long as he had entered the ruins, then as the ruler of this place, the king of ruins should know. Unless he had never set foot in the ruins. Or he had directly gone to the Black Abyss. "King's city?" Lu Xingchen was stunned and said in surprise, "There's a king's city in the ruins?" Qin Feiyang nodded. "Shua." The two of them stepped forward at the same time and sped towards the castle. Finally, someone else is here. At the top of the castle, a black-armored man stood against the wind, looking at Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen. But suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he stared at Qin Feiyang. How could it be him? Didn't he leave already? Why did he enter the ruins again? The black-armored man's eyes were filled with disbelief, and at the same time, there was a trace of bone-piercing killing intent. The two of them arrived in front of the castle. When he saw the black-armored man, a trace of suspicion appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. Why did this person look so familiar? Lu Xingchen, on the other hand, was surprised. 3-star Battle King? How could he be so weak? Qin Feiyang, die. The black-armored man looked down at the two of them, then suddenly shouted and jumped down. Battle chi surged, and he charged towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What's going on? He raised his arm and slammed his palm in the air. Battle chi surged out, turning into a torrent, and collided with the black-armored man's body. Immediately, the black-armored man screamed and was sent flying, crashing into the castle behind him. Boom! With a loud bang, a big hole was smashed in the wall. Lu Xingchen was puzzled. Brother Qin, do you have a grudge with this person? Qin Feiyang shook his head, also feeling puzzled. How is this possible? Following an angry shout, the black-armored man ran out, covered in blood, and looked at Qin Feiyang in shock. Qin Feiyang asked, "What kind of deep hatred do you have with me? You actually don't remember?" It would have been better if Qin Feiyang didn't ask, but the moment he did, the black-armored man was furious, and his face became incomparably ferocious. "Speak clearly." Qin Feiyang frowned. The black-armored man said, "Back then, when you barged into the palace in King City, I was the one who brought you to see the great commander." Qin Feiyang was stunned, and tried hard to recall for a moment. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked, "You are that Commander Rong?" "That's right." Commander Rong nodded. Qin Feiyang said in surprise, "Weren't you in the palace? Why are you guarding here?" The black-armored man said angrily, "It's all your fault." "What has it got to do with me?" Qin Feiyang was puzzled. "Back then, you brought Ren Wushuang out of the ruins. When the king learned of this, he was furious and blamed the great commander for not looking after you. In the end, the great commander made me the scapegoat, so the king sent me to this place. There are neither resources nor essence chi here. In the past few years, not only did my cultivation not improve, it even regressed. All of this is your fault." Commander Rong roared. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Commander Rong with some sympathy and sighed. "If you want to blame someone, you should blame your king. If you didn't take Ren Wushuang away, would I have ended up in this state today? Don't try to shirk the responsibility." Commander Rong roared. Qin Feiyang was too lazy to talk nonsense. "Then what do you want? Give me your life." When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Commander Rong had already completely lost his reason as he madly charged towards Qin Feiyang. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it end? Lu Xingchen shook his head and stretched out his arm to grab Commander Rong's wrist. "You can't blame Brother Qin for this. Don't pester me endlessly." "Who are you?" Commander Rong said angrily. "It doesn't matter who I am. Now I have something to ask you. As long as you tell me the truth, I won't kill you." "Stop fooling around. You're just a 3-star combat emperor, while Brother Qin and I are both combat emperors. You're no match for us," Lu Xingchen said. "Combat emperor?" Commander Rong's eyes trembled. How was this possible? One had to know that when Qin Feiyang entered King City, he was only a martial ancestor. He broke through to the combat emperor realm so quickly? Wasn't this too monstrous? In an instant, Commander Rong was stunned. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and Ren Wushuang's father's shadow condensed. He asked, "This person is Ren Duxing. Have you seen him before?" "So the father of Cheap Sister is Ren Duxing." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and then looked at Commander Rong, only to see Commander Rong looking at Ren Duxing with eyes full of surprise. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. He asked, "You know him?" "I've seen him before," Commander Rong said. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed and hurriedly asked, "Where is he?" "I don't know." Commander Rong shook his head. Are you playing with us? Lu Xingchen frowned. No. What I mean is that Ren Wushuang was also looking for this person in the ruins. I only heard about it from her. Commander Rong hurriedly explained. Qin Feiyang and Lu Xingchen looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a trace of disappointment. They thought that they had found Ren Duxing's whereabouts, but they didn't expect that it was just an empty joy. Let's go to the royal city. Qin Feiyang said lightly, then soared into the air and swept towards the depths of the ruins. Lu Xingchen waved his hand and directly killed Commander Rong. Then he caught up with Qin Feiyang and asked with a smile, "You won't blame me, right?" Qin Feiyang said, "He deserved to die." Lu Xingchen smiled and asked, "Can you tell me what happened between you and Wushuang here?" Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "It's nothing. I was just asked to do it." Lu Xingchen didn't continue to ask and changed the topic. The next morning, a huge city finally entered their line of sight. Dilapidated city walls, ancient buildings, and streets riddled with holes. All of these proved that this city had existed for a very long time.